After turning into a little skeleton, I got contracted by a goddess. Chapter 1. Boom. In the sky, huge lightning illuminated. A giant winged figure loomed between the lightning and thunder, its colorful long tail constantly fluttering. After that, a dragon head with a huge forked horn and fluttering beard emerged from the clouds. Its winding body kept drilling in and out of the sea of clouds. The ground was constantly shaking violently as if a supervolcano had erupted. Its huge body, which was as large as a mountain, shook the ground, leaving deep trenches. Under the light of the lightning, 4 legs that looked like heavenly pillars stood on the ground under the huge angular turtle shell. In various places on Earth, holy spirits of different races and forms began to hide in panic due to the sudden change in the world's rules after a large number of mythical-level holy spirits appeared. At this moment, countless light spots quickly gathered in the void, and a skeleton was formed in the blink of an eye. Where is this? At the moment Zhou Mingrui regained consciousness, the skeleton's black eye socket lit up with 2 white soul flames. A stream of information rushed into his mind. The illusionary spirit world. He didn't know when it was born. All the powerful creatures that existed in history, legends, and myths would be born in the illusionary spirit world and would continue to exist without dying out. Only when they were summoned by the creatures in the other twin world would they be able to sign a contract and leave this illusionary spirit world. The moment Zhou Mingrui, the little skeleton, was born, all the living beings around him, be it dragons, phoenixes, black tortoises, white tigers, angels, or demons, all came to a spot not far from him. Even further away, the other holy spirits, who were originally hiding in a panic, also secretly found a position to look over. Upon seeing so many life forms that he had only heard of in myths but had never seen before, Zhou Mingrui was stunned. However, while he was in a daze, the mythical creatures around him all knelt or prostrated on the ground, expressing their submission to Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui snapped out of his daze. He could even see fear and other inexplicable expressions in the eyes of some of the living beings who were relatively behind him. From the faint soul information they were sending out, it seemed that they were calling him Illusionary Spirit Soul Lord. He did not know what that meant. But one thing was for sure, these mythical holy spirits were all subservient to him and were worshipping him. Zhou Mingrui scratched his bald head. An interface that allowed him to view his attributes had suddenly appeared in his mind. Hence, he immediately gave it a try. Life type, Undead creature. Life attribute, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 3, Intelligence 3, Endurance 3, Soul 4. Life level, LV1. Life talent, none. Contract status, none. This. Zhou Mingrui, who had played many online games, was instantly dumbfounded. The growth of his talent was simply too pitiful. Furthermore, he did not have any talent at all. It was too tormenting. When Zhou Mingrui saw the appearance of these mythical holy spirits, he thought that he had been reborn into an impressive existence. The host's mind is detected to be completely awake, and the system is starting the matching. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang in Zhou Mingrui's mind. System. Having read novels, he naturally understood what this meant. It was the standard of transmigrators. The system has successfully started the matching process. The host is officially bound to the system. The system will now begin the complete sublimation of the host. Dense dots of light appeared out of thin air and immediately enveloped Zhou Mingrui's skeletal body, forming a gigantic cocoon of light. Seeing this scene, the surrounding mythical holy spirits immediately knelt even lower, appearing even more pious. Sublimation complete, 100% completion rate. Upon hearing that, Zhou Mingrui immediately reopened his talent interface after he regained consciousness. He wanted to see what changes would happen to him after the system's transformation. Life type, Undead Spirit. Life attribute, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Intelligence 10, Endurance 10, Soul 20. Life level, LV1. Life talent, Devour, Upgrade, Lotus Flower. Contract status, none. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingrui was immediately amazed by the power of the system. Compared to the undead creatures, the undead spirits were more than 1 level higher. Then, his attributes increased by more than 2 times, and 3 new talents appeared in his talent bar. Just as he had this thought, a square frame suddenly appeared in front of him. Devour, any life form killed by the host will turn into undead essence for the host to absorb. After devouring, the host will gain a certain amount of attribute points from the target, and there is a chance to obtain one of the skills of the target. Can be advanced. Upgrade. Every time the host achieves 10 levels, one talent will be automatically awakened. There is a chance of awakening 2 talents. If the talents are of the same type, they will be automatically merged to become a stronger skill talent. Lotus Flower. For every level up, the host will receive 5 times new attribute points. Upon seeing the contents of the 3 talents, Zhou Mingrui immediately raised his head and laughed out loud. The system is indeed powerful. Zhou Mingrui could not help but sigh in his heart. Both of these 2 talents were extremely useful for one to become stronger. Even a pig would be able to fly. The surrounding mythical creatures looked at Zhou Mingrui, who was smiling foolishly. However, they did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they continued prostrating themselves on the ground. In the following period, Zhou Mingrui initially spent his time under the respectful gazes of all the holy spirits in the illusionary spirit world. In the beginning, he found it very interesting, but as the days passed, he began to feel bored. After all, he was only seeing these mythical holy spirits every day and had never seen any other creatures. Any normal person would feel bored and depressed. The illusionary spirit world appeared to be huge. Even when Zhou Mingrui was riding on the back of a gigantic dragon, he could not find the edge of the illusionary spirit world even after flying for a few days and nights. However, the surrounding scenery was the same and had not changed much. Zhou Mingrui began to feel anxious. Even though the place occupied a large area, it gave off the feeling of a prison. Finally, after an unknown number of days, Zhou Mingrui, who could no longer hold it in, suddenly felt his mind come to a stop. A strange feeling began to linger. He immediately closed his eyes and began to actively search for this feeling. Soon, the feeling became stronger and stronger. In the end, he locked onto his target. There were a total of 5 blue light orbs, which were suspended in the void at the highest point of the world. Most of the holy spirits in the illusionary spirit world were attracted over. However, those powerful existences didn't seem to care at all, as if they were not interested. Zhou Mingrui, who had grown tired of this world long ago, chose the most unique blob of light without any hesitation. In the next instant, Zhou Mingrui's figure disappeared from the illusionary spirit world. Qianling World. Heavenly Saint Academy. Today was the opening ceremony of the Heavenly Saint Academy. Countless students were standing in the square, and not far away were their parents and relatives. At this time, under the hubbub of voices, tens of thousands of students and parents were whispering to each other. However, they quickly quieted down. This was because 6 old men wearing long robes with golden edges and dark patterns had almost reached the stage. The powerful aura that they faintly emitted immediately shocked everyone in the square. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, the old man in the middle shouted, "Let the entrance ceremony begin and conclude the summoning ceremony." Every person from the Qianling continent could activate a synchronized summoning once when they reached adulthood. The holy spirit that was summoned would also determine the student's future path, occupation, and so on. It could be said to be a crucial link. It was also a step from the previous equality to the beginning of class division. Chapter 2. Looking up, young and energetic faces under the sun and the familiar teachers on the stage could be seen. Some young parents in the audience were looking at her with eager eyes. All of this made Yan Weihua feel a little unreal. It was as if she was in a fantasy. 3 days ago, she was still in the most terrifying stage of the Great Calamity. Those strange and terrifying monsters were all over the sky and ground. Yan Weihua had also become one of the leaders of the future human race through continuous fighting and meritorious deeds. She was called the God of Redemption and had a great reputation. However, in the final battle, she had led the last hope of mankind to fight against countless monsters and died of exhaustion. When she woke up, she realized that she had been reborn and returned 10 years before the Great Calamity. This year was also the year she began her career as a summoner. Since she was reborn, Yan Weihua naturally wouldn't waste this precious opportunity. She quickly sorted out all her memories before her rebirth and quickly identified what she needed to change next. The most important thing was naturally the first summoning. The summoners in the Qianling continent were divided into grades, and every grade could help their summoned spirits to improve their strength. With every 10 levels, the summoned spirit's rank would also increase. There was a total of 9 ranks, from Black Iron to Mythical, and the highest level was level 100. Unfortunately, even though Yan Weihua had reached the Diamond grade, she was still helpless in the face of such horror. Therefore, the most important thing in this life was to make up for this. Otherwise, no matter how much effort she put in other places, it would be useless. The summoned spirit was the foundation of Jianling world's strength. After her rebirth, Yan Huiho calculated the time of the summoning ceremony and made some changes to her summoning array in advance. In the history of Jianling world, the summoning array had been perfected and modified by thousands of heroes over the years. It had been improved to a near-perfect state. In fact, everyone had already gotten used to it and thought that this was the most perfect summoning array. Yan Huiho's change came from an ancient and broken sheepskin book that she had obtained by chance before her rebirth. It became incomplete literature that had been baptized by the passage of time. Although it was incomplete, Yan Huiho used her power to get more than 10 ancient language experts to analyze it together according to the ancient characters left on it. Later on, she discovered that as long as she followed the method recorded on it, she would be able to strengthen the connection between the summoning array and the legendary illusionary spirit world where the summoned creatures were. In fact, to put it another way, it meant that by replacing the bait that everyone had been using with a better one, they could attract bigger fish. After receiving the news, Yan Huiho arranged for a group of newly awakened summoners. Later, she found that the change did raise the evaluation of the first summoned spirit by 1 or 2 ranks. Just as she was about to work with several other human leaders to promote it in the race, the outbreak of the Great Calamity came early, which caused this matter to be delayed. Now, it could be used here. This time, she raised the rank of her summoned spirit to Resplendent, and Yan Huiho was confident that she could enter the legendary grade completely. If she could get a glory grade summoned spirit, she was confident that she could even reach the epic grade that no one had been able to reach in her previous life. In this way, even if she had to face another great calamity, Yan Huiho would still have enough confidence. Huiho, you can rest assured. With the talent you have shown before, this time you will definitely be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. At this moment, several female students standing next to Yan Huiho began to flatter her. Yet, Huiho, unlike you, I'd be so lucky if I could summon a spirit with D-rank potential. I envy you so much. Humph, you must know that Huiho is the pride of the newcomer department of Heavenly Saint Academy. Almost all the teachers in the department say that Huiho can at least summon a C rank or even a B rank potential spirit. That's right. If it's a C rank summoned spirit, one can directly become the top student in the academy's first year. If it's a B rank summoned spirit, one can directly enter the core class. With Huiho's talent, needless to say, it must be a B rank potential or above. Yan Huiho only nodded slightly to acknowledge the flattery of the people around her. Her former status and power had made her almost immune to these things. Soon, after the teachers finished their speech, the summoning ceremony officially began. As the promising candidate favored by the teachers, Yan Huiho was naturally arranged to be one of the first 5 in order to summon a powerful spirit and inspire the confidence of the other students. Under the teacher's guidance, Yan Huiho and the other 4 students quickly came to their respective positions. After finding the right position, she and the other 4 took out the summoning materials that they had already prepared, but when they squatted down, they quickly began to modify the summoning array. In the end, Yan Huiho only got up a dozen seconds later than the other students, and the teachers didn't care about it. The summoning ritual begins. When the senior teacher's voice fell, the 5 of them immediately began to concentrate, and the energy in their bodies continued to flow into the summoning array under their feet. When it received the energy from the 5 of them, the summoning platform also began to stimulate its own energy reaction. The originally dull summoning array suddenly lit up with a gradually dazzling light. Then, under the constraint of the summoning array, the light condensed into 5 beams of light that soared into the sky. The straight momentum even scattered the clouds in the sky. At first glance, the light of the 5 people's summoning array seemed to be the same. But if a summoner who was higher than pride grade carefully observed it, he would find that the light of Yan Huiho's summoning array was more solid and without fluctuations, as if it was about to become a real entity. Just as everyone on the field was eagerly waiting, Yan Huiho noticed that something was wrong with the summoning array under her feet. Although the energy fluctuations were still very stable, her strong 6th sense told her that something was happening to the summoning array that she could not understand. A moment later, the summoning array under Yan Huiho's feet began to tremble slightly. Then, tiny electric snakes flickered around the summoning array and spread in all directions. The surrounding audience couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. As expected of Yan Huiho, even her summoning ritual is different from others. The difference is too obvious. That's right. Is she going to summon a high-rank spirit? D rank? C rank? Perhaps, she can even summon a spirit with B rank potential. Then she'll be able to become the top student of the academy in an instant. At this moment, except for Yan Wu, the light pillars of the four summoners began to shrink and then slowly dimmed back into their respective bodies. Only Yan Wu's summoning light pillar was still in the field. Chapter 3. Like a crane in a flock of chickens, she naturally became the focus of everyone's discussion. After more than 10 minutes, the other 4 students had already left the stage, and only Yan Wu was left. At this time, everyone was watching anxiously as the light pillar gradually shrank and finally disappeared into the air. This is a skeleton. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, are they? When the light dissipated, what came into everyone's eyes was Yan Wu and the jade-white skeleton in front of her. Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but even Yan Wu herself was stunned. Skeletons were undead summoned spirits, and they were one of the lowest grades. At that moment, the energy detection pillar behind the summoning platform activated its automatic detection. However, no one noticed that at the bottom of the detection pillar, several electric snakes suddenly appeared in the core device used to measure energy levels. Then, it underwent a dramatic change and dimmed. The performance of the detection pillar was that the energy bar that was about to rush up instantly fell back down and stabilized at the toughness point. The energy indicator has stopped moving at F rank. What's the situation? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The teachers from the newcomer compound immediately rushed up to the high platform, ready to check on the situation. However, the summoning array on the summoning platform had been destroyed by the energy just now, and the energy detection pillar had also stopped, so there was no problem at all. The teacher did not give up. With a wave of her hand, a light flashed, and a butterfly with a colorful tail appeared behind her. How is this possible? Through the communication with the summoned spirit, the teacher's face was filled with disbelief. Teacher, what's going on? Yan Wu, who had come back to her senses, quickly asked. This teacher had been taking care of her since she entered the academy, and she was very good to her. Sigh, Wu. I'm powerless. The teacher sighed, shook her head, and walked down the stage with a disappointed look on her face. Yan Wu frowned, but it would be a joke to stay here in such a situation. So she stepped down from the summoning platform and left the ceremony. I didn't expect that the most dazzling star in the newcomer academy, the highly anticipated genius Yan Wu, would actually summon a skeleton. That's right. Everyone originally thought that she could at least summon a spirit with D or C rank potential. Who would have thought? Tisk, 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 doesn't that mean that she won't be able to make a comeback in the future? Of course. No matter how much of a genius she is, summoning a spirit with F rank potential will take her a long time to reach D rank. Sigh, a genius that everyone has their eyes on has been crippled for life. Ha ha ha, I was worried about what would happen if I summoned an E rank spirit. Now I'm not worried at all. There's already someone worse off than me. The moment Zhou Mingrui regained his vision, he heard the various conversations in the crowd. From the initial whispers, it quickly escalated to normal communication, and some people even deliberately raised their voices. These guys seem to be laughing at the girl who summoned me because my potential level is too low. Zhou Mingrui pondered for a moment before he came up with a rough analysis of the situation. I'm afraid that these snobs don't know my true strength. Just as Zhou Mingrui was about to release his aura, a figure quickly walked past him. He had no choice but to ignore these noisy guys and quickly follow Yan Wu. When he passed by the crowd, Zhou Mingrui noticed that the girls had made way for him. Their faces were filled with disdain, and a few of them even had looks of disgust. However, Zhou Mingrui did not know that these girls were the ones who had been surrounding Yan Wu and constantly flattering her. Otherwise, with his personality, he would definitely spit at these guys who turned hostile faster than flipping a book. He followed Yan Wu all the way to a deserted place. Then, he saw the girl sitting on a relatively flat stone with an expressionless face, staring at the distant scenery in a daze. May I ask for your name? After some time, Zhou Mingrui, who felt that his presence was too low, spoke up to break the awkwardness. You can speak. Yan Wu turned around and asked curiously. Ahem, I feel that your words are rather impolite. Zhou Mingrui faked a pose and coughed. So what if I'm impolite? You're just a skeleton, so what? You're not a high-rank summoned spirit. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. There's no hope for mankind anyway. With that, Yan Wu turned back to look at the distant scenery. It seems that she's very angry with me, but I didn't offend her. I was going to tell her that I'm not a low-rank summoned spirit, but forget it, he thought. Zhou Mingrui was an ordinary person, so he was very displeased to be rebuked for no reason. Look, Yan Wu actually came here. Yet, she's probably crying secretly after summoning a little skeleton. Sigh, to think that I liked her before, but now it seems that she's just a pretty face. You're going a little too far by saying that. So what if it's too much? People who can only summon F-rank trash are trash. I don't believe she can do anything to me. You were so arrogant and ignored us before, but now it seems like you're just so-so. That's right, she summoned a little skeleton with low rank potential. She must be so angry that she wants to cry now. At this moment, two boys passed by and saw Yan Wu sitting on a rock and enjoying the scenery. They started to mock her. Hearing this, Yan Wu frowned, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she took a deep breath and quickly got up and left. Zhou Mingrui was displeased to hear this, but he had no choice but to follow Yan Wu. After all, as a summoned spirit who had just arrived at the Qianling world, he could not be too far away from the summoner. Those two fellows said that to your face, and you're still indifferent. Zhou Mingrui, who was following behind, could not help but ask. If it were him, he would have attacked long ago. What the hell? A dog is barking beside you. Do you want to bite back like a dog? Yan Wu answered without turning her head. You're right, but I can see that you're not more than 15 years old. You shouldn't have such thoughts. Zhou Mingrui rubbed his bony, fleshless chin. Using his point of view before his rebirth, how could a girl in her puberty tolerate such a situation? They're just a bunch of brats. I don't have the time or mood to deal with these guys. Interesting. Zhou Mingrui thought. Yan Wu walked away resolutely. Behind her, Zhou Mingrui tilted his head. The soul flames in his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 4. As he followed Yan Wu out of the academy, Zhou Mingrui experienced what it meant to be bullied by a dog when a tiger landed on a field. Whether it was the students or the teachers, those who were walking on the road all avoided Yan Wu as if they had seen the god of plague. However, Zhou Mingrui realized that Yan Wu did not even bother to look at them. He thought, this girl called Yan Wu didn't care about those guys' mockery at all. No matter how you look at it, her mental age didn't seem to be a teenager. As he followed Yan Wu, Zhou Mingrui could clearly sense that the girl in front of him was not ordinary. She must have a story. However, he didn't ask any questions and just followed behind quietly. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the entrance of a manor. Young miss, you're back. The old master is waiting for you in the living room. As the door opened automatically, an old butler in a suit and leather shoes with a head full of silver hair respectfully greeted Yan Wu. All right, Grandpa Wei. Yan Wu only nodded slightly, and then she walked in with Zhou Mingrui. When he passed by the old butler, Zhou Mingrui felt a sharp aura by his side. He turned his head and realized that the source of the aura was the old butler. Zhou Mingrui glanced at him and then shifted his gaze to a tree not far away. After a glance, he retracted his gaze and followed Yan Wu into the manor. Sit over here. When the door of the living room door was pushed open, a dignified and steady voice sounded. Yan Wu didn't say much. She went straight to the owner of the voice and sat down. Zhou Mingrui took a look and saw a stern-looking middle-aged man with a square face. He was sitting on the sofa and sipping tea from a cup. This is your summoned spirit. After putting down his teacup, the middle-aged man looked at Zhou Mingrui. Yes, Dad. Yan Wu responded. Wu, why don't you put aside signing a contract with this little skeleton? After a week, he will naturally return to the illusionary spirit world, and you can resummon. At this time, a luxuriously dressed young woman also walked in. She had a face that was 60% similar to Yan Wu's, but she had a more graceful and luxurious aura and demeanor. No matter what price your dad has to pay, he will help you summon a better spirit. By then, with our family's power, we can use a huge number of resources to help you fill in the gap. The woman sat next to Yan Wu and put her arm around her shoulder. Even if you can't summon a better one, Mom and Dad will take care of you for the rest of your life. Yan Wu gently pushed her mother's arms away and then said solemnly, Dad, Mom. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry about me. The room next door is yours. The trial will start tomorrow, and I need to prepare well, so please don't disturb me. In the attic, Yan Wu closed the door after she finished speaking, leaving Zhou Mingrui with a dumbfounded look on his face. Tisk. Zhou Mingrui gritted his teeth and pushed open the door to his room. He walked into his room unhappily. In the room, Yan Huiyu was preparing all kinds of combat supplies for tomorrow. Of course, they were basically what she needed. In her assumption, the skeleton would be a burden for tomorrow's trial, and she could only rely on herself. However, when she was about to finish, Yan Huiyu paused and prepared a few life-saving supplies. Since she was the one who had summoned him, she would send him back safely and end this fate. The next day, thousands of new students gathered in the academy's public square once again. Beside them, on their shoulders, and in their arms, there were all kinds of summoned spirits, all of which had been obtained at the summoning ceremony yesterday. "Look, that skeleton girl is here." Just as Yan Huiyu entered the square, a female voice was heard not far away. Immediately, many gazes shifted to her. Almost no one paid attention to Zhou Mingrui, who was following behind her. Yan Huiyu's face was expressionless. All kinds of whispers were like a spring breeze. She didn't care about these things at all. "All right, everyone, pay attention. The trial of obstacles is about to start. After you enter the trial's secret realm, you must work together with your summoned spirits. Don't be arrogant and face danger alone. You must believe in your summoned spirit. It is your most loyal companion, your comrade. If you encounter any life-threatening danger, the secret realm space will teleport you out directly, so you must treasure this trial opportunity." On the stage, the teacher's voice resounded through the square with the help of the loudspeaker, but it did not affect the enthusiastic anticipation of the new students. Soon, an old man walked up to the summoning platform with a cloud of pitch-black mist following him closely. If one's vision was good enough, they would find that the black mist was so dark that they couldn't see through it, but there was some distorted starlight floating on the surface of the black mist. "That's the Vice Dean. I heard that his summoned spirit is diamond grade. In the entire academy, only the Dean and a few others are stronger than him. Yeah, that's a rare type of summoned spirit, the space spirit. Although its combat power isn't that high, it's famous for its strangeness." Upon hearing the conversation, Zhou Mingrui glanced at the space-type summoned spirit. "This feeling is similar to the rock I saw before. The only difference is that the space fluctuations are different." Rubbing his chin, Zhou Mingrui no longer looked over. "Yes, what's wrong?" On the high platform, the Vice Dean who was about to summon the entrance of the secret realm was stunned because his summoned spirit had just sent him a thought. His consciousness was filled with fear and panic as if he had seen the most terrifying natural enemy. I am fine." It disappeared. The information that came from his consciousness made the Vice Dean scratch his head in confusion. He could only continue his preparations to summon the entrance to the secret realm. Soon, an oval-shaped spatial gate appeared in front of the Vice Dean. "All right, after you step into the teleportation circle, you will be sent directly to a random location in the secret realm. I hope you can work hard to pass the trial." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the students began to step into the portal in an orderly manner and disappeared from the square. "Don't run around later. You must follow me closely." When it was Yan Huiyu's turn, she turned to Zhou Mingrui and gave him some instructions, but the latter just shrugged his shoulders and didn't answer. Seeing this, Yan Huiyu frowned slightly, but then she turned around and walked into the portal. After Yan Huiyu disappeared, Zhou Mingrui strode into the portal leisurely. After an instant of darkness, Zhou Mingrui quickly realized that he was in an environment similar to an ancient forest. The people around him had already disappeared, leaving him alone. Chapter 5. The moment he entered the space of the secret realm, Zhou Mingrui's sharp senses detected the changes in the space before and after. He also sensed the monster's scent that filled the air. This wasn't the smell that ordinary people had, but the smell that belonged to the soul. 24 hours had passed, and he could now leave Yan Huiyu for a certain distance without being restricted. However, if one were to sense carefully, they would be able to lock onto the other party's position through the connection between them. Although he would return to the illusionary spirit world in a few days if he did not sign the contract, Zhou Mingrui would not give in to the other party. At the same time, he did not owe her anything. Why would he act friendly only to be snubbed? Zhou Mingrui did a silent whistle as he randomly picked a direction and strode forward. As soon as Yan Huiyu entered the secret realm, she immediately took out a foldable alloy knife from her backpack. She was no longer the goddess of redemption before her rebirth. Without a contract with her summoned spirit, her physique was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. The only thing she could rely on now was her rich combat experience. After carefully advancing a few hundred meters in the forest-like environment, a roar suddenly erupted beside her. Out of the corner of her eye, Yan Weihu saw a black shadow flash by, and then a huge force directly hit her and sent her flying several meters away. After rolling on the ground a few times, Yan Weihu finally stabilized her body. At this time, Yan Weihu saw the true face of the black shadow. It was a mutant lion nearly 4 meters in size. The mutant lion opened its mouth and roared, staring at the human in front of it. Shaking her numb arm, Yan Weihu began to control the frequency of her heartbeat by breathing quickly, forcing herself to calm down. At this moment, panicking was the same as committing suicide. The mutant lion would not give Yan Weihu time to calm down. After waiting for a few seconds, it rushed over with its big feet. The strong airflow brought about by its body swept out like a hurricane, and the sharp fangs in its open bloody mouth came with a foul smell. The two sides collided in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes later, Yan Weihu stabbed her alloy knife into the ground and sat on the ground, gasping for air. If I had a summoned spirit, I wouldn't be so tired after the various attributes were added. However, when she thought about how she had summoned a skeleton, she felt helpless. It was impossible to sign a contract with that skeleton. The growth attribute of that kind of summoned spirit was too poor. A summoned spirit with high growth potential could even give the summoner more attributes than the summoner of a higher level, even if their level was lower than others. I'll definitely think of a way to solve this. Yan Weihu encouraged herself again. Then she stood up from the ground, brushed off the grass and soil on her body, and continued to move forward. For this trial, they had to reach their destination within the stipulated time. Of course, the first to arrive was not the winner, but the one who killed the most monsters in the trial's secret realm and earned the most points would be the winner. Of course, in the current situation, Yan Weihu could only guarantee that she would try not to be at the bottom. Roar! At this moment, pairs of eyes kept appearing in the shadows of the tall trees in the forest. It's been less than half a minute, and they're already here following the smell of blood. Yan Weihu was helpless. She also wanted to move immediately after killing the mutant lion, but she was surrounded again in less than 10 seconds. One mutant lion after another walked out of the forest. Their eyes had locked on Yan Weihu, and it was full of hatred. Feeling helpless, Yan Weihu could only pick up her alloy knife again and put on a fighting posture to face the 6 mutant lions that suddenly surrounded her. I will not fall here. She gritted her teeth and charged at one of the mutant lions with a low roar. Just as Yan Weihu was surrounded, Zhou Mingrui arrived at a cave. Just as he walked tens of meters deep into the cave, giant pythons as thick as an adult's waist appeared from various holes in the cave and surrounded Zhou Mingrui. Seeing dozens of pythons surrounding him, Zhou Mingrui raised his hand unhurriedly. A purplish-black light flickered as a long bone saber appeared in his hand. As though they had seen an opening, the dozens of pythons launched a rapid attack at Zhou Mingrui almost simultaneously. The python that was as fast as lightning in the eyes of ordinary people was now in slow motion in his eyes. Waving the bone saber in his hand, the skeleton that looked thin was like a butterfly in a flower bush. It easily dodged the python's attack and at the same time, slashed at their heart. The moment Zhou Mingrui lowered the bone saber in his hand, dozens of pythons lay motionless on the ground amid a series of plopping sounds. All of them showed no signs of life. Detected that the host has successfully killed creatures, and the talent, Devour, is activated. The dozens of pythons turned into grey undead essence. Following that, they flew to Zhou Mingrui's side like magnets before fusing into his body. Level increased to LV1. Level increased to LV2. Level increased to LV5. Zhou Mingrui's entire body began to glow faintly. His height increased from 1.5 meters to around 1.63 meters. His bone armor, which was only as thick as a finger, also began to gradually thicken. The feeling of leveling up made Zhou Mingrui groan in joy. When the light stopped, he immediately turned his head to look in the southeast direction. There was a strong smell of monsters there. As he sprinted, Zhou Mingrui came to the side of a group of feasting monsters. The ferocious beasts that were tearing the fresh meat of their prey suddenly turned their heads to look at him. Without another word, Zhou Mingrui charged forward with his bone saber. With the swing of his blade, these strong fierce beasts were like little chicks. They couldn't fight back at all as they fled in all directions. However, in Zhou Mingrui's eyes, these ferocious beasts were adorable experience babies. How could he let them escape just like that? After a series of chaotic pursuits, the ferocious beasts were eventually killed by Zhou Mingrui, who was in the mood to kill. Level increased to LV6. Level increased to LV7. Without thinking about it, Zhou Mingrui turned his head to look at the group of mutant lions that had been attracted by the smell of blood. When they first saw the blood-soaked skeleton, they all shivered and ran away without hesitation. Zhou Mingrui was not about to let go of these experienced babies either. He immediately chased after them as fast as he could. With the help of his talent, the lotus flower, his attributes were higher than a normal level 20 monster after he reached level 7. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, Zhou Mingrui began slaughtering the monsters. Chapter 6. 5 minutes later. The mutant lion's body covered hundreds of meters in the cave, and the smell of blood was so strong that it made people nauseous. As for Zhou Mingrui, he stood still with his bone saber in hand. At that moment, the tip of the saber was dripping blood onto the ground. Level increased to LV10. Detected that host's level has increased to LV10, talent upgrade activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent contract coherence. This notification jolted Zhou Mingrui out of his joy of rapidly leveling up. He quickly opened his attribute panel and tapped into the talent list. Contract coherence. After signing the equality contract, the host will receive triple the experience of the other contractor. Upon seeing the talent's description, the soul flames in Zhou Mingrui's eye sockets flickered. Contracts were generally divided into equality contracts, master-servant contracts, slave contracts, and so on. Summoned spirits with the lowest talent were generally slave contracts. After all, their intelligence might not be too high. This talent made Zhou Mingrui, who originally didn't want to talk to Yan Wu, hesitate. If he had this talent, in addition to his lotus flower attribute, then no matter if it was the speed of leveling up or the extent of growth, it would be unprecedented. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from the front of the cave, interrupting Zhou Mingrui's thoughts. To be able to have such an aura even at such a distance, this monster is much stronger than the others. With this in mind, Zhou Mingrui immediately strode toward the source of the sound. At the same time, at the other end of the cave, looking at the orangutan that was as big as a hill, Yan Wu's forehead was covered in sweat. It had not been easy for her to escape from the encirclement of the 6 mutant lions, and she had even managed to kill 2 of them. However, after running for some distance and shaking off the remaining 4 lions with great difficulty, she accidentally entered the orangutan's territory before she could catch her breath and recover her strength. Yan Wu's white neck moved up and down, and her whole body was in a state of tension. The orangutan in front of her was more than 4 meters tall, and the outline of its strong muscles was extremely obvious. It stood there like a thick wall. Roar! With a roar, the orangutan hammered its chest several times, sending a warning signal to Yan Wu. Frowning slightly, Yan Wu wanted to retreat. But just as she moved, the orangutan punched the ground. With this punch, even the cave shook slightly, and the gravel at the top of the cave fell. The originally flat ground was directly blasted into a big pit of about half a meter under this punch. It could be seen how terrifying the orangutan's explosive power was. Yan Wu stopped. She knew that it was impossible to run away now, so she had to face the orangutan. However, even at this point, she did not have any fear or worry. She had experienced many big scenes, so her hands did not even shake. However, no matter how calm she was, she couldn't find the orangutan's weakness in a short time. It wasn't that the orangutan didn't have a weakness, but with Yan Wu's current strength, she really couldn't find a weakness that she could break. Its thick fur was like a natural armor, protecting the orangutan well. Ordinary attacks could not hurt it at all. Even if its fur was scratched, it was still protected by its thick and strong muscles. The orangutan seemed to have noticed that its prey had been frightened by it. It opened its mouth and started to cry out. Then, it suddenly jumped with its legs. She rolled to the ground without hesitation, but she was still sent flying several meters away by the aftermath of the orangutan's landing. Yan Wu landed on the ground and gritted her teeth to withstand the intense pain. She quickly got up and pounced forward, once again avoiding the orangutan's fist. Just like a cat toying with a mouse, the orangutan kept chasing Yan Wu around, unwilling to attack her. Could it be that the assessment is going to end like this? Yan Wu began to doubt herself as she kept running away. However, just as she was about to dodge again, she saw from the corner of her eye that the orangutan had stopped chasing her and turned to look behind. Yan Wu stopped. Covered in wounds and dirt, she began panting. The continuous dodging had consumed a large part of her physical strength. Seeing the orangutan's vigilance and complete disregard for her, Yan Wu stopped her plan to turn and leave. Roar! The orangutan seemed to have been angered by its own fear. It suddenly raised its fist and hammered its chest continuously, letting out a series of roars. Under Yan Wu's confused gaze, the orangutan lifted its feet and rushed into the cave, only to be swallowed by the darkness in the cave. Boom! Bang! Creak! In a few short seconds, violent tremors and roars came from the cave. Yan Wu could hear that there was a fierce battle going on in the cave at this time. The continuous roars of the orangutan proved that the other party was very strong. However, less than 10 seconds later, the sound in the cave had a 180-degree change. The orangutan's roar instantly turned into a series of pained cries, and eventually, it became a wail. In the end, the sounds and movements in the cave completely stopped. And it had only been less than a minute and a half since the orangutan had entered the cave. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Yan Wu still didn't hear any sound from it. Just as she was about to take the risk and enter the cave to find out what was going on, a figure slowly walked out of the dark cave. Creak, creak, creak. It was like the sound of armor colliding with each other when soldiers wearing armor walked. The strong sense of oppression came straight to Yan Wu. When the sun shone on the figure, Yan Wu, who had been calm since her rebirth, revealed a shocked expression for the first time. At 1.8 meters tall, the other party was wearing exquisite bone armor, which reflected a faint white light under the sunlight. The exquisite craftsmanship made the bone armor look like a white jade carving, crystal clear and warm. By the time the sun fully shone on it, it could be seen that a ferocious bone helmet was covering his face. In his right hand, he was holding the orangutan's head, which was still dripping with blood, and slowly walked toward Yan Wu. But Yan Wu was not afraid at all, because she felt a familiar fluctuation from the other party. I know you're the little skeleton I summoned before. Looking at the other party, who was one head taller than her coming toward her, Yan Wu opened her mouth and spoke. That's right, it's me. Zhou Mingrui had no intention of denying it. He reached out and grabbed his ferocious-looking bone helmet. Chapter 7. When the bone helmet was taken off, even Yan Wu was shocked. This was because Zhou Mingrui's current appearance was no longer that of a simple skeleton. The soul flames in his eye sockets had already transformed into a faint blue energy layer that enveloped his entire head, turning it into a head similar to that of an ordinary person. His appearance was so handsome that even Yan Wu's heart couldn't help but beat faster when she first saw him. His extraordinarily handsome appearance, coupled with the faint soul flame halo around him, made him look even more domineering. You, what's with your change? And when did you actually kill that orangutan? Yan Wu was really confused and had no idea what had happened. She could only ask subconsciously. I'm indeed the skeleton from before, but I don't have to answer your questions. Zhou Mingrui removed his bone helmet and revealed his true appearance. Unlike his previous appearance as a skeleton, the light blue soul flame had spread from his eyes to his entire head, forming a translucent layer of energy. The energy layer outlined the shape of his facial features. With the long hair condensed from energy, it formed an extremely handsome appearance. Even from Yan Wu's point of view, she had to admit that Zhou Mingrui's current handsome appearance made her heart flutter. In addition to the imposing manner of the bone armor, it added an indescribable temperament to him. He's directly evolved into an undead knight. How long have we been apart? What is going on? At that moment, she was extremely puzzled. Even with her experience from her previous life, she could not tell what had happened to Zhou Mingrui. All right, all the monsters around here had been killed by me. That should be the boss of this territory. Let's go elsewhere. Zhou Mingrui did not answer. Instead, he used an indifferent tone to remind her. I understand. Yan Wu did not refute and readily agreed. At this moment, she no longer had her previous arrogant attitude. The hatred she had for Zhou Mingrui from the bottom of her heart had also disappeared. It was unknown if it was because Zhou Mingrui had become more powerful or because of his handsome face. Yan Wu didn't know this either. Could it be like what the women around her had said, a handsome appearance could easily lower the guard of the opposite sex? Based on the strength he displayed just now, he had already reached the peak of B rank and was close to an A rank. As long as I can sign a contract with him, with the addition of powerful attributes, my strength will definitely become stronger than before, and it will not be just a little stronger. In that case, with the advantage of my rebirth, it shouldn't be a problem for me to reach the epic grade. I might even touch the legendary grade. As long as I can reach the legendary grade, I'll have a great chance of turning the tide and solving the disaster even if I'm faced with a great calamity. But with my previous attitude towards him, if I speak rashly now, he will definitely ignore me. What can I do to ease our relationship? Yan Wu's heart began to struggle. It was the first time she felt so conflicted that she didn't know what to do. Focus your attention. Next, you will attract the monster's attention and then gather them together as much as possible. Ah, all right. Yan Wu quickly agreed, but for the first time, she felt uncomfortable. In the past, she had always been the one to say these words to her subordinates or the weak. No one had ever said this to her. This feeling gave her a strange feeling that she had never felt before. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui was also thinking about the matter of contract coherence. He was thinking about how he could have a conversation with the girl in front of him without losing his dignity and grace regarding the signing of the contract. After all, with the other party's attitude from before, Zhou Mingrui couldn't possibly be eager to get them to sign the contract. That would be embarrassing. However, before Zhou Mingrui was reborn as an undead spirit, he was just an ordinary person. He was not a sea king or a master of psychology. Thus, the two of them didn't speak at all, and they embarked on the journey to hunt down the monsters in the secret realm. At the end point, Old Lu, who do you think will get first place in this group of newcomers? A third-year student sitting next to the gate of the finish line yawned in boredom and asked another student next to him. It should be the guy who summoned the Spirit Knight and then tested for AC grade growth talent. I think his name is Zhang Shenglong, right? Yes, that's him. To be honest, if we wait for him to reach 3rd grade, we might all be hung up and beaten by him. Hey, I remember that the first place should have been a girl, Yan Wu, right? That's right. She summoned a skeleton with the lowest talent. What else can she do? What a pity. She's so beautiful, and everyone had high hopes for her. Who can you blame for this? Before this, she always gave everyone a sour face, as if she was a white swan while everyone else were toads. It's infuriating just looking at her. Yet, her teacher had been on her side because of her talent, but yesterday's summoning made her so angry that she left. She must not want to waste her energy on a piece of trash. Ha ha ha, I really want to see how that self-righteous woman looks when she comes here. Me too, but I don't think she'll even make it to the finish line. Ha 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 ha. Just as the two of them were bantering with each other, a figure appeared at the end. Someone's coming. The two students guarding the door immediately stopped talking and got up to welcome the person. After all, the student in front of them might be a big shot in the future. If they didn't suck up to this person now, when else would they do it? However, when they saw the appearance of the person who had come, the two of them were stunned. With Zhou Mingrui's hearing, he could naturally hear the conversation between the two. However, he did not mind it. After all, they were just two clowns. Junior Yan, as your senior, it's my duty to remind you that if you don't kill enough monsters, you won't be able to get a ranking even if you are the first to arrive. One of the taller senior students warned with a stern expression. That's right. Junior, you can't let us break the rules, right? A short and fat senior student next to him sized up Yan Wu with a perverted look. Yan Wu suddenly had a look of disgust. She wasn't a fool, and she knew what the other party's gaze meant. Chapter 8. However, if you're willing to have some fun with us after the trial ends, then we don't mind helping you get a rank, even though it'll be a bit lower. The tall guy didn't wait for Yan Wu's answer. He walked to Yan Wu's side and whispered, after all, you also know that if your ranking is too low and your results are too bad, it's very likely that you'll be expelled from the academy. Junior, I don't think you would want that to happen, right? Yan Wu immediately stepped back, but the tall guy quickly caught up and grabbed her arm. Junior, be careful and don't fall. Otherwise, we'll be very sad. The tall guy's face showed an expression that made Yan Wu feel extremely disgusted. Just as she couldn't help but prepare to attack, a thick and strong hand directly grabbed the tall guy's wrist. It hurts, let go. The tall guy immediately cried out in pain, then turned to the short fatty beside him and shouted, why aren't you attacking, you damn fatty? The short fatty was startled by this roar, and he immediately waved his hand to quickly draw in the air. Immediately after, the void flickered with light, and an array was formed. Following that, a rock spirit covered in crimson rocks stepped out of the summoning array. The moment it appeared, it sensed its master's command and charged straight at Zhou Mingrui. When Zhou Mingrui saw this, he snorted coldly. As he exerted his strength and flung the tall guy away, he raised his leg and kicked the rock spirit. You even want to kick away my summoned spirit. When the short fatty saw Zhou Mingrui's actions, he immediately sneered in disdain. The power of his rock spirit's charge was no less than a truck's head-on collision. He didn't believe that a noob's summoned spirit could withstand his level 35 summoned spirit. However, the result left the short fatty stunned. This was because Zhou Mingrui had really only used one kick to send the rock spirit that had charged forward flying. The tall guy seized the opportunity and summoned his spirit. A double-horned rhinoceros clad in metal armor emerged from the summoning array and charged at Zhou Mingrui at high speed. The rock spirit stood up at this moment and charged at Zhou Mingrui as well. Seeing that he was being surrounded, Zhou Mingrui calmly extended his skeletal hand and slowly drew a bone saber from his waist. His right foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and he quickly turned around and used the bone saber with inertia to ruthlessly slash at the armored rhinoceros body. The bone blade and the metal collided, immediately producing dazzling sparks. However, the armored rhinoceros momentum was forcefully halted by the slash. Following that, Zhou Mingrui's fist landed heavily on the armored rhinoceros head. Bang! The armored rhinoceros was immediately pressed to the ground by the power of the punch, and the ground caved in from the terrifying weight of the armored rhinoceros. At this moment, the rock spirit had arrived behind Zhou Mingrui and slammed its head into the ladder. Success! The short fatty's face revealed a happy expression, and his fists were clenched tightly. At this time, he seemed to see the scene of this damned guy who suddenly appeared and was ruthlessly knocked away by his summoned spirit. However, the next moment, the short fatty's happy expression froze on his face. This was because Zhou Mingrui's body remained unmoved on the spot, while his summoned spirit was sent flying from the impact. It rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Who the hell are you? Do you know the consequences of attacking a student from the same school? Not to mention that we're staff members of this trial. The tall guy stepped forward and pointed at Zhou Mingrui as he questioned him angrily. I remember that you were the ones who harassed her first, and you even wanted to do something indecent to her. Zhou Mingrui raised his eyebrows behind his helmet and spoke in a mocking tone. You, what evidence do you have? The tall guy said through gritted teeth. What happened? At this moment, the sunlight above them dimmed. A flying bird that was 6 to 7 meters wide quickly descended from the sky. A male student wearing the academy's elite uniform jumped down from the back of the bird. Leader Su, the two of us asked her to show evidence of her assessment, but not only did she refuse to give it to us, but she also got her summoned spirit to attack us. The tall guy immediately complained, not giving Yan Weihu a chance to speak first. Really? When Leader Su heard this, he frowned and looked at Yan Weihu and Zhou Mingrui. Look at fatties and my summoned spirit. They're already beaten up like this. How would we dare to lie to you? The tall guy pointed at his and fatty's summoned spirits and cried, squeezing out a few drops of tears. Do you know that it's a serious violation of the school rules to attack the staff of the trial's secret realm for no reason? Leader Su asked Yan Weihu in a low voice. Su, how, do you think I, Yan Weihu, would do such a thing? You must know better than me what these two disgusting guys are like. Yan Weihu didn't even bother to explain and said unhappily. If you don't explain, I'll take it as you agree tacitly. Su Hao narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't moved by Yan Weihu's words. Are all the academy staff like this, accusing without any evidence? At that moment, Zhou Mingrui, who had been silent all this while, spoke. The evidence is here. Do you have any objections? Su Hao shot a nonchalant glance at Zhou Mingrui as he pointed at the armored rhinoceros that had collapsed not far away. The giant bird behind him stepped forward and stood behind its master. It glared at Zhou Mingrui with a pair of extremely fierce eyes. I object. Zhou Mingrui unsheathed his bone saber and retaliated without holding back. It seems that the two of you are prepared to resist arrest. In that case, I can only make you go back obediently. Su Hao walked forward. With a flash of light, 2 long guns appeared in his hands. He raised the black muzzles and aimed them at Zhou Mingrui. The bird next to him flapped its wings, and a strong airflow instantly swept out, blowing the surrounding sand. Wait! Just as the two sides were hostile to each other, Yan Weihu stopped them. What's wrong? Su Hao sneered. Didn't you want evidence? I have it. Yan Weihu took out a miniature black button from her combat suit and pressed it lightly. A light screen was projected on the ground. The scene and conversation that had just happened were instantly reenacted. The tall guy and the short fatty were shocked when they saw this. Who the heck would bring a miniature camera to the trial? The academy did send unmanned robotic cameras to monitor the students in the trial field, but they would also evacuate when they reached the important areas. Su Hao, you should give me an explanation, right? Yan Wu's tone began to sound angry. Su Hao's expression calmed down after he saw what had happened. He patted the bird's head and turned around. Just when everyone thought he was going to leave, Su Hao suddenly moved and appeared in front of the tall guy, punching him in the stomach. Then, he moved again and kicked the short fatty. When you go back, go to the academy's disciplinary office and explain clearly. If I find out that you try to hide, I will make you regret coming to the academy. Having said that, Su Hao jumped directly onto the back of the bird. Then, before it flew away, he turned to look at Yan Wu and Zhou Mingrui. I hope we'll see each other on the field. As soon as he finished speaking, the bird flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. Chapter 9. Watching Su Hao leave, Yan Wu and Zhou Mingrui didn't take it to heart. After all, he was only an elite student. Pugh! The tall guy was kneeling on the ground and retching. Su Hao's punch was not light, and he could not stand up for a while. Is there no one else who can help to register? Then I'm going to go directly to the Academy's administrative office to complain about your trial secret realm team. Yan Wu and Zhou Mingrui walked back to the registration counter. Seeing that the two guys had not returned, Yan Wu snorted. There is. The short fatty could only stand up from the ground with great difficulty. He endured the pain and limped to the registration desk while touching his thigh. Yan Wu was expressionless. She took out a package from her backpack and threw it on the counter in front of the short fatty. The short fatty quickly steadied the bag, then opened it and poured out all the certificates inside. The certificates covered the table with a rustling sound. While he was marveling at the amazing number of certificates, the fat on his body suddenly trembled. This was because he saw the most eye-catching one among all the certificates. It was also a unique one in the entire secret realm, and it belonged to the leader of the secret realm. This. The short fatty trembled and became incoherent. What's wrong, fatty? At this time, the tall guy had also recovered and came behind the short fatty. When he saw the only certificate in the entire secret realm, he was stunned. In the previous 4 batches, not a single student had been able to take down the leader of the secret realm. It was clear how powerful the leader was. But this time, he didn't expect that it would be defeated by Yan Wu, who summoned a skeleton. It was truly unacceptable and unimaginable. Is there a problem with the certificate? Yan Wu immediately asked with a frown. No problem. With your battle record, you're undoubtedly the first place in this trial. Congratulations! The short fatty quickly complimented Yan Wu while registering, completely forgetting the fact that the two of them had wanted to take advantage of her. Yan Wu didn't care. Since she had already registered, she could go to the rest area at the back. In the resting area, Yan Wu and Zhou Mingrui found a corner to sit down in, and they began to close their eyes to rest. Very quickly, as the trial time ended, more and more students began to enter the lounge. Why did Yan Wu arrive first? That's right, didn't she summon a little skeleton? How can she be the first to arrive even with a piece of trash? Could it be that she deliberately went around those monsters to be the first to reach here? Then it's no use coming here first. This result doesn't count. However, she should have been eliminated directly. Could she have used something in exchange to make the people bring her here? Not necessarily. Who knows? There was a burst of whispering around, completely ignoring the fact that Yan Wu was still in the lounge. The most unpleasant words came from the female students who had been constantly fawning over Yan Wu in the past. Zhou Mingrui turned to look at Yan Wu, but he saw no change in her expression. It was as if she had not heard anything. She looked calm. This scene changed Zhou Mingrui's opinion of her. After all, the fact that she was able to achieve such a level of calmness despite all the gossip was enough to prove how strong her heart was. Silence! At this moment, a majestic voice sounded from the door, and the entire classroom immediately fell silent. Everyone's gazes turned to the door. A middle-aged man wearing a red robe with golden patterns walked in. His facial features were firm, and he exuded an aura of might without being angry. It seemed like all of you are very happy, right? After the middle-aged man entered the lounge, he looked around at the students inside and said with a frown. Other than Zhou Mingrui and Yan Wu, the other students couldn't help but sit up straight when his gaze swept across them. I've seen your results. The middle-aged man raised his hand and waved the report card in his hand. He then said angrily, "As the Dean of the Heavenly Saint Academy, I have presided over almost 10 trials, but this is the first time I have seen such a terrible result. In the end, you still have the face to be self-satisfied here. Aren't you ashamed?" All the students present lowered their heads at this scolding, except for Yan Wu, who looked at this scene calmly. Of course, only one person's grades were passable in my eyes. If the others were to follow my standard, everyone would all fail. The dean looked at Yan Wu, who was sitting by the window in the corner. This student is in the first place in this year's freshman trial. And also the first student to defeat the leader of the secret realm in 4 consecutive years. Her score is ahead of the second place by a full 60%. You can say that she crushed all of you. She's Yan Wu. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately turned to look at Yan Wu in the corner. Almost everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. After all, her summoned spirit was only a small skeleton. Moreover, looking at the skeleton's current appearance, it had obviously reached a certain level and was about to evolve into the next level of skeleton knight. All of you should know about Yan Wu's summoned spirit, but she still won first place in the trial and killed the leader of the secret realm. Look at yourselves. At the dean's reminder, the students present were terrified after thinking about it carefully. It could be said that Yan Wu had completed all these with her ability while carrying a burden. The way everyone looked at Yan Wu had changed from the previous contempt to astonishment, and then the eyes of most students quickly turned into admiration. There was no joy or sorrow on Yan Wu's face as if this matter was nothing to her. However, at this moment, her heart was in a completely different state. This was because 90% of these battle results were attributed to Zhou Mingrui. Even with her personality from 2 lives, it was already good enough that she could control herself and not blush. Furthermore, it was useless for Yan Wu to explain this matter. First of all, Zhou Mingrui was still her summoned spirit in the eyes of others. No matter how powerful Zhou Mingrui was, the results would only be counted on her. Therefore, Yan Wu could only go against her conscience and accept the results. At that moment, her impression of Zhou Mingrui had undergone a 360-degree change. She no longer had any conflicting feelings towards him. Of course, she had also been trying her best to kill the trial monsters and had even helped to attract monsters and aggro. She had also put in a lot of hard work. Therefore, she was still qualified to enjoy the attention and glory. She wasn't consoling herself. Zhou Mingrui wasn't saying anything either. Zhou Mingrui felt Yan Wu's gaze and gave her a strange look, but he didn't say anything. Did you see that? Even though she won first place, Yan Wu is still humble and doesn't have any arrogance. You have to learn from her. However, this trial secret realm is only an appetizer. The main purpose is to test the tacit understanding between you and the summoned spirit. The inter-school championships next month will be the place where all of you will truly display your talents. I hope that all of you will be able to learn from your mistakes and continue to improve yourselves. I hope that all of you will be able to achieve a result that will make you, your family, and the academy proud. Chapter 10. Walking out of the lounge, Yan Wu didn't care about those guys who came to get close to her. In her eyes, these guys were as annoying as flies. You. Just as she was walking halfway, a familiar female voice sounded. Yan Wu turned around and saw Zhou Yanyan, who had claimed to be her best friend in front of outsiders. For the first time, Yan Wu, who had always been indifferent, showed an unpleasant expression. Before her rebirth, Yan Wu had really regarded this girl, who looked very innocent, as her best friend. In her previous life, her best friend had used her name to flaunt her power everywhere, and Yan Wu had even come out to solve her problems many times. Moreover, in this life, after seeing her summon the skeleton that day, she decisively cut off contact with Yan Wu and drew a line. Yan Wu felt very uncomfortable thinking about it. You, my friend lied to me 2 days ago and said that you were talking bad about me behind my back. I was furious when I heard that, so I haven't contacted you for the past 2 days. Today, after I asked clearly, I found out that it was that fellow who was spouting nonsense. I've already scolded her and cut off all contact with her. Zhou Yanyan said as she walked forward, ready to hold Yan Wu's arm like before. But Yan Wu suddenly took 2 steps back. You, please believe me. I was really deceived. Please forgive me. Zhou Yanyan stepped forward again, faster this time. Having known Yan Wu for several years, she knew her character weakness. However, she had miscalculated this time. Stop! If you come any closer, don't blame me for being impolite. Yan Wuo immediately scolded in a low voice, and Zhou Yunyan stopped in her tracks. Zhou Mingrui, who was watching the show from the side, picked his ears. He left after saying that he would take his leave first and that the two of them could continue chatting. Zhou Mingrui was not interested in knowing what they were going to say. From this moment on, you and I are no longer friends. Don't interfere with my life anymore. Otherwise, I don't know what I would do. You should know my personality. With that, Yan Wuo left, leaving Zhou Yunyan standing there in a daze. Back home, Yan Wuo removed her disguise in front of outsiders and trotted up to the attic. On her way home, she had already made up her mind to sign a contract with Zhou Mingrui. Whether it was for the future of mankind or herself, this was something she had to do. She had already come up with several plans in her mind. How should she approach Zhou Mingrui to get him to agree? At that moment, Zhou Mingrui's room door was open, and he was packing his things. What are you doing? Yan Wuo quickly asked. You can't even tell? I'm packing up my things and leaving. Zhou Mingrui wrapped a cup and placed it in his luggage. He didn't even turn his head as he spoke. Leave? Why should you leave? Aren't you doing well? Although Yan Wuo really wanted to ask what an undead spirit wanted a cup for, she still asked what she really wanted to ask. In any case, we have not signed a contract. After a while, I will be automatically transported back to the illusionary spirit world. I want to take advantage of this time to travel. Zhou Mingrui, who had finished packing his luggage, carried it over his shoulder and was about to leave the room. But when he turned around, he found Yan Wuo blocking the door. What are you doing? I can't even pack my things and leave. Seeing that Yan Wuo had no intention of stepping aside, Zhou Mingrui said unhappily. No, you can't leave. Yan Wuo immediately said with a determined look. I've helped you complete the trial and got first place, so I don't owe you anything. Don't tell me that you want me to help you win this year's freshman tournament before letting me go? That's impossible. Even those capitalists aren't as outrageous as you. Zhou Mingrui snorted and reached out to push Yan Wuo away. We can sign a contract. That way, you won't have to return to the illusionary spirit world. Yan Wuo's voice softened as he stared at Zhou Mingrui with her big eyes. Sign a contract? Humph. You didn't even bother to look at me when I was useless before. Now that I'm useful, you want to sign a contract. Do you really think I'm stupid? Zhou Mingrui repeated before he snorted coldly. You. Yan Wuo was so angry that she felt suffocated. After all, as a top human expert in the past, it had been many years since she had met someone who dared to speak to her in such a tone. But now that she had a favor to ask of him, she couldn't let her temper flare up. Otherwise, she would really drive him away. It was indeed my fault at that time, but when we tested your growth talent, it was the lowest level, and I was also confused at that time. If this has caused you any trouble, I'm here to apologize. With that, Yan Wuo even took the initiative to bow and apologize to Zhou Mingrui. If an apology is useful, why do we need the law enforcement officers? Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingrui only grinned and did not say anything. I'm already like this. Why are you still saying this? Upon hearing Zhou Mingrui's words, Yan Wuo's face turned red with anger. She wanted to reprimand him, but she could only suppress her anger. Oh, since you don't like it when I say that, then I'll leave. Zhou Mingrui shrugged his shoulders and picked up his luggage indifferently. He was about to leave again. Wait. Zhou Mingrui. Yan Wuo quickly called out and grabbed Zhou Mingrui's arm. What now? Zhou Mingrui asked, despite knowing the answer. If you don't leave, I'll tell you a secret. It's a secret that only I know in this world. Gritting her teeth, Yan Wuo suddenly said. You can say it first. I'll decide if I want to leave after I hear it. Zhou Mingrui was not someone who would be easily fooled. He spoke decisively. Phew. Yan Wuo closed her eyes and began to take deep breaths. She was trying hard to calm herself down from the urge to pull out a knife and stab Zhou Mingrui. After opening her eyes, she first walked to the door to take a look before looking out the window. After confirming that there was no problem with the environment, she walked to Zhou Mingrui. I am a reincarnated person. After Yan Wuo finished speaking, she let out a long breath and looked at Zhou Mingrui. At the same time, a huge burden was lifted from her heart. After all, those who were reincarnated usually had to bury this secret at the bottom of their hearts. It was almost impossible for them to tell others, and they had to bear a lot of psychological pressure. Then, she looked expectantly at Zhou Mingrui. It was as though he would sign a contract with her without any hesitation after hearing her words. However, Zhou Mingrui's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. Why do you being a reincarnated person have anything to do with me? Chapter 11. You don't know what a reincarnated person is. Yan Weihou couldn't believe it, as if she was looking at an alien. However, she suddenly recalled that Zhou Mingrui came from the illusionary spirit world. It was normal for him not to know what a reincarnated person was. At this moment, Yan Weihou finally came to her senses. It turned out that she had been mistaken all along. Zhou Mingrui was a summoned spirit, not a summoner like her. I'll explain to you what a reincarnated person is. For example, if I have the memories of the present and suddenly go back to time and space 10 years ago, then I'm a reincarnated person. Yan Weihou tried to explain to Zhou Mingrui in the simplest words. You have to know that in 10 years, the entire human race will face terrifying monsters from unknown places. Endless monsters will fight with us humans, fighting for territory. Even if I become the leader of the entire human race 10 years later, the goddess of redemption with top combat power, I will not be able to turn the tide and kill all those monsters. But now that I've been reincarnated and summoned you, with your growth potential and my reborn identity, we can definitely raise our strength to an even more powerful realm before the great calamity arrives. In that case, we will have hope to defeat those monsters, take back the territory we lost, and save all mankind. As long as you sign the contract with me, we can become the saviors of the world, the benefactors of all mankind. The more Yan Weihou spoke, the more emotional she became. In the end, she even raised her hands and began a passionate speech. But what does this have to do with me? If this world falls, I can just return to the illusionary spirit world. I don't believe that they can still go to the illusionary spirit world to find me. Zhou Mingrui shook his head and denied Yan Weihou's words. Yan Weihou's face turned pale with anger. She felt as if there was blood in her throat, and her chest felt extremely tight and uncomfortable. However, Yan Weihou still endured it. She knew that she was now shouldering the hope of the entire human race and couldn't be buried by her anger. Therefore, Yan Weihou kept taking deep breaths to suppress the volcano that was about to explode in her heart. Yan Weihou's face, which was originally so angry that it almost erupted like a volcano, was forcibly transformed into an amiable expression in just a few seconds. The twitching muscles on her face proved how much force she was putting in and enduring it in her heart. Then I'll tell you about the reincarnated person. If you sign a contract with me, I can bring you to find more good equipment and relics. That was all planned before I was reborn. Some of the things are very precious. They might even be unique in this world. I'm the only one who knows their current location or the method to obtain them. Those things can help you and me to quickly increase our strength and surpass the people around us. Looking at Yan Weihou's change of attitude, Zhou Mingrui was laughing in his heart, but he still maintained a serious expression. Although you're a rare undead creature, I still know many treasures that belong to you. As long as you sign a contract with me, I'll definitely give you a share of the treasure hunt. However, if you don't sign a contract with me, then these things can only be left aside covered in the dust. Looking at Zhou Mingrui, who seemed to be deep in thought, Yan Weihou continued to increase her offensive power, trying to take down the entire mountain in one fell swoop. I understand your reasoning, but why should I believe you? There's no assurance for me when there's no evidence. And after signing the contract, you can go back on your words, and I can't hold you responsible. Do you think you would do such a thing if you were in my shoes? Zhou Mingrui shook his head and retorted with a solemn tone. In fact, this was just a test. After all, the innate talent contract coherence was a passive existence, and he really wanted to sign a contract. However, he had to keep all this in his heart and couldn't show any flaws on his face. Then what do you want? Yan Weihou was completely at her wit's end. She stopped pretending to be kind, revealed her pair of tiger teeth, and asked fiercely. Haha, that's more like it. This is the real you. I felt embarrassed when you were acting like that before. Zhou Mingrui laughed out loud, making Yan Weihou's right cheek twitch. Actually, I quite like this world too. After all, the illusionary spirit world is really too boring. It's just the same things that never change. Zhou Mingrui shrugged his shoulders and put down his luggage. So, you're willing to sign the contract? Yan Weihou was surprised at first, and she looked happy for the first time. Well, I can sign the contract. You're already so sincere. It would be unreasonable if I don't sign it. Zhou Mingrui's handsome features formed from energy smiled. That's it. Signing with me will only bring you benefits and no harm. Yan Weiju nodded and said with confidence. But let's get the serious stuff out of the way first. Although we can sign the contract, we have to agree to 3 rules. Zhou Mingrui raised 3 fingers and spoke in a solemn tone. What 3 rules? I'll say this first, don't you raise any excessive conditions, or I'd rather not sign with you. Suddenly, Yan Weiju's face showed a vigilant look, and then she took several steps back. What are you thinking? Zhou Mingrui was speechless. What was this woman thinking? I have 3 conditions. The first one is that we can only sign an equality contract. No other contracts are allowed. Zhou Mingrui extended a finger. That's not a problem. There's no way you're signing other kinds of contracts, and I can't bring myself to say it either. Yan Weiju nodded in agreement. The second condition is that all the spoils of war from now on will split to 30-70. I'll take 70%, and you'll take 30%. I'll have the priority to choose what benefits me. Zhou Mingrui said as he extended a second finger. This is too much. It's clearly an equality contract, so why should we split the spoils 30-70? Yan Weiju was immediately displeased. Was this an equality contract or a slave contract? The third condition. From the moment the contract is signed, you have no right to demand me to take the initiative to fight unless I'm willing. Zhou Mingrui extended his third finger and spoke with a calm expression. What? Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Yan Weiju immediately exploded. You mean, according to the second condition, if you refuse to fight, I have to give you 70% of the spoils of war for no reason. And I, the one who contributed, can only get 30%. Are you trying to insult my intelligence? Yan Weiju was so angry that she covered her chest with her hand. She had never met someone who could be so shameless. Chapter 12. It doesn't matter to me. If you're sure you don't want to sign it, then I'll leave. With that said, Zhou Mingrui got up and prepared to leave with his luggage. Wait. Yan Weiju spoke again. This time, she had calmed down. I didn't control my temper just now. I'm sorry. But I just want to ask, if you only take the loot and don't level up, what will you do with your combat power if you level up like this? The expression on Yan Weiju's face returned to its previous look. After all, she was also a reincarnated person who had experienced big scenes. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to know the contents of my 3 conditions. If you can accept them, then sign the contract. Otherwise, forget about it. Of course, Zhou Mingrui could not tell Yan Weiju about his contract coherence talent. Otherwise, Yan Weiju would blow up. Yan Weiju narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Zhou Mingrui's face as if she was trying to figure out something from it. However, after looking at him for a long time, she couldn't see any flaws in his face. Taking a deep breath, Yan Weiju immediately made a decision. All right, I agree to your 3 conditions. After all, she was once the goddess of redemption, and she still had this bit of courage and decisiveness. As long as she could sign a contract with Zhou Mingrui and receive a synchronized enhancement in her attributes, it would not be a problem for her to level up alone. As for the spoils of war, based on the number she had in her memory, it would not matter even if she gave Zhou Mingrui 70% of it. After all, they had already signed a contract. No matter how strong Zhou Mingrui was, he was still her contract summoned spirit. The one who would benefit from it would be her and not anyone else. Yan Weiju did not believe that Zhou Mingrui would not save her if she was in danger. And the main reason was that in the freshman tournament a month from now, the things that the first place would get would be very important to her. Very good. I didn't expect you to be so bold. All right, let's start signing the contract. Zhou Mingrui stood up and pushed his luggage to the side. Yan Weiju also stood up and began to chant an incantation. At the same time, she drew a strange magic array in the air with her fingers. Soon, the magic array was successfully constructed. As the light flickered, faint water ripples began to appear in the space, and a magic array that seemed to be in the water took shape. Yan Weiju stepped forward and reached her hand in. Soon, she took out a scroll made of animal skin. After taking out the scroll, Yan Weiju unfolded it and put it in front of her. The scroll automatically floated in the air. Yan Weiju raised her hand, bit her finger, and signed her name on the bottom left side of the contract. Once the signing was done, the entire piece of animal skin reacted, then it emitted a faint golden light. Then, with Yan Wu's prodding, the scroll floated in front of Zhou Mingrui. After carefully reading through the contents of the contract, Zhou Mingrui raised his hand and gathered energy on his finger. After he signed his name, the contract suddenly glowed brightly and turned into a huge ball of light with a diameter of half a meter. In the next second, the ball of light split into two and quickly became two smaller balls of light. They quickly flew into Yan Wu and Zhou Mingrui's minds. Parallel contract completed, beginning construction of Soul Bridge. As the voice rang in their minds, two balls of light began to light up on the foreheads of the two people. Then, the lights attracted each other, and a light band formed between the two people like a bridge. At this moment, the two of them felt that there was something extra between them. Soul Bridge completed, contract successful. As soon as the voice stopped, the bridge of light between the two of them disappeared, turning into stars that scattered in all directions. A contract with the summoner has been detected. The special mission conditions have been met. The system will begin drawing talents. Drawing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate talent Spirit Eye. Upon hearing that, Zhou Mingrui was overjoyed. He immediately opened his attribute panel and found the Spirit Eye in his talent bar to read its introduction. Spirit Eye, able to see the world through its essence. Able to detect the other party's biological and mechanical structure under certain conditions and obtain more hidden information. Zhou Mingrui immediately looked at Yan Wu and activated the passive ability of his Spirit Eye. The next moment, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Yan Wu. Level, LV 5. Strength 5, plus 40, Constitution 3, plus 40, Agility 4, plus 40, Intelligence 3, plus 15, Endurance 3, plus 20. Skills, none. Talent, none. Seeing these pitiful numbers, Zhou Mingrui shook his head helplessly. As for Yan Wu, she was puzzled as to why she felt like she had been seen through. It seems that after signing the contract, your condition has become even better. After shutting off his Spirit Eye talent, Zhou Mingrui acted as if he didn't know anything and asked about the situation. I can feel it. My physical fitness is much stronger than before. Whether it's my muscles or internal organs, they're all getting stronger. Yan Wu closed her eyes and carefully sensed the changes in her body. Different types of summoned spirits had different buffs for their respective summoners. For example, some were more towards strength and endurance, while others were more towards speed and extreme reaction. Yan Wu knew all of this. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Mingrui's power when she felt that her attributes had been enhanced. Remember the 3 rules we agreed on. Zhou Mingrui gave a friendly reminder before he sat back down in his chair and did not say another word. I know. Since I've made a promise, I won't go back on it. Don't worry. After Yan Wu finished speaking, she continued to feel the strengthening of her body. Miss, the master is looking for you. He is waiting for you in the living room downstairs. Just then, a servant in a maid's uniform came over and said to Yan Wu. All right, I got it. Yan Wu nodded and turned to leave the room, leaving Zhou Mingrui alone. I can have a good sleep now. Seeing Yan Wu leave, Zhou Mingrui had already thrown his suitcase to the side. He took off his armor and lay on the bed. Father, is there something you need me for? Yan Wu pushed open the door of the living room. She first looked at her mother, who was sitting on the sofa with a worried look. Then, she looked at her father, who had a helpless expression. She seemed to have understood something. Did you sign a contract with that skeleton? Yan Wu's father raised his cup, took a sip of tea, and asked. That's right. What's the problem? Yan Wu already had a rough idea of what had happened. After all, in her previous life, she was the most powerful force in the entire family and even the entire human race. Therefore, she was very clear about many things in the family. From her current situation, she could roughly guess her father's thoughts and actions this time. Chapter 13. That's the problem. Yan Wu's father, Yan Bin, sighed. The clan originally had high expectations of you, so they gave you priority in the allocation of resources. This also led to the reduction of resources for the other young people in the clan. Yan Bin said helplessly after taking a sip of tea. So, they've been watching me all the time. As soon as something happens to me, they'll protest to the clan and take back the resources from me, right? Yan Weihu directly helped Yan Bin finish his sentence. That's right. Since you've already thought of it, I don't need to explain further. The helplessness on Yan Bin's face faded a little. Yan Weihu's sensible intelligence reduced the gloominess in his heart. Then those old guys in the clan took back the share of resources allocated to me, and they even reduced it by a portion. Yan Weihu's eyes flickered slightly, and she continued to push while thinking. No, they reduced your resource distribution ratio to almost 10%. It's useless even if I help you to argue at the clan meeting because the gap in votes is too big. Even if you won first place in this secret realm trial, they think it's just luck. They even say that this small trial can't prove anything. Yan Bin let out a long breath, his face showing signs of fatigue. Yan Weihu was a little surprised, but she also felt it was normal. If she was an elder in the clan, after knowing that the genius who had occupied most of the resources of the younger generation in the family had become a useless person, she would not maintain the original distribution. This was also for the sake of the clan. But what kind of person was Yan Weihu? How could the former goddess of redemption be bullied like this? Father, it's just a few resources. Without them, the speed of my strength's improvement will indeed be slower, but strength ultimately depends on oneself. Yan Weihu stood up. There was no anger or dejection on her face, but it was full of confidence. You summoned a skeleton with pitifully low growth potential. Are you really confident? Don't worry. Even though the clan has cut off all your resources, I've saved up over the years. If I cast my reputation aside, I'll be able to get you enough resources to help you summon again. Yan Bin said quickly. Yan Weihu was very touched to see her father so considerate. Father, don't worry. This time, I'll tell them that they've misjudged us. When the time comes, I'll make them pay you back in double for embarrassing you in the clan meeting. Yan Weihu said in a decisive tone. All right, my good daughter. I'm very pleased that you have such ambition. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll get it for you even if I have to give up my old life. Yan Bin was also affected by his daughter's imposing manner, and he said heroically. After leaving the living room, Yan Weihu's expression became calm again. The clan had cut off her resources. Although it was within her expectations, it would still have a certain impact. Back in the room, Yan Weihu sat in a chair and fell into silence. Zhou Mingrui, who was by the side, asked, What's wrong? Why do you look so serious after you're done talking downstairs? My clan cut off my resources and disrupted some of my plans. Yan Weihu shook her head, indicating that she would not be distracted by those things. Today is the day when the resources will be distributed. I've already made plans. There's an auction in the Starry Sky auction house in the city, and there's a batch of potions sealed in a special box that we can get. If we can obtain it, you and I can increase our strength even faster before the freshman tournament. But now, because my clan is looking down on me, I have no resources, and my credit card has been frozen. I don't want to touch my father's money. As for borrowing money from a friend, you also understand my current situation. Yan Weihu poured out her grievances to Zhou Mingrui while she rubbed her temples. The confident look she had in front of her father was gone. Doesn't your clan know that you won first place in the secret realm trial? Zhou Mingrui, who had his legs crossed, asked curiously. They think that we were just lucky and that it doesn't count. Yan Weihu poured herself a glass of fruit juice and said while drinking. What about the freshman tournament? Zhou Mingrui pressed. With our current strength, there's basically no hope for us in the freshman tournament. Yan Weihu put down the juice and began to recall the information about this freshman competition in her previous life. Don't think that we've taken down the secret realm's leader is enough. In this month, after signing a contract with the summoned spirits, the children of many large families will receive the clan's resources and focused cultivation based on the talent of the summoned spirits. They look weak now, but after a month, things will be completely different. In the freshman tournament before my rebirth, I tried my best but only got the 10th place. Many of those who were ranked before me were fierce people at that time. Some of them are nouveau riche who relied on their clan's resources, some of them are geniuses with summoned spirits who are talented and have a certain amount of resources, and some of them are super talents who forced their way in with their own efforts even if they don't have resources. Yan Weihu told him what had happened before she was reborn. Then what was your situation at that time? Zhou Mingrui took Yan Weihu's fruit juice and gulped it down in one go before burping. His face was filled with a satisfied expression as if he was listening to a story. At that time, I summoned an ankylosaurus, and it was detected to have a B-rank talent. Under the full cultivation of my clan's resources, I was promoted to silver grade before the freshman tournament, and my summoned beast also reached level 20. Yan Weihu didn't care about Zhou Mingrui's attitude. After all, it was rare for someone to listen to her talk about things that she shouldn't have told another person. Ankylosaurus? Was it the kind that had diamond armor on the back, a crystal clear horn on the nose, and could even shrink into a ball and roll around to attack? Zhou Mingrui's interest was piqued as he recalled a type of summoned spirit he had seen in the illusionary spirit world. That's the diamond-horned Ankylosaurus, the upgraded form of the Ankylosaurus after level 70. Where were you? Oh, right, you should have seen it before in the illusionary spirit world. Yan Weihu was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She often saw Zhou Mingrui as a human, so she couldn't react for a while. According to the records in the database, isn't your illusionary spirit world's territory consciousness very strong? How did you see an Ankylosaurus above level 70? It was Yan Weihu's turn to be curious. I'm not the one who went to see it. It wanted to see me. Zhou Mingrui supported his head with his hand and returned to his lazy self. In his heart, he thought that the thing was kneeling a little far away from him. If it wasn't for his good eyesight, he wouldn't have even seen it. Chapter 14. Yan Weihu tilted her head and looked at Zhou Mingrui with a strange expression as if to say, "Brother, are you kidding me? You don't believe me? You think I'm bragging?" Zhou Mingrui instantly read Yan Weihu's expression and asked. "All right, you're not bragging. I'll believe you, okay." Yan Weihu spread out her hands to show that she was willing to believe it. If I were to tell this woman that the summoned spirits I saw included the ancient divine dragon and the phoenix, she would probably be scared silly, he thought. Zhou Mingrui didn't wish to continue the conversation. After all, no matter how much he said, people would think that he was bragging. That would be meaningless. In any case, in the future, this little girl would find out just how high his status in the illusionary spirit world was. "What are you going to do next?" Zhou Mingrui took the opportunity to ask. "The money I have on me now is only enough for my daily life, and I don't have enough resources to use. You're not willing to help me, so I can only go to the Academy's training ground first. As for going out of the city to hunt in the monster gathering area, without the company of a summoned spirit, I'd be delivering food to the monsters." With that, Yan Weihu got up and returned to her room. By the time she reached the door, she had already changed into sportswear and went out alone to the training ground of the Academy. Zhou Mingrui had visited the training ground before. It covered a large area and was well equipped with facilities. It was very suitable for training between a summoner and a summoned spirit. There was also a battle simulation training ground. One could also gain experience by doing battle simulations on the training ground. However, the experience gained would be much lesser compared to the monster gathering areas. Zhou Mingrui did not follow because he had the talent of contract coherence. The more Yan Weihu practiced, the more experience he would gain. Why should he train so hard? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Yan Weihu would go to the training ground every day to train, and then go home with a tired face, but she never relaxed for a moment. This made Zhou Mingrui, who had already decided to slack off and be a lazy bum, feel a sense of inferiority. Of course, he quickly indulged in the wonderful days of leveling up while lying down. Because of contract coherence, his experience had been increasing, and soon, he reached level 19's cap. He only needed one more day to reach level 20. "Zhou Mingrui, I've been tolerating you for a long time. I didn't expect you to lie at home for half a month without leaving the house. Are you a skeleton or a lazy bum?" With her hands on her hips, Yan Weihu looked at Zhou Mingrui, who was lying on the bed and playing games on the virtual gaming console. "Didn't we agree on 3 rules? What, are you going to break them now?" Zhou Mingrui didn't even look at Yan Weihu. His eyes continued to focus on the game console in his hand. One must know that before he transmigrated to the illusionary spirit world, as long as he was given a good computer with internet, as well as sufficient water and food, he could stay at home until the end of the world. "You're right. One of the 3 conditions we agreed on is that you can't be forced to take action under any conditions. However, I'm not forcing you to fight this time. I'm asking you to train with me. This won't go against the 3 agreements between us." Yan Weihu's face revealed a smug smile as she looked at Zhou Mingrui triumphantly. "Then I won't go either. What can you do to me?" After putting down the game console, Zhou Mingrui picked up the blueberry juice beside him and took a sip before continuing to play the game. Fine, you forced me to do this. At the sight of Zhou Mingrui's rascal-like behavior, Yan Wu wrinkled her nose and decisively snapped her fingers. The next moment, the game console in Zhou Mingrui's hand turned black. The huge television on the wall that was playing a dance program of beautiful women also turned black. First of all, in our agreement, there was no promise that I would provide you with any entertainment facilities. I've already shut down all the electronic and virtual entertainment facilities at home. If you're really a lazy bum, you can continue to lie at home and sleep. With that, Yan Wu stood up to leave. Forget it, let's go. Zhou Mingrui had no choice but to get up. After stretching his back, he followed behind Yan Wu. Seeing that this lazy bum had finally gotten up and was willing to go with her, Yan Wu thought to herself that life was too difficult. The two soon arrived at the training ground. Zhou Mingrui realized that even though it was evening, the place was still bustling with activity. Summoners and summoned spirits were training hard everywhere. The atmosphere is quite good. Zhou Mingrui was a little surprised. However, when he thought about Shuimu University in his previous life, he felt at ease. There was no lack of people who wanted to change their fate with their hard work, no matter which world they were in. With a sweep of his gaze, lazy, no, Zhou Mingrui saw the resting area and headed straight for it. First, he ordered a glass of milk, a bowl of a ready-made meal, and a bag of chocolate from the vending machine. Then, he sat on the sofa and continued to idle. Yan Wu was already numb. Was this guy not a skeleton but a lazy bum spirit? So many students were dripping with sweat here, and the atmosphere was so intense. How could this lazy bum spirit lie on the sofa? Forget it. Yan Wu had given up. She no longer intended to care about this lazy bum. Instead, she walked toward the training equipment she was used to using. He sat on the sofa and watched the countless people working hard on the training ground. He drank hot milk and ate a delicious nutritious meal. Then, when he felt the ever-increasing experience points, Zhou Mingrui felt that such a life was wonderful. At the same time, Yan Wu had begun to temper herself. Even if she was a super expert before her rebirth, she still needed to constantly train her body. Otherwise, even if she had rich combat experience and combat awareness, her body would not be able to display its full potential. Therefore, Yan Wu would not let go of the opportunity to become stronger. She felt that even if she wasted a minute, she would be irresponsible for the future. Look, isn't that Yan Wu? She's alone again today. Yeah, I heard that Yan Wu has been training here alone for the past half a month. I haven't seen her summon spirit at all. Didn't she get first place in the Secret Realm trial and kill the Secret Realm's leader? I don't know. I guess she fell out with her summoned spirit or for some other reason. Come to think of it, if I were to summon a skeleton, I might also fall out with it and wait for the next summon. If that's the case, it's useless no matter how much she trains. If she doesn't have a summoned spirit to accompany her in the freshman tournament, she can't even participate. As expected, the headmaster was right. The first place in the trial doesn't prove anything. The freshman tournament is the place where you can truly prove yourself. Chapter 15. Yan Wu didn't pay attention to the discussions of the people around her. She was completely focused on her own training and turned a deaf ear to the complicated information from the outside world. As time passed, the number of students in the training ground slowly decreased. By the time it was close to 11 p.m., there were only a few people left in the training ground. Phew! Sitting on the sofa in the rest area, Yan Wu heaved a long sigh of relief. After wiping the sweat off her face with a towel, she took out a bottle of nutrient drink, opened the lid, and drank it. Zhou Mingrui, who was beside her, was already lying on the sofa. He was even snoring softly. The students passing by looked at Zhou Mingrui in surprise. They could not understand how a summoned spirit could lie down and sleep in the open in the training ground. Yan Wu didn't care. She got up and went to the battle simulation training area. This was a necessary program after daily physical and combat training. It allowed the body to gradually relax, and at the same time, it could train one's nerve reaction and muscle memory. However, just as she got up and was about to leave, 6 figures appeared in front of her. One of them, a sexy woman with fiery red wavy hair and wearing a branded training suit, came forward and looked at Yan Wu up and down with contempt. Hey, isn't this Yan Wu, the no one of our secret realm trial? Why are you here? Yan Weihua frowned slightly at the undisguised mockery in her tone. Speaking of which, where's that trash-summoned beast of yours? Why don't I see it? Or have you already locked it up because you don't like it? The woman covered her mouth and laughed, and the lackeys beside her also chimed in. It must be that our goddess Yan doesn't like skeletons. That's right, if she can get the first place by herself, why does she need that trash-summoned spirit? However, without a summoned spirit, you can't participate in the freshman tournament. At this time, the red-haired woman walked up and said in a mocking tone. Zhao Enkai, get out of my way. I need to go and train. Yan Weihua looked indifferent. As if she didn't hear her at all. Yan Weihua, your clan has cut off almost 70 to 80% of your cultivation resources. Your status is almost the same as a servant, and your summoned spirit is a useless skeleton. Where do you get the confidence to be arrogant in front of me? Zhao Enkai ran her fingers through her curly hair as a look of confidence appeared on her face. From the moment she entered the school, she had chosen Yan Weihua as her opponent, who was sought after by tens of thousands of people and was as cold as ice. But after a round of comparison, whether it was in terms of appearance, figure, talent, or family background, Yan Weihua was firmly above her. How could Zhao Enkai, who had been pampered by everyone since she was young, tolerate this? However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't surpass her in any aspect. In fact, she almost gave up in despair. But on the day of the summoning ritual, Zhao Enkai saw Yan Weihua summon a skeleton with her own eyes. She was stunned, but at the same time, she became excited. From the recorded history to the present, no one had ever seen a summoned spirit like a skeleton surpass a D-rank talent. Not to mention, the testing device had indicated that the skeleton had the lowest F-rank talent. Zhao Enkai was so excited that she couldn't sleep that night. She could almost see Yan Weihua lowering her head in front of her. Even though she was not as beautiful as her, she could completely crush her in terms of strength. Zhao Enkai, I told you to move. Yan Weihua spoke again, and her tone gradually became cold. Oh, you still have a temper? Then call out your summoned spirit and let me be convinced to make way for you. Zhao Enkai didn't seem to mind. She even took 2 steps forward and snapped her fingers. A 2-meter tall, 3.5-meter long summoned spirit appeared behind Zhao Enkai. Its upper body was that of a muscular human, while its lower body was that of a bird with wings. It had a pair of extremely sharp claws that reflected a faint light under the light of the training ground. This is my summoned beast, Yi Feng, a summoned spirit of an orc. It has a top-grade C-rank talent and has reached level 20. Zhao Enkai summoned her summoned spirit and began to show off in front of Yan Weihua. Come on, how about showing us your summoned spirit? That's right, we've already summoned it. Don't you bring your own summoned spirit to the training ground. Hearing these people's sneers and they had no intention to move away, Yan Weihua was ready to call the training ground security. Hey, Yan Weihua, don't rush. I heard that you are recently short of money, right? How about we make a bet? Call out your summoned beast. If it can hit my summoned spirit, I'll give you $100. Zhao Enkai began to use money as bait, trying to tempt Yan Weihua to make a move. Get out of my way. I'll say it one last time. Yan Weihua's eyes had turned cold, even with some inexplicable meaning. However, Zhao Enkai had already entered a state of extreme excitement. This was the first time she could bully Yan Weihua like this, so how could she give up just like that? If 100 is not enough, how about 500? But with your family background, you definitely won't be interested in 500. Then 1000 it is. Why do you still have that expression? How about 5000? As long as your summoned spirit can defeat my summoned spirit once, I'll give you 5000. Yan Weihua had narrowed her eyes, and a trace of killing intent was about to leak out. $5,000 is not enough. How about this? I'll give you $10,000, but you can't be too greedy. As long as you knock down my summoned spirit 10 times, you'll get $10,000, and I'll transfer the money on the spot. Hearing this, the faint killing intent in Yan Weihua's eyes suddenly disappeared. She began to reconsider. Are you an idiot for not accepting such a good deal? Just then, a reproachful voice came from behind Yan Weihua. I really didn't expect there to be such a good person. She knows that we're short of money, so she sent it to our door. Should I give her a warm hug? As he said that, Zhou Mingrui quickly stepped forward and gave Zhao Enkai a big bear hug. Very impressive. Before the other party could react, Zhou Mingrui decisively released his embrace. Let's make a deal. You have to give Maine $1,000 if I knock down this birdman once. Yan Wu, turn on the video recording function in case these people renege on their debt. In order to prevent her from going back on her word, Zhou Mingrui even turned his head to remind Yan Wu, who was beside him, to start recording. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Because I, Zhao Enkai, won't throw away my reputation for this bit of money. Moreover, you want to defeat my Yifeng with your skeleton-like appearance. In your dreams. Chapter 16. Even though Zhou Mingrui's current appearance was slightly different from when he was first summoned, in the eyes of most people, he was still a skeleton that was not too thin. Especially when he stood in front of Yifeng, it was like a teenager standing in front of an adult, the contrast was too obvious. Yifeng looked at Zhou Mingrui, who was standing in front of him, and his eyes revealed an unconcealed look of disdain. If this guy can knock me down once, I'll drink water while performing a handstand for you on the spot. Raising his hand, Yifeng pointed at Zhou Mingrui and laughed out loud. There was no trace of politeness in his voice. Indeed, the dog is like its master. Zhou Mingrui wasn't as polite as Yan Wu. In his past life, he had been a troll, and he retorted on the spot without holding back. I'm sure that your beak is grown in the wrong place. Otherwise, how could it smell so strong? Also, are you a human, a beast, or a demon, or are you nothing? One sentence after another came out of Zhou Mingrui's mouth. He did not give the other party a chance to retort. Furthermore, he did not even use a single vulgarity. Don't try to argue with me here. If you have the ability, let's go to the arena and fight. I'll torture you until you cry for mercy. Yifeng couldn't hold it in any longer. He roared and interrupted Zhou Mingrui's words as he spoke viciously. Active skill successfully unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the active skill skeleton equipment. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Zhou Mingrui's mind. A smile immediately appeared on his face. No problem, I'll accompany you. Since the other party was offering him money, and it just so happened that he triggered his active skill, how could he not agree to such a good person's request? Yan Wu remained silent at the side. She only caught up with Zhou Mingrui after Zhao Enkai and Yifeng went to the arena. What are your chances of winning against him? 100%. The reason why it's 100% is that the highest level is 10 level. Zhou Mingrui had a carefree expression on his face. He did not care about Yifeng at all. Alright, then I'll watch a good show. Remember to earn more. Yan Wu couldn't help but nod at Zhou Mingrui's confident words. Then, she specifically reminded him to make more money. Hearing Yan Wu's words, Zhou Mingrui was a little surprised. This was the first time he had discovered this side of this woman. Sure, no problem. Zhou Mingrui agreed without a second thought. This time, their point of view and purpose were surprisingly the same. Soon, both sides arrived at the arena. Yifeng and Zhao Enkai were already waiting at the edge of the arena. There were very few students around, but there were still a few who noticed the situation. They stopped their training and came over. After all, it was the nature of many people to be spectators, especially in an arena battle, which was an entertainment program for many students after their training. Zhao Enkai was more than willing to let someone see how she ruthlessly stepped on Yan Wu. Hey, isn't that Yan Wu and Zhao Enkai? How come they're fighting? Isn't that normal? I've heard that the two of them don't get along among the freshmen. Zhao Enkai must have felt that she could crush Yan Wu after seeing her summon the little skeleton, so she came to challenge her to get back her name. Look at Zhao Enkai's summon spirit. It's a C-rank talent summon spirit, Yifeng. Yan Wu's skeleton is the worst F-rank talent. This is a one-sided battle. How could Yan Wu dare to accept such a battle? Who knows? Look at the people around Zhao Enkai, they probably forced her. The surrounding students whispered to each other, but this time, they didn't mock Yan Wu. Instead, they focused on Zhao Enkai. Shut up! Whoever is not happy can come up and fight me first. Zhao Enkai's fiery temper was instantly ignited. She turned around and looked at the spectating students. She wasn't afraid of offending these guys at all. Those who were able to stay at the training ground so late were basically students who were embarrassingly short of money and had poor family backgrounds. With her family background, she didn't need to be afraid of these guys. As expected, the students shut their mouths for a moment after being yelled at like that. They dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to speak. Alright, all the annoying flies have shut their mouths. Next, it'll be between you and me. I won't bully you. You and I won't fight, so how about we let our own summoned spirits fight? Zhao Enkai made this suggestion that seemed to be very considerate of Yan Wu. Alright, I have no objections. Yan Wu was about to refuse, but when she saw Zhou Mingrui waving at her behind her back, she chose to agree. Zhou Mingrui and Yifeng walked to the center of the arena at the same time. Both parties looked at each other. Welcome to the self-service arena. The protection system is starting. The countdown will start in 20 seconds. At this moment, the arena had already been activated. I'm very happy that you actually have the courage to go up to the arena, but I'm also very sorry because I won't hold back later. I hope that your bones are as hard as your mouth and can last a few more rounds under my hands so that I can have my fun. Yifeng lowered his head and said to Zhou Mingrui in a mocking tone. I also hope that your bones can last longer like your mouth. After all, I'm in need of money recently. Zhou Mingrui did not get angry. Instead, he made a threat. In the next moment, his eyes lit up with two grey-white soul flames, and the bones on his body lit up with a faint fluorescent light. Skeleton equipment, level 20 active skill. You can use your own bones to transform into weapons and armor that suit you. The attributes of the weapons and armor are based on your level and attributes. After damage, you can use energy to repair yourself. This was Zhou Mingrui's first awakened skill, so he was naturally looking forward to it. At this time, Yifeng just happened to put himself in trouble, so he naturally could not let go of this sandbag that came to his door. A ball of fluorescent energy quickly wrapped around Zhou Mingrui's body. In the blink of an eye, it formed a close-fitting white bone armor. Under the light of the training ground, it reflected a metallic glow. At the same time, a long bone sword appeared in his right hand. The sharp blade reflected a terrifying white light. Yifeng didn't care about this. He had full confidence in his own strength. In the illusionary spirit world, he had never heard of a low-rank summoned spirit like a skeleton being able to advance to become a powerful expert. With a flash of yellow light, a double-edged giant axe appeared in his hand. Chapter 17. The double-edged long axe had a few cuts and a few faint blood spots. It was obvious that it had been through a lot of battles. Counting down to 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ended, the light screen between the two of them disappeared. Zhou Mingrui felt a strong gust of air pressing down on him. This was because Yifeng had already swung his axe at the first possible moment. The sound of air being compressed and torn apart rang in Zhou Mingrui's ears. However, he had already raised the bone sword in his hand one step ahead of him. Bang! The double-edged axe struck the bone sword, and a slightly muffled sound of collision resounded in the arena. However, the spectating students were all shocked. This was because Zhou Mingrui had only raised one hand. The bone sword in his hand was placed horizontally in front of him. And Yifeng's double-edged giant axe just happened to be on the body of this bone sword. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone who saw it was shocked except for Yan Wu. They seemed to see a child raising his hand to catch an adult's fist, and the child still had a relaxed expression. Is this all you've got? Zhou Mingrui's voice turned deep after he wore the helmet. It sounded like he came from the netherworld. Shut up! I'm being merciful. Die! Yifeng was instantly infuriated by those words. With an angry roar, the muscles in his arms swelled up. His powerful strength brought back his confidence as he once again brandished the double-edged axe in his hand and slashed it at Zhou Mingrui. As for Zhou Mingrui, he remained unflustered. The bone sword in his hand drew a strange circle, but he managed to stab the side of the double-edged axe first despite being the second to move. With this stab, the powerful force of the double-edged axe was instantly stagnated. Zhou Mingrui took a step forward with his left foot. After the tip of the bone sword created a spark on the double-edged axe, it smashed into Yifeng's chest. Bang! Yifeng took a few steps back in pain, but with the lower half of his bird body, he quickly regained his center of gravity. However, just as he stood firm while he was still dizzy, Zhou Mingrui appeared in front of him in a flash. He mercilessly kicked him in the chest. This time, Yifeng completely lost his center of gravity and directly fell on the stage. This time, Zhou Mingrui did not press on with his victory. Instead, he quickly took a few steps back and made room for him. $10,000. Zhou Mingrui said indifferently. What are you doing, Yifeng? You were defeated by a skeleton. Zhao Enkai suddenly shouted. She couldn't believe that her summoned spirit could be defeated by Yan Wu's skeleton. Yi Feng, who had fallen to the ground, was also doubting his life. He had not expected himself to actually be knocked down, and an indescribable feeling of suppression instantly turned into anger. The other party did not continue to attack. It was obvious that they wanted to use him as a money tree and keep knocking him down. Scoundrel! Yi Feng jumped to his feet, and his entire body stood up. Several blue veins protruded from his forehead, and the muscles on his upper body began to tremble. Be careful! He might have awakened the berserk skill, which will improve his physical fitness. The only disadvantage is that it won't last for long. After it ends, he will enter a state of weakness for some time. Yan Wu immediately reminded him. As a future powerhouse at the top of the pyramid, she naturally knew most of the skills of different types of summoned spirits. She even remembered the general effects clearly. Yi Feng's summoned spirit state was obviously the active skill berserk that could be easily awakened among the orc summoned spirits. There's no need to worry. However, Zhou Mingrui did not mind at all. He continued to allow Yi Feng to activate its berserk state. You will regret this. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, his eyes were instantly filled with red blood vessels, and his skin also appeared flushed. Hoo! A pair of wings spread open from its back as it charged at Zhou Mingrui at a speed that was nearly twice as fast as before. The double-edged axe in its hand also transformed into a black shadow as it slashed down at Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui's arm glowed as it was immediately covered by a thicker layer of bone. He raised his sword and met the double-edged axe. You reckless thing! Seeing that the other party actually dared to face him head-on when he had activated Berserk, Yi Feng immediately laughed wildly in his heart. He could already foresee that Zhou Mingrui would be sent flying by his axe. He would not be able to get up after he crashed to the ground. However, the next moment, when the weapons of both sides collided, the development of the situation was completely out of Yi Feng's expectations. The violent strength that he was so proud of was unable to force Zhou Mingrui to take a single step back when he faced him. How is this possible? After entering Berserk, Yi Feng's heart had become incomparably restless, but at this moment, it was as if a basin of ice water had been poured on it, and he was chilled from head to toe. Hoo! The air currents swirled wildly as Yi Feng controlled its wings and swept them towards Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui only had a pair of hands, but Yi Feng had a pair of wings. Looking at the wing that was sweeping toward him, Zhou Mingrui suddenly exerted strength in his legs. A powerful force erupted from his waist, pushing Yi Feng back a few steps. Immediately after, the bone sword in his hand turned into a white phantom and cut towards Yi Feng's wings. Ah! With a tragic cry, Yi Feng's left wing was sliced open by Zhou Mingrui's bone sword, leaving a deep wound. If he had not retreated quickly, it was very likely that his wing would have been severed. Enduring the pain from his wound, the original arrogance Yi Feng had completely disappeared. Now, if anyone told him that this skeleton in front of him was a good-for-nothing, he would definitely fight that guy with all his might. He was actually able to fight head-on with him in a berserk state and even forced him to retreat. In terms of strength, he was definitely stronger than him. Go on, Yi Feng, why aren't you attacking? Zhao Enkai, who was behind him, immediately urged him. After all, she wasn't Yi Feng. She couldn't sense how terrifying Zhou Mingrui was. No, it's my turn. After Zhou Mingrui finished speaking, he took a step forward and rapidly approached Yi Feng. Under the berserk state, Yi Feng knew that he still had the strength to fight. Hence, he roared and charged at Zhou Mingrui again. Just as the two parties were about to collide, Yi Feng's body suddenly flew up and dodged Zhou Mingrui's attack. Immediately after, Yi Feng endured the pain and flapped his wings like an eagle as he swooped down towards Zhou Mingrui. I already expected you to be able to fly. A white bone shield had already formed in Zhou Mingrui's hand. He raised his hand to the sky, blocking Yi Feng's attack. At the same time, his other hand reached out and grabbed Yi Feng's left foot. Get down here! Zhou Mingrui bellowed. With a burst of strength in his arms, he yanked Yi Feng down and slammed him to the ground. $20,000. Zhou Mingrui looked at Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground. Chapter 18. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was already disoriented after being yanked by Zhou Mingrui. He could not get up for a while. Zhou Mingrui furrowed his brow slightly. He had indeed exerted a little more force in his attack, but he was still in a berserk state. How could he have lost his combat strength just like that? Just as he was thinking about how to get Yifeng to stand up and continue the battle, Zhao Ankai, who had been watching the battle from the side, suddenly rushed in. Zhao Ankai, that's enough. Seeing Zhao Ankai enter the arena, Yan Weihu also jumped up and landed on the stage. Just as she was about to make a move, an arm blocked her and stopped her. No, I'll do it myself. Zhou Mingrui's voice was filled with confidence, which stunned Yan Weihu. Zhao Ankai is a special booster among summoners. She can increase the status of her summoned spirit, so you have to be careful. Yan Weihu thought for a second and decided to listen to Zhou Mingrui's decision and not make a move. Thank you. Zhou Mingrui expressed his thanks and sent Yan Weihu off the stage. The students who were watching the battle were shocked by Zhou Mingrui's strength and confidence. They never expected that skeleton, who they thought was useless, was actually this strong. You will regret this. After Zhao Ankai finished speaking, she placed her glowing right hand on Yifeng's chest. His body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. The dizziness in his mind instantly dissipated, and the redness in his muscles quickly subsided. 2 seconds later, Zhao Ankai's other hand, which was glowing with a red light, pressed down. A faint red glow appeared around Yifeng's body. He could feel his heart beating rapidly, and all the muscles in his body seemed to be cheering. A much stronger force emerged from the depths of his body, allowing Yifeng to quickly stand up. It's rapid recovery and adrenaline. Yan Weihu reminded him from the side. She was able to know the opponent's skill based on his condition and performance. Who? Yifeng quickly stood up, and Zhao Ankai did not hesitate either. She immediately flipped over and rode on his back. Without wasting any time, Yifeng turned around and transformed into a black shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhou Mingrui. The blade of the axe tore through the air and came at him at a speed that was more than twice as fast as before. Zhou Mingrui's expression remained the same as he quickly met the attack with his bone sword. The weapons of both parties clashed violently in mid-air once again. However, this time, Zhou Mingrui's body swayed slightly. At the same time, Zhao Ankai, who was behind Yifeng, made her move as well. With a wave of her palm, a beam of light shot out from her palm and accurately hit Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui immediately felt his body sink, as though something was suddenly pressing down on him. That's a debuff. It's also a skill that the booster uses to weaken the opponent. Yan Weihu quickly reminded him again, but Zhou Mingrui did not care. Only he knew how amazing his attributes were. Even if he was under the enemy's debuff, he would still be able to suppress the enemy with his extremely high basic attributes. However, Yifeng and Zhao Ankai did not know about this. The two of them joined forces to attack Zhou Mingrui, ready to take the opportunity to knock him down in one fell swoop. However, to their surprise, the debuffs were completely ineffective on Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui brandished the bone sword in his hand. Zhou Mingrui instantly burst forth with a speed that was even faster than before. He swung the sword horizontally at Yifeng's chest. Yifeng hurriedly tried to block it, but Zhou Mingrui's speed was at its peak. He followed the opening and slashed out. Bang! Yifeng's body was directly sent flying from the smash, and he crashed heavily into the side pillar of the stage. Zhao Ankai, who was on his back, was also flung off. However, Yifeng caught her in his arms and protected her. $30,000. Zhou Mingrui did not press on with his victory. Instead, he continued recording. Yifeng wanted to curse out loud. Even though he had entered his strongest state, he was completely helpless against Zhou Mingrui. He was unwilling to give up, so he ignored the pain all over his body and forced himself to get up from the ground again. I don't believe it. Yifeng gritted his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. He refused to believe that he was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. This time, he did not pick up the double-edged axe. Instead, he clenched his fists and charged forward to engage Zhou Mingrui in a melee battle. Seeing that the other party was no longer using any weapons, Zhou Mingrui shook his head. He also sheathed his bone sword and charged forward. Zhou Mingrui truly did not expect that the other party would dare to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. He was really a money tree that came to give him money. Following that, in front of Zhou Mingrui, Yifeng was like a child challenging an adult. He was constantly knocked to the ground. However, every time he was knocked to the ground, it was as if a pair of invisible hands had pulled Yifeng up from the ground and continued to fight. $100,000. The 10th time, after Yifeng was knocked to the ground, Zhou Mingrui read out $100,000. I'll give it to you. Stop. Don't do this. By this time, Zhao Enkai had already woken up. She knew that it would be the same even if she continued to fight, so she chose to admit defeat. If this continued, money would not be a problem. After all, she did not lack a few $100,000. She was mainly afraid that her summoned spirit's mentality would be shattered by Zhou Mingrui. This way, no matter how much he grew in the future, he would still have a huge psychological shadow. Zhou Mingrui stopped and released Yifeng, who had already exited berserk mode. The latter collapsed to the ground and fainted. The surrounding students, who had long been petrified, finally came back to their senses and exclaimed one after another. Not only were they envious of the $100,000, but they were also envious of Zhou Mingrui's powerful ability to play with Yifeng. Even if Yifeng used his skills, in addition to Zhao Enkai's buff, he could not do anything to Zhou Mingrui's strength. Here's the $100,000. I've already transferred it to you. With the developed technology, Zhao Enkai transferred the money to Yan Wu on the spot, then summoned Yifeng back to the medium and left the arena. If any of you dare to speak of tonight's events, I will use all my power to make that person suffer a fate worse than death in the academy. Yan Wu, just you wait. I won't let this go. Before she left, Zhao Enkai gave a warning to the 7 or 8 students who were watching the fight and quickly left the place. What a good money tree! I don't know if I'll have the chance to meet him again in the future. Zhou Mingrui, who had just walked down from the stage, could not help but shake his head as he spoke. Chapter 19. Zhao Enkai isn't an idiot. If that situation continued, her summoned spirit's soul might be destroyed. Yan Wu shook her head helplessly when she saw Zhou Mingrui's expression as if he wanted to continue fighting. Zhou Mingrui pouted and said with a look of disdain, "Tisk. I was thinking about how I could at least earn several $100,000. Who knew that guy was strong on the outside but weak on the inside? He was so stubborn before the fight, but he was so weak in the fight. All right. We've already earned the money, so let's stop blabbering. Let's go home first. I have a plan in mind." With that said, Yan Wu quickly packed up her things and left the arena under the watchful eyes of the surrounding students. Zhou Mingrui followed closely behind. Back home, Yan Wu poured a glass of warm milk and placed it in front of Zhou Mingrui. She returned to her seat and asked, "Do you still remember the auction I mentioned before?" After saying that, she picked up a drink, sat down on the edge of the bed, and crossed her long and sexy legs. "If I remember correctly, it's the special medicine from the Starry Sky auction house, right?" What Yan Wu had said before was still fresh in Zhou Mingrui's mind. "My credit card was frozen before, so I really had no choice. Now that we have $100,000, we can carry out this plan. It's really like there's no way out when there are many mountains and rivers, but amidst the willows and flowers, a village appears." Yan Wu couldn't help sighing when she thought of today's events. What kind of medicine are those? And how are we going to pick up the leftovers? Zhou Mingrui found it rather interesting, so he continued asking. If the medicine in the box is given to a summoned spirit, it can improve the strength of the body and spirit. At the same time, it has a chance to improve the growing talent of the summoned spirit. If it is sold on the market, it will be worth at least $300,000. The reason why we were able to pick up the leftovers was that those medicines were stored in a box made of special materials. That special material can block almost 90% of the detection methods. The cost of the remaining detection methods is too high, and the gains would be difficult to make up for the losses. So I'm guessing that the original owner of the box wanted to open it but was afraid that the loss would outweigh the gain, so he entrusted it to the auction house." Yan Wu explained the situation to Zhou Mingrui in detail. "How did you know about this in your previous life?" Zhou Mingrui asked. "In my previous life, I didn't see the mystery behind the box either. The main reason was that the person who bid for it was the champion of this year's freshman tournament, and it was the medicine in this box that allowed him to be ahead of the other students by a large margin and win the championship in one fell swoop." Yan Wu told him about the auction before her rebirth. "Then I have a question. What's the background of the student who obtained the medicine in the original timeline? Have you ever thought about it? What if you snatch it from him, and he gets angry and insists on having it?" Zhou Mingrui pointed out the possible problems that might arise in this mission. "That time, he only spent less than $20,000, and we have $100,000. When the time comes, we'll raise the price to $50,000, and there's a high chance that he won't compete with us." If it doesn't work, I'll raise the price to $100,000. If we fail again, I'll use my father's money. I didn't have the chance before, but now that I have the chance, I will do everything I can to obtain it. Yan Weihu said with a serious expression. I'm actually very curious about one thing. Since you already know my strength and your own strength, why don't you go and find those old guys in the clan? Once they know of your strength, your position will immediately be restored to an even more important position than before. By then, we won't have to worry about having no money. With money, are you still afraid that you can't get those things? Zhou Mingrui shook his head in puzzlement. Before he transmigrated, countless people lamented that they did not have a good background. He never expected this woman to have so many demands. You don't understand. In the beginning, I did use the clan's resources to quickly increase my strength, but when my strength reached a certain level, those old guys began to use my name to bully people everywhere. As a result, I had to clean up their mess many times, causing me to have to put in more energy to achieve my goal. It was not worth it. Yan Weihu looked determined and said with a decisive tone. In that case, we'll do as you say. I have no objections. Zhou Mingrui also understood Yan Weihu's thoughts. Then let's rest first. The auction will start the day after tomorrow, and we can rest for a day. I have troubled you for today's battle. As long as we work together, with your talent for growth and my reincarnation experience and combat experience, we can grow to the top of the academy at the fastest speed. After that, we'll graduate as the most outstanding students of the academy and be promoted to Heavenly Saint Empire University. Then, we'll use the rich resources of the university to improve our strength as soon as possible. This way, we'll be able to rise to the upper middle level of the human race's pyramid once we graduate. With our talents, we will rise to the top in no time. Then, during the great calamity. Stop! Listening to Yan Weihu's long-winded speech, Zhou Mingrui immediately felt a headache coming on. He hurriedly waved his hand to stop the other party from continuing. I don't want to listen to these long speeches. It really gives me a headache. Zhou Mingrui said as he rubbed his temples. One must have a plan, especially for powerhouses like you and me who are destined to save the human race. We must make reasonable arrangements for the use of resources in order to have the highest probability of becoming the strongest powerhouses of the human race. This is a responsibility for the safety of mankind. Yan Weihu's face turned serious, and her eyes were completely different from before. At this moment, her aura completely burst out, and she seemed to have become the leader of the human race. That's very simple. Just become strong and save mankind. Why do you have to do so much? I know that you're the kind of person who has a rigorous plan for life and is afraid of making a mistake. I also understand that it's because you're carrying the hope of mankind on your shoulders. Ever since I first saw you, your words and actions have told me that you're under a lot of pressure. But my understanding tells me that since you've already been reborn once, why don't you change your way of living? You've been forcing yourself like this. It's not like you owe them anything since you were born, so why do you have to make your life so difficult? If the hope of a race and a civilization is placed on one person, then with all due respect, this race should go extinct as soon as possible. No matter how strong you are you sure you can carry the entire human race on your own? The strength of a civilization or a race depends on the whole, not an individual. Otherwise, you've saved humanity from a crisis this time, but what about next time? If you succeed in saving them, what if there's another crisis? Can you guarantee that you can still handle it? Do you think you'll never die? Zhou Mingrui suddenly said what he had always wanted to say. This was his view on life. I can't say that what I say is absolutely correct, but this is my understanding of life. It's your business whether you listen or not. You can do whatever you want, but I don't want to live a tired life like you, so please don't drag me into this. If you still insist, then it's better for us to terminate the contract as soon as possible. With that said, Zhou Mingrui stood up and left his seat. He closed the door after he left, leaving Yan Weihu in a daze. Chapter 20. After Zhou Mingrui left, Yan Weihu fell into deep thought. Did I really do something wrong? She thought. Yan Weihu, who had always been firm in her belief, suddenly began to have a different voice in her heart. No, I'm not wrong. I'm doing this to save mankind, not for myself. However, just as she had this thought, Zhou Mingrui's words about how a race should not be dependent on a single person surfaced again, shattering the confidence she had just established. But he's right. Even if I can save all of humanity this time, who can they rely on next time? If that's the case, then what's the point of what I did in my past life and what I'm doing now? Just like that, Yan Weihou began to fall into an inner struggle. Outside the door, Zhou Mingrui shook his head and returned to his room. Things like beliefs were completely dependent on one's own thoughts. If they were so easily influenced, then this human leader was truly weak. Zhou Mingrui, who had returned to his room and had a good night's sleep, woke up to see a figure sitting by his bed. What the hell? This made him quiver in fear. If he didn't see the person clearly, he would have attacked. How did you get in? I locked the door. As Zhou Mingrui spoke, he glanced at the door behind Yan Weihou and then at the electronic lock. He seemed to understand something. Thank you. Yan Weihou said, but her voice was a little hoarse. You didn't sleep the whole night? Seeing Yan Weihou's slightly gloomy expression and her messy hair, Zhou Mingrui probed. Yeah, thanks to you. You said those things on purpose last night, right? Yan Weihou's face was gloomy as she stared at Zhou Mingrui and said word by word. Zhou Mingrui was momentarily speechless. You don't have to explain, I understand what you mean. I spent the whole night thinking it through. Thank you. I feel much more relaxed now. Yan Weihou suddenly laughed, and the gloominess on her face was gone. Really? Zhou Mingrui asked doubtfully. You're right. I can't represent humanity alone. If a race really falls to this point, then it's not far from extinction. Yan Weihou explained with a relieved look on her face. Then, what are you going to do? As Zhou Mingrui spoke, he carefully observed her condition. He realized that her gaze was firm, and she did not have a blurred look. We still have to become stronger, not for the sake of humanity, but ourselves. I will no longer think about how to face the monsters of the great calamity. Instead, I will think about how to push the entire human race to become stronger. Yan Weihou told him the result of a night of struggle. Zhou Mingrui immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was momentarily at a loss for words. I shouldn't have said those words last night. Why do I feel like things are going in the direction I didn't want? He thought. His heart was thumping, but Zhou Mingrui maintained a calm expression. So, what do you want to say to me? Zhou Mingrui sat up with an indifferent expression. However, his hands under the blanket clenched the bed sheets tightly. Become stronger with me. I don't believe that you are willing to go back to the illusionary spirit world. I can tell from your tone that it's a very boring place, right? You can also refuse me, and we can be strangers from now on. Then I will go to the monster gathering area in the wild alone and kill as many monsters as I can. As Yan Weihou spoke, the smile on her face grew wider, but it made Zhou Mingrui's hair stand on end. All right, I think your idea is good. It's exactly the same as the core I talked about last night. How about you go out first, and I'll go out and talk to you after I tidy up. In the living room, Zhou Mingrui had already recovered. He looked at Yan Weihou, who was sitting opposite him. You've already promised me just now, so you can't go back on your word. Yan Weihou's eyes started to drift as she spoke as if she had done something wrong. Zhou Mingrui raised his brows and thought to himself. She was already sitting by his bed like that. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that her superiors would do something dangerous to him. The 3 agreements are still in effect, and I didn't deny them. But since I've promised you, I'll do my best to cooperate and help you. But please don't talk to me in that way again. All right, go and rest. We still have to go to the auction house tomorrow, so don't be tired. With that said, Zhou Mingrui stood up and left. Judging from his reaction, it seems that the plan I set up has worked. It's about time to start the second step. She thought. After Zhou Mingrui left, Yan Weihou's lips curled up. What had she not seen before her rebirth? Zhou Mingrui's words had indeed affected some of her thoughts. However, if true beliefs could be changed so easily, she would not have been called the goddess of redemption. As long as she could change Zhou Mingrui's mind and increase his enthusiasm, it would be fine even if it was a subtle influence. Then, the hope for mankind would increase. After all, if they couldn't survive this great calamity, how could the humans talk about the future? As long as this great calamity could be resolved, Yan Weihou believed that with her strength at that time, she could lead the human race to move forward and become more powerful. The two of them, each with their own ulterior motives, came to an agreement for the second time. The next day, Yan Weihou, who had fully recovered, knocked on Zhou Mingrui's door. The two of them went to the Starry Sky auction house together. The Starry Sky auction house was located in the center of Qinghua City. It was also the largest auction house in the entire Qingyun province. It had almost all kinds of rare treasures and cultivation materials. At the auction house, after handing out the letter, Yan Weil led Zhou Mingrui into the auction house. As soon as they entered the auction house, they saw two areas were written on the display board, the outdoor selling area and the VIP booth auction area. The outdoor selling area is for vendors to sell their goods because all the items that enter the VIP booth auction area will be charged a 10% commission fee. If you don't want to, you can pay a fixed amount of money and sell it in the outdoor selling area. Yan Weil explained the difference between the two areas to Zhou Mingrui. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingrui immediately cast his gaze toward the display area and realized that the entire area was divided into orderly stalls, just like a flea market. At the same time, he suddenly had an idea. However, he couldn't activate his ability right now. Because the Spirit Eye skill couldn't be used on a fixed target, or rather, it could be used to block the field of vision. If he opened it now, the data displayed by so many people at the same time would make him collapse. Let's go. We can enter the VIP auction area. The auction is about to start. Yan Weil reminded him. No, I'm going to the outdoor selling area over there. Zhou Mingrui suddenly said. Chapter 21. What? You're going to the outdoor selling area? Upon hearing Zhou Mingrui's words, Yan Weil asked in confusion, the auction for that batch of medicine is about to begin. If you want to check out the outdoor selling area, it's not too late to go after the auction. Zhou Mingrui immediately explained, my intuition tells me that there's something good there. And my intuition has always been accurate. Yan Weil frowned. It's not a matter of whether your intuition is accurate or not. We have the medicine at our fingertips. Why do we have to waste the opportunity by going to the outdoor selling area? Even if there is, tell me, can you immediately find the thing that gave you the feeling? Yan Weil was a little anxious. She could not understand what Zhou Mingrui was thinking. Zhou Mingrui pondered for a moment before explaining, I can't, but as long as you give me time, I'll definitely find it. Besides, there's a risk of not having enough money to buy your medicine, but mine can be obtained without any effort as long as I can find the source of the feeling. And let me remind you, anything that can make me feel this way is definitely valuable enough. Yan Weil immediately rejected Zhou Mingrui's choice and said, no, that's too risky. Once my item is taken away, I really can't get it back. You still have a chance. Her face was already flushed red. Clearly, she had been angered by Zhou Mingrui. However, Zhou Mingrui said calmly, then let's go our separate ways. I won't make things difficult for you. You can split half of the money with me. This completely angered Yan Weil. She lowered her voice and asked, what if it just happens to exceed $50,000? Zhou Mingrui, do you know what you're doing? It's not easy to get this opportunity, but you just had to do something like this at this critical moment. I'm not the only one who's going to use that medicine. Most of it will be used on you, but you're showing me this attitude. Yan Weil had no idea what Zhou Mingrui was thinking. She was really angry. Zhou Mingrui completely ignored the anger on Yan Weil's face and insisted, I've said that I'm going to the selling area. If you believe me, follow me. If you don't, give me half of the money. After saying that, he looked straight at Yan Weil without the slightest intention of retreating. All right, since you said so. I can give you half of the money since you earned it. Sensing Zhou Mingrui's determination, Yan Weil sighed helplessly and chose to give him half of the money. I wish you success. After Zhou Mingrui said that, he turned around and walked to the outdoor selling area. He did not say another word. Although Yan Weil felt very uncomfortable, the auction in the VIP area was about to start. She couldn't waste time here and delay. Soon, Yan Weil found her seat and sat down, waiting for the auction to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Starry Sky auction house. I'm the host of this auction. You can just call me Old Yan. A moment later, a portion of the lights in the auction house was turned off and dimmed. At the same time, a figure walked to the center of the auction stage. I'm sure everyone has already seen the auction item this time from the picture book, so I won't say any more unnecessary words. Let us officially begin the auction. Today's first appetizer is the item that the Xianzhan Adventure team entrusted to our auction house to auction. As the host's voice fell, 8 cracks suddenly appeared on the ground behind him, forming a polygon that quickly spread out. A cylinder quickly rose up from it, and a silver rectangular box was placed on top of the cylinder. The host turned around, put on gloves, and opened the box. Inside were 5 rectangular objects made of silver metal. The 5 cubes in this box are the spoils of war that the adventure team obtained from a high-level monster's nest. Neither the auction house nor the adventure team knows what is sealed inside, but they can be cracked open by force. As long as you're not a fool, you'll know that an item with such a level of protection is definitely not cheap. As long as you take it, you'll have a chance to crack it and obtain a priceless item. And the starting bid is only $5,000. How can everyone miss such an opportunity? The auction officially begins. 5,000 going once. When the host's voice fell, no one present made a bid at the first moment. Priceless? What a joke! If that was the case, the first person to open the box would be the auction house. It wouldn't be auctioned. The accountants of the auction house must have calculated the value of the item in the box, and there was a high chance that it would not be able to cover the cost of opening the box. 5,000 going twice. Everyone, believe me, you might be able to get an item of great value with just $10,000. Everyone, are you really not going to consider it? $10,000 is just a small amount of money to you. The auctioneer was trying his best to liven up the atmosphere of the first wave. Unfortunately, there weren't many people below who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They were all quietly watching the stage. I'll bid $6,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer the gavel for the 3rd time in disappointment, Yan Wu raised her hand and bid. Although the order of appearance was not the same as before she was reborn, she was sure that these were the medicine she wanted. At the same time, no one bid for them after it was called twice, which made her feel relieved. Yan Wu was now waiting for the auctioneer to announce that the item in the box belonged to her. All right, this beautiful lady has made her bid. 6,000 going once. 6,000 going twice. The auctioneer began to raise his gavel and knock on the table, reminding the people around to bid. Yan Wu's face was already showing a smile of victory, but the next moment, a voice came from the side. 7,000. Yan Wu immediately turned to look at the source of the voice, but the smile on her face had disappeared. The man seemed to feel Yan Wu's gaze. He turned his head and looked into her eyes, and then he showed an elegant smile. All right, young Master Zhao has raised the bid. 7,000 going once. Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, Zhao Enkai's figure immediately appeared in Yan Wu's mind. This is troublesome. Why did it have to be Zhao Ruyan? She thought. Yan Wu had a headache. Even though the champion of the competition wasn't here, she didn't expect Zhao Ruyan would appear. This guy was from the same clan as Zhao Enkai, but Zhao Enkai was hostile to her, while Zhao Ruyan was in love with her. He had pursued her in public many times, like a fly, annoying her. Although the Zhao family had only flourished for 2 generations, they had made it to the ranks of some important figures with their financial resources, so they were not afraid of the Yan family. Yan Wu believed that Zhao Ruyan was not deliberately looking for trouble with her. It was very likely that he just wanted to buy the item to please her. However, it was infuriating that he had to disrupt the situation at this time. Chapter 22. It was impossible for Yan Wu to accept his solicitousness, so she could only bid for it herself. 10,000. Yan Wu raised the price to 10,000 in one go and raised her voice. It was obvious that she needs to have the item. But who knew that Zhao Ruyan would continue to raise his hand and say leisurely, 11,000. As a member of the Zhao family, he naturally didn't lack money. Women were also easily sent to his door, but Zhao Ruyan didn't like them. However, an outstanding beauty like Yan Wu, who wasn't fake, had aroused Zhao Ruyan's heart. The more difficult it was to pursue, the greater the satisfaction one would feel after conquering it. This was the kind of spiritual enjoyment that Zhao Ruyan lacked. Yan Wu raised the price with a frown, 15,000. A medicine that was worth no less than 300,000 was definitely worth it, even if it was sold for 100,000. 16,000. Zhao Ruyan smiled after he bid the price. He did not look like he was burdened by it at all. He would not raise the price so quickly, as that would have a different meaning. Yan Wu's face had completely darkened. Zhao Ruyan's appearance had completely disrupted her plan. Yan Wu raised her hand and said, 20,000. Although this would cause those old fogies to target her, she wasn't worried at all with Zhou Mingrui around. 21,000. Zhao Ruyan raised his eyebrows after bidding. If he was not wrong, Yan Wu's clan had cut off her supply of resources recently, and this was all she had in her savings. Yan Wu continued to raise her hand and said, 25,000. The people present were stunned when they heard the price of 25,000. They did not expect the first item with a starting bid of 5,000 would be raised to this price. Of course, based on what had just happened, everyone had guessed that Yan Wu and Zhao Ruyan were fighting for their pride, so they did not want to get involved. Zhao Ruyan frowned for the first time when he heard 25,000. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the price of 25,000, but he couldn't chase after a girl without thinking. Otherwise, his family would definitely have a bad opinion of him. But since it was something that Yan Wu wanted so much, was it really something good? 30,000. Zhao Ruyan raised his hand again. He bet that the item that Yan Wu was interested in was definitely worth more than 100,000. Seeing this, Yan Wu suddenly became short of breath. She quickly thought about what to do next. 30,000 going once. Even the auctioneer was a little excited. If the starting bid of each item could be increased by several times like this, then his commission would be worth a lot. Yan Wu's eyes flickered as if she was struggling with something. 30,000 going twice. When the auctioneer called out twice, Yan Wu's eyes became determined. Yan Wu raised her hand decisively and said, 40,000. Since things had already come to this, she could only stake it all. She decided that if she could win the bid and let Zhou Mingrui show off his combat talent in front of the elders of the clan, the money would not be a problem for the clan. Zhao Ruyan raised his hand without hesitation and bid, 100,000. He was sure that Yan Wu must know the value of the item if she could offer such a price in her current situation. Sitting back in her seat, Yan Wu had already closed her eyes helplessly. She knew that she had no chance. 100,000. Zhao Ruyan was really ruthless. With the clan's current situation, it was impossible for them to fork out more than 10,000 in cash to buy something that they did not know the details of. 100,000 going twice. 100,000 going thrice. Deal. The first mysterious appetizer belongs to Mr. Zhao. The auctioneer seemed to know that Yan Wu had lost her ability to compete, so he decisively increased the speed of the gavel. Yan Wu was extremely depressed. She immediately stood up and turned to leave the auction house, but before she could continue, a figure blocked her way. Yan Wu stopped and looked at the man in front of her. Zhao Ruyan, what are you doing? Zhao Ruyan returned a gentle smile. He knew that Yan Wu was still angry. Thus, he kept a distance and said softly, Xiao Yu, I didn't mean to go against you. You know how I feel about you. He raised his hand and placed the box that had just been auctioned for $100,000 in front of Yan Wu. Zhao Ruyan continued, as long as you say the word, Xiao Yu, I can give you this box for free. Yan Wu shook her head decisively. Zhao Ruyan, have you forgotten what I said before? It was impossible between us. Zhao Ruyan did not give up. Instead, he laughed. Xiao Yu, I advise you to think again. With your talent and my resources, we are a perfect match. If you need money, I can transfer it to you directly. If you want resources, I can help you buy them, as long as you are willing to become my woman. What I, Zhao Ruyan, have, you can have too. Yan Wu refused without thinking, I'm sorry, Zhao Ruyan, but you should give up on that idea. Also, please call me by my full name in the future. Otherwise, I won't talk to you. Zhao Ruyan put down the box and sighed. Xiao Yu, why do you have to do this? I admit that I'm average looking, but I'm sincere to you. Can't you at least give me a chance? No. Yan Wu said in a decisive tone. With that, Yan Wu turned and left, leaving Zhao Ruyan, who had an unsightly expression on his face. Yan Wu, since you're so heartless, don't blame me. I, Zhao Ruyan, will get what I like by hook or by crook. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy it than give it to anyone else. Zhao Ruyan's face darkened as he watched Yan Wu leave. One day, you will kneel down in front of me and beg me. With that, Zhao Ruyan, who had a vicious look in his eyes, also got up and followed Yan Wu. On the other side of the selling area, Zhou Mingrui was trying his best to find the item that gave him the feeling. The entire selling area was thousands of square meters, and there were hundreds of stalls of all sizes. It was unrealistic to find them quickly. He also couldn't use his spirit eye. After all, there were hundreds or even thousands of items on each stall. If he were to appraise them one by one, he would probably vomit blood. It was better to follow his feelings and narrow down the range of items as soon as possible. Soon, Zhou Mingrui followed the path and searched. At the same time, he relied on his senses to constantly probe around. Soon, he saw a stall that was surrounded by people, and the position of the stall gave him the strongest feeling. Zhou Mingrui immediately walked up to the stall to take a look at the items on display. However, he was stopped by the crowd. Without much thought, Zhou Mingrui forced his way in with his strong body and quickly arrived at the front row. Chapter 23. These are all storage rings that have just been transported back from the front lines. You must know that this time, the news from the front line said that they are facing powerful opponents, which means that these rings are valuable. If you are lucky enough to get one, you might not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. The stall owner pointed at the table, where there were hundreds of rings of different shapes in the glass boxes. Brother, what's the origin of these rings? Zhou Mingrui patted the shoulder of a middle-aged man beside him. Under the latter's displeased expression, he sensibly handed over a few bills. The middle-aged man's face immediately eased upon seeing the money. He accepted the money without a sound and explained, "This ring is the spoils of war that our Heavenly Saint Empire's summoner army obtained after fighting with the enemy's mage army." Mages? Why have I never heard of them? Zhou Mingrui pressed, puzzled. Kid, you look like a newbie who just graduated from the academy. Mages are those who can't perform the summoning ritual, but they have learned the magic skills of ancient times through other means. Ancient magic is different from our current summoners. They don't need the help of a summoned spirit and can burst out powerful strength on their own, so you can't underestimate them. The burly man even patted Zhou Mingrui on the shoulder. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui's appearance was already very close to that of a normal person. His special features were covered by his clothes. Therefore, they could not tell that Zhou Mingrui was actually a summoned spirit. After the conversation, Zhou Mingrui finally understood the origins of the rings. The entire Qianling world was divided into several vast continents, and the Heavenly Saint Empire, where he was from, was one of the top forces in terms of overall strength. The Dongyun Empire, which was the Heavenly Saint Empire's neighbor, had been eyeing them covetously, looking for an opportunity to start a war to seize more territory. The main occupation of the Heavenly Saint Empire was summoners, while the main occupation of the Dongyun Empire was mages. Both sides were constantly fighting at the border. The owners of these rings were from the group of mages sponsored by the Dongyun Empire. They were all young talents with magical abilities who had been invited from different places. Every mage had their own special storage ring, and this ring basically stored their important items and magic tools. Of course, some mages had more than one ring, but there would definitely be something in the ring. The way to activate it was also very simple. It was the basic counterspell that every summoner knew. Of course, the degree of cracking would be different for different summoners, but there would always be some unexpected good things. Haha, I didn't expect this ring to have magic crystals and a few at that. I'm going to make a fortune. At this moment, an excited voice sounded from the side. Everyone looked over and saw a young summoner cracking the ring and taking out the items stored inside. It's actually magic crystal. I heard that one piece is worth at least $8,000 in the auction house. He took 4 pieces, which is more than $30,000, and a ring only costs $1,000. Then he's struck it rich. Even I'm tempted. Boss, I'll have one too. Boss, I want one too. One person's huge profit immediately attracted the envy of the people around him. They immediately cast their gazes on the ring on the stall. Hurry up if you want to buy, or else all the good things will be taken away by others. The boss happily took the money and continued to shout around. Zhou Mingrui ignored him and quickly searched for the ring that gave him a strong feeling. Through careful sensing, Zhou Mingrui quickly found it. In the pile of rings to the right, there was a bone ring with a skeleton carved on its surface that gave him the strongest feeling. Zhou Mingrui immediately walked forward and reached out to grab the ring. But suddenly, a metal pole struck his wrist, pressing down on Zhou Mingrui's hand. Hey, little brother, you have good eyes. This is a storage ring that belonged to a necromancer. Although it's good, you have to pay for it before you take it. The boss in the round hat said with a smile. I'm sorry. Zhou Mingrui quickly took out his savings card from the auction house and paid the boss. Here, take it. I wish you good luck. After the boss received the money, he used the metal rod in his hand to pick up the ring and placed it in front of Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui took the ring, and indeed, a strong feeling came from the ring. Just as Zhou Mingrui was about to leave, a metal pole appeared in front of his chest. "Little brother, is this your first time gambling rings?" the boss asked, still smiling. "That's right. Did I do anything wrong?" Zhou Mingrui admitted generously. "After you buy the ring, you have to open it on the spot. You can't bring it back and open it for yourself. At the same time, after you crack it and take out 1 or 2 items, you can auction it again." The boss's smile became even brighter. Zhou Mingrui immediately understood that the stall owner was trying to increase his popularity. This way, as long as he could arouse the interest of the people watching, even if there were thousands of rings, they could be sold out very quickly. However, the only problem was that Zhou Mingrui didn't know how to activate the basic counterspell on rings. He still needed to call Yan Wu over. So he took out his cell phone, sent a message to Yan Wu, and said, "I'm waiting for my friend to come over. Can we open it together?" "Of course, you can." The boss didn't mind as long as it was not opened in other places. After placing the ring on his palm, Zhou Mingrui began to size it up. He followed the boss's instructions and injected a small amount of energy into the ring. If the energy was too much, it might destroy the magical structure of the storage ring, causing the space in the storage ring to collapse and disappear. However, it was instantly sent flying back by a powerful force. However, Zhou Mingrui could sense that the demonic energy contained within the ring gave him a very familiar feeling. Subconsciously, he activated his spirit eye skill, and in his altered field of vision, a ring of light began to appear on the ring. The rings of light were divided into 2 layers, the inner and outer rings. More than 10 different incantations were rotating in each ring. The 2 layers of rings rotated in different directions, and the center was a polygonal core with many light edges. A weak energy reaction appeared from this. "Is this a storage ring?" he thought. Zhou Mingrui began to carefully size up the complex structure after lamenting. However, at this moment, a stream of energy flowed out of his eyes and into the ring through his body. By the time Zhou Mingrui reacted, the energy had already invaded the inner and outer layers of the ring. Chapter 24. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui no longer dared to control the energy. If he was not careful, he could very well destroy the ring. Thus, he could only watch as his energy, under the guidance of his spirit eye, permeated the runes of the inner and outer rings in just a few seconds. After penetrating the 2 ring layers, the energy quickly seeped into the center of the polygon. From an outsider's point of view, the ring in Zhou Mingrui's palm suddenly emitted a faint light. Those who were in the know immediately knew that Zhou Mingrui had already begun cracking the ring. Immediately, many people turned their attention to Zhou Mingrui. They began to anticipate what he would be able to obtain from the ring. A few seconds later, the ring began to glow brightly. Many people around had seen ring gambling before, so they naturally knew that they had entered the final stage of cracking. Soon, the ring suddenly trembled, and the light began to dim. "It's been successfully cracked," someone around him reminded. Indeed, Zhou Mingrui had already completely broken through the ring's protective mechanism and had seen the contents of the ring. The dazzling array of items nearly dazzled Zhou Mingrui's eyes. There were all sorts of large-sized magical equipment and weapons, small-sized magical accessories, bottles of unknown magical medicine, and all sorts of strange-looking materials and items. However, what caught Zhou Mingrui's attention the most was a palm-sized purple disc placed in the middle of the items. The disc's body was covered in a large number of complicated and exquisite patterns. At the same time, there was a faint black mist swirling around it, giving Zhou Mingrui a sense of familiarity. In the center of the disc was an exquisite skeleton with 2 red gemstones embedded in its eyes that emitted a faint glow. While he was looking at it, a surge of energy entered the ring. It followed Zhou Mingrui's gaze and wrapped around the red disc. In the next moment, the disc disappeared into the ring. Just as Zhou Mingrui was reeling in shock, he suddenly realized that an item had mysteriously appeared in his mind. When he retracted his ring, he saw that the item was the mysterious disc. Congratulations to the host for awakening the space of consciousness. To use the space of consciousness, you only need to wrap energy around the item to move it. To take it out, you only need to combine your thought and energy. The system's voice that hadn't appeared for a long time rang in Zhou Mingrui's ears, giving him a shock. See, could this be the space of consciousness in the novels? He thought. While Zhou Mingrui was in shock, he attempted to teleport the disc back into the ring with his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the disc reappeared in the ring's space. This made him elated. This was equivalent to him having a free, super large storage space. After confirming, Zhou Mingrui did not hesitate. He immediately transferred all the good stuff into his space of consciousness. This way, he didn't have to take it out directly and let the people around him find out what he had earned. Little brother, what's inside the ring? Why don't you take it out and let us see? The people around them could not wait any longer. Hence, they urged Zhou Mingrui to quickly retrieve the items. Darn it! Zhou Mingrui suddenly roared, giving the people around him a fright. Then, a metal staff appeared in his palm. Blue lines were drawn on it, and a transparent crystal-like magic stone was inlaid at the top. Wow, this is at least a C-grade magic staff. It's worth at least 7,000. He's earning back his capital this time. Damn, is the probability of obtaining good things from the rings in this stall so high? When the surrounding people saw the staff in Zhou Mingrui's hand, they immediately exclaimed in shock. For magic equipment and tools, the best grade was S grade, then A grade to F grade. C grade was used by mid to high grade mages. Before the surrounding people could recover from their shock, they saw a ring appear on Zhou Mingrui's hand. Holy shoot, it's actually a C-grade magic booster ring. A small magic artifact like a ring is comparable to the value of a higher grade magic equipment. Yes, this ring is worth at least 5,000. If you meet a mage who needs this, you might even be able to sell it for 8,000. Boss, give me a ring. This magic ring immediately ignited the emotions of the surrounding people, and they all turned around to look for the stall owner to buy a ring. Look, this guy took out something again. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn back to Zhou Mingrui's hand. Oh my god, it's actually a magic crystal, and looking at its color, it's also a C grade. This thing is much more valuable than the previous two. Yeah, it's worth at least 8,000. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Many people no longer looked at Zhou Mingrui. Instead, they turned around and began to buy rings from the stall owner. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingrui no longer took out anything. At this moment, Yan Weihu appeared in the crowd and immediately saw Zhou Mingrui. Then, when she saw the item in Zhou Mingrui's hand, she immediately understood. She asked again to confirm, "You've already opened the ring?" Zhou Mingrui nodded and said, "I can sell at least $20,000 for 3 items." When she heard this and thought about her own matters, she suddenly felt depressed and aggrieved. All kinds of uncomfortable feelings were tangled together. Congratulations, you're right. I didn't get those medicine. Yan Weihu didn't try to hide it and admitted her mistake directly. It's fine. It's a small problem. I don't mind. Zhou Mingrui expressed that he did not take it to heart as he walked to Yan Weihu's side. Zhou Mingrui continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the person who snatched your medicine should be the man who carried the box, right?" Yan Weihu turned around and saw that Zhao Ruyan had followed them. He was staring at them from not far away. "Yes, that's him." Yan Weihu turned around and said in a low voice, "He's Zhao Ankai's cousin." Zhou Mingrui revealed a smile when he heard that. "Don't worry. I'll help you to vent your anger." Then, he whispered a few words in Yan Weihu's ear. He turned around and walked back to the front of the stall. Then he said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please be quiet." The surrounding crowd immediately fell silent when they heard this. At the same time, they looked at Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui pointed at the ring and said, "I have already completely cracked the ring." Wow! A tossed stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the surroundings were in an uproar. One had to know that in the ring gambling world, anyone who could crack an entire ring, except for those who were particularly unlucky, could be sold for at least $100,000. And the item that Zhou Mingrui had taken out just now was proof of how much wealth could be in the ring. Chapter 25. I've only taken a glance at the things inside, but I can tell you that they're definitely beyond your expectations. I don't think I can keep all these things, so I've decided to auction this ring at the auction house. I will put back the 3 items that I took out just now. Don't worry everyone. I won't tell anyone what's inside, nor let anyone related to me participate in the auction. Everyone can compete fairly for this ring." Zhou Mingrui finished explaining his plan in one breath. The people around him were stunned for a few seconds before they burst into an uproar again. Up until now, no one would send a cracked ring to the auction. At most, they would sell it on the spot. However, the 3 good items that Zhou Mingrui had taken out previously already had a total value of more than $20,000. If the 3 items that he had casually taken out were already worth that much, what about the rest? In addition to what Zhou Mingrui had just said, the people around them immediately began to fill in their own imaginations. A moment later, the staff of the VIP auction area rushed over. According to their actuaries' calculations, the ring was worth at least $50,000. It was definitely qualified to be auctioned in the VIP auction house. The staff of the VIP auction area came to Zhou Mingrui and respectfully said, "Sir, please follow me to the VIP room. Let's go." Then, Zhou Mingrui brought Yan Weihua back to the VIP auction area. In the VIP room, a man in a suit with slicked back hair and dressed in formal attire said to Zhou Mingrui, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Since you've taken the initiative to sell the ring to our auction house, we'll also give you a discount. Normally, our commission rate is 12% to 15%, but your situation is a bit special. We can give you 10%. Zhou Mingrui immediately shook his head when he heard that. 10% is too high. You have to know that the lowest value of my ring exceeds $20,000. According to the base price you set for the auction, it should be at least $30,000. Then how much do you think is appropriate?" The manager of the auction house nodded. 8%. Zhou Mingrui immediately stated his price. It wasn't that he didn't want to place a lower bid, but the Starry Sky auction house's reputation was simply too great. It wasn't like those small auction houses that needed such an item. If the commission rate was too low, the Starry Sky auction house would definitely reject the auction, and there would be no need to bid. There was still a huge difference in strength between a small auction house and the Starry Sky auction house. "All right, I'll make the decision this time. I'll take 8% of the profits." The person in charge is also decisive, so he immediately agreed. After the person in charge led the 2 out of the room, Yan Weihua immediately brought Zhou Mingrui to an empty corner. "What, are you trying to take advantage of me by dragging me to this corner?" Zhou Mingrui joked. "Don't talk nonsense. Who wants to take advantage of you?" Yan Weihua suddenly said. "Are you going to ask me why I'm auctioning the ring?" Zhou Mingrui laughed as he leaned against the wall. "That's right. Although I know you must have your reasons for doing this, I still want to know why." Yan Weihua said, staring at Zhou Mingrui. "There are indeed good things in the ring. The 3 items I took out can be said to be the more ordinary ones." Zhou Mingrui said in a low voice. "What?" Yan Weihua was shocked. She already knew the value of the 3 items that Zhou Mingrui had taken out from the ring. She never expected them to be the ordinary items in the ring. But no matter how good it is, it's still in the ring. "You never took it out?" Yan Weihua reacted and asked doubtfully. Zhou Mingrui did not answer. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and suddenly raised his hand before clenching it into a fist. Under Yan Weihu's confused gaze, he blew at his fist. "Guess what's inside?" Zhou Mingrui said mysteriously. "Do you really think I'm a little girl? You're trying to trick me like you're tricking a little girl. Do you have those magic tools?" Yan Weihu said helplessly. "Hey, your guess is pretty accurate." Zhou Mingrui laughed out loud and opened his palm. A light pink magic crystal lay in his palm. This is a B-grade magic crystal." Yan Weihu said in surprise when she saw the magic crystal in the other party's palm. After a few seconds, Yan Weihu suddenly came back to her senses and asked, "How did you transfer them out without anyone knowing? Also, you don't have any storage space on you. Where did you take it out from, and how did you put it back?" Yan Weihu immediately asked her question. Zhou Mingrui's fingers clenched into fists again. However, in the blink of an eye, the magic crystal in his hand had completely disappeared. "It's because I've awakened a skill that allows me to create a dimensional space within my body, allowing me to access and store things that I can touch at any time," Zhou Mingrui explained. Hearing this, Yan Weihu was stunned for 2 seconds. "What, isn't it amazing?" Zhou Mingrui said proudly. Yan Weihu nodded. "It's more than just amazing. It's simply magical. This is the first time I've encountered a summoned spirit that's not of the space element but can awaken this kind of space ability. If you use this ability well, it can be the key to victory in many cases. It's a very powerful skill." Zhou Mingrui stroked his chin and said, "I don't care what it'll be of use in the future, but it's very useful to me now." Hearing this, Yan Weihu suddenly lowered her voice and said, "I smell a conspiracy. You're not trying to use this skill and ring to trick people, are you?" However, Zhou Mingrui shook his head and said, "You're wrong. I've never said how precious the item in the ring is. I only said that it will exceed their expectations. The two of us will not be participating in the auction. Yan Huiho could not help but laugh when she saw Zhou Mingrui's gentlemanly expression. And you still want me to find someone who can enter the auction to help you raise the price? Yan Huiho cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Mingrui. However, Zhou Mingrui did not seem to mind and said, "Do you think there's anything wrong with what I'm going to do?" Yan Huiho shook her head helplessly and said, "I'm not going to comment on this. It's not my plan anyway. As long as you have fun. But don't be too ruthless when you cheat people. Otherwise, when people find out that the ring is full of cheap goods, they might hate you." Upon hearing Yan Huiho's words, Zhou Mingrui's face relaxed. "Don't worry. There won't be any major problems with my plan. You just need to sit and watch the show." Chapter 26. 73,000 going once. 73,000 going thrice. Congratulations to the Honorable Mr. of seat number 28 for obtaining this item, which is also the highest bid in today's auction. Next, today's auction will also. In the auction hall, just as the auction was about to end, a figure suddenly walked out from behind the scenes and quickly rushed up to the auction stage. His actions interrupted the auctioneer's closing words, and he leaned over to the auctioneer's ear to tell him what had happened. The people who were about to get up and leave were also attracted by this sudden scene. They all stopped and looked. Cough, cough. Dear guests, first of all, I would like to apologize and say that this auction is not over. The reason is that I've suddenly received a notice that an item that's more precious than the previous finale will be delivered here soon, so I've decided to keep everyone here at the last minute to prevent you from missing out on such a good item. The auctioneer's words immediately caused the people in the auction hall to start whispering to each other. After all, it was the first time for many of them to encounter such a situation. They felt that it was very interesting, so they decided not to leave. I'm sure everyone is very curious as to what kind of auction item would give us the confidence to keep you here. I won't waste any more time. Please watch. The auctioneer pointed behind him. One of the staff members had quickly carried a glass box onto the auction stage while he was speaking. Under the spotlight, everyone's eyes immediately focused on the glass box. After a careful look, they found a ring lying quietly inside. Everyone, you're not seeing things. This is a mage ring that was seized from the battlefield. When the auctioneer finished speaking, many people in the audience frowned. Wasn't this thing from the selling area next door? Don't be disappointed or doubtful. This ring is indeed from the outdoor selling area next door, but if it was just an ordinary ring gambling, why would we bring it here? Everyone, this ring is a completely unsealed one. As soon as the auctioneer said this, the venue, which had already cooled down, suddenly became lively again. However, even though the value of a completely unsealed ring was not low, it was not to the extent that it could surprise them. Then, the auctioneer clapped his hands lightly, and 3 more glass boxes were brought up and placed neatly beside the ring. This time, the auctioneer didn't leave the crowd hanging. Instead, he ordered the 3 people to quickly remove the cloth covering the 3 boxes, revealing the items inside. However, when most of the people present saw what was inside the box, they all looked disappointed. Although the value of the 3 items was not low, they were not tempted by the fact that they could enter the VIP auction hall and leave after the finale. However, some people's expressions changed. From the ring, the 3 items, and the auctioneer's words, they had already guessed something. I'm sure some of you have already guessed it. That's right. These 3 items are the items I obtained from the ring. According to the calculations of our actuary, the minimum value of these 3 items is definitely not less than 20,000. I'm sure many of you still have doubts. Why would the owner of the ring want to auction it? The auctioneer began to speak in a depressed tone. That's because, after the owner of the ring saw the item in the ring, he said that he didn't deserve it. Our Starry Sky Auction House's staff can testify that the ring's owner didn't take anything from the ring. In other words, this ring is in a completely unsealed state, and nothing has been taken from it. The original owner also mentioned that this ring will surprise you. The auctioneer's 3 sentences completely ignited the flames that had already calmed down in the venue. Everyone was boiling. A completely unsealed ring, 3 pieces of equipment and materials worth a total of $20,000, and a guarantee that he did not take any subsequent items. With all these added together, the value of the ring was raised by several levels. Everyone, think about it. The 3 items in here are already worth $20,000. How many valuable items are there in the storage space? The auctioneer had already voiced out many people's thoughts, and they couldn't help but nod slightly after hearing it. Even though no one other than the original owner knows what's inside the ring. But have you all thought about it? The lowest value is $20,000, so how bad can it be? If you don't even have this bit of courage, then I think you can get up and go home to wash up and sleep. With all the above characteristics, the auction house has decided to set the starting price of this ring at $100,000. I hereby announce the official start of the auction. The auctioneer continued to liven up the atmosphere, and with the last strike of the gavel, the base price of the ring was announced. However, no one in the audience felt that the price was too high. On the contrary, they felt that it was quite fair. 120,000, 140,000, 151,000. Just as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately raised his sign and bid. What are you thinking? You're raising the price like a pauper. $155,000. At this moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man snorted. 157,000. A big-bellied boss, who looked like a successful person at first glance, shouted. 160,000. A white hand as smooth as a jade lotus root raised up, and the graceful and noble lady made a bid. It was just that as soon as it started, the surrounding people began to bid continuously, even crazier than when they were fighting for the final auction item. In just a few minutes, the price had soared from $120,000 to $160,000, and it was still rising. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Zhou Mingrui chuckled and said, "Not bad, keep going." Yan Huiho covered her face helplessly. She could not bear to see Zhou Mingrui's face. It made her want to beat him up. "All right, don't be like this. I'm embarrassed for you," Yan Huiho said as she grabbed Zhou Mingrui's clothes. "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Zhou Mingrui was puzzled. Forget it. But aren't you afraid that the person who bought it will find you later?" Yan Huiho said, a little worried. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person, but a rich man who could pay such a high price must have an extraordinary background. Once he found out that he had been cheated, he would be furious, and even the Yan family behind her might not be able to bear the consequences. "Do you think that with their background, if they find out that I've been lying to them, they'll try to take revenge on me?" Zhou Mingrui asked as he leaned back in his soft chair. Chapter 27. Although the Yan family is a big clan, there are a few people here who are not weaker than the Yan family at all. There are even a few people that the Yan family can't afford to offend. Yan Huiho reminded him. Zhou Mingrui didn't speak directly. Instead, he stared at Yan Huiho's face for a long time before he said with a suspicious look, "Now I'm a little suspicious of whether you're a reincarnated person." "What do you mean?" Yan Huiho asked with a frown. Zhou Mingrui immediately retorted, "Didn't you say that you'll be the goddess of redemption for humanity in the future? Why are you starting to worry and fear now? Have you lost all your confidence as an expert?" Hearing this, Yan Huiho held her breath. After about 2 seconds, she said angrily, "I'm just concerned about you. How can you say such things? If I'm really afraid of them, why would I agree to your plan?" Upon hearing that, Zhou Mingrui could only shrug helplessly and say, "So that's how it is. All right, I'll apologize to you. I'm sorry." Humph. Yan Huiho snorted heavily and turned to look at the auction stage without saying anything. Zhou Mingrui had no choice but to turn his head to look at the auction stage. The price had already been raised to $163,000, and there were at least 4 people still bidding against each other. It was entirely possible to raise the price to $170,000. At this moment, the door of the auction house was suddenly pushed open. Then, a group of Zhao family members rushed in, led by Zhao Ruyan. They came to the second row aggressively and rudely drove away the 7 people sitting there. Their method was rough but convincing since they used money. There was no dissatisfaction on the faces of the people who left. On the contrary, they all left with smiles. Those are the clan elders of the Zhao family. At this moment, Yan Huiho suddenly said with a serious face, "What are they doing here? Do you even need to ask? They must have taken a fancy to my ring. But I'm also curious why they would take a fancy to this ring." Zhou Mingrui said. "Ruyan, I didn't expect to see this ring here. If you didn't inform us, we might have missed this opportunity." Beside Zhao Ruyan, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was staring at the ring in the glass box. The clan leader is already counting the clan's assets. This time, we have to get this ring no matter what. Another clan elder said in a serious tone. Third great uncle, Zhou Ruyan said, puzzled. This is just a ring that has been completely cracked. Although it's valuable, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? The oldest of them all, an old man who had been keeping his eyes closed the entire time, suddenly spoke, Xiaoan, you're still young, so you don't know. That was a fortune teller's instruction to our family before you were born. I won't go into the details. All the instructions have been fulfilled, and the last instruction is about this ring. Zhou Ruyan was even more confused, there were so many rings in the selling area. How could you be so sure that it was this skull ring? The clan elder said to himself, when we first arrived, we were still a little suspicious. But now, whether it's the 3 stars surrounding the moon, empty souls, or even boundless starlight, the 3 conditions have all been fulfilled. The fortune teller said that the prosperity and decline of our clan will depend on this ring, but he didn't say much. No matter what, we must control it in our own hands and not let anyone else take it. The clan elder's words were firm, and Zhou Ruyan did not dare to ask any more questions. He could only sit quietly at the side. $200,000. At this time, the price had reached $200,000. No one bid any higher because it was very obvious that the price was approaching the peak of the ring's price. No one was a fool, and no one would be so silly to make a move. However, they didn't know that a group of people who would bid higher had already arrived at the auction house. $210,000. The Zhao family's clan elder raised his hand and bid, instantly attracting the gazes of the surrounding people. As the leading figure of the big clan in the city, many people naturally knew the clan elders of the Zhao family. They were also a little surprised that they were suddenly involved. $210,000 going once. The auctioneer was finally able to start calling out the number of times. He didn't even have the chance to do so before. Many of the people present frowned slightly. After all, $170,000 was just what they wanted. It was not worth it to bid more, but it would be a pity to have less. Clan elder, don't worry. It looks like no one will compete with us. We can definitely get the ring at the expected price. Zhou Ruyan, who was at the side, wanted to show off in front of the clan elders, so he started to show off anxiously. The clan elder at the side only gave a faint hum and did not comment. However, the faint smile on his face showed his mood. $210,000 going twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is a completely unsealed ring. If you're lucky enough to get something that's worth millions, don't even mention winning back your money, you can even get 10 times the profit. The auctioneer began to stir up the atmosphere, hoping that more people would compete for it so that the commission would be higher. I don't like this guy. The Grand Clan Elder with his eyes closed said coldly. Don't worry, Grand Clan Elder. After the auction is over, I'll let him know what he should and shouldn't say. Zhou Ruyan said immediately. Not bad. The Grand Clan Elder nodded in satisfaction. $250,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the gavel for the 3rd time, a clear sound suddenly stopped the gavel from falling. The clan elders of the Zhao family immediately looked toward the source of the voice. A beautiful woman in a white suit with gold edges and a pair of gold-rimmed yellow glasses walked in. The Qin family. When the Grand Clan Elder opened his eyes again and saw the young person, his droopy face twitched a few times. Qin Fenghua of the Qin family. Zhou Ruyan was shocked too. This was the Qin family that could compete with the mayor's family. I don't care. I'll fight with all my strength. The Grand Clan Elder ordered without hesitation. $285,000. The other clan elder did not hesitate and immediately made a bid. $259,000. Qin Yueying came to the front row, and 2 people immediately made way for her. After taking her seat, Qin Yueying took a sip of the fruit juice handed to her by the waiter, completely ignoring the gloomy eyes of the Zhao family elder behind her. Not bad, appearing at a critical moment. You were the one who found them. Zhou Mingrui turned to look at Yan Wu. I'm just asking her for a favor. It's nothing. Yan Wu said calmly. Looking at the behavior of the people around her, she seems to have a powerful background. Zhou Mingrui said with interest. Yes, the Qin family is one of the top 3 families in the city. Yan Wu looked at Qin Yueying, who was winking at her and replied. Qin family? They are ranked top 3 in the city. No wonder they're so confident. Zhou Mingrui could not help but praise. Chapter 28. 100,000 is hard for people like us, but it's not a lot for a person who is doted on by her parents and 4 brothers like a princess. After all, we have to be prepared for the situation where others are suddenly afraid of bidding higher, and we end up buying it ourselves in the end. If you don't have the strength, you wouldn't be able to handle this, right? Yan Weihu turned to look at Zhou Mingrui. Well, I'm not familiar with this place, so I can only rely on you to find someone like that. Zhou Mingrui could only play dumb. I don't blame you. After all, this is just a favor to me. It's not a big problem. Yan Weihu turned her head and looked at the stage again, but her expression was a little strange. Zhou Mingrui could only look at the competition helplessly upon seeing Yan Weihu had no interest in talking. $300,000. The Zhao family's Grand Clan elder was expressionless, but his squinted eyes opened a little, inadvertently revealing a bright light. How did the Qin family get involved? Zhao Ruyan frowned. The Grand Clan elder didn't know why Qin Yueying wanted to vie, but he was sure that the Qin family had an intention to get involved. If the girl wants it for herself, then we can have a good talk. If she also knows the content, then things will become very troublesome. The clan elder at the side muttered. I'll go and talk to her. What do you think, Grand Clan elder? Zhao Ruyan immediately stood up and volunteered to ask. Go, try to negotiate as much as you can. The Grand Clan elder said, nodding. Zhao Ruyan quickly came behind Qin Yueying and heard her bid for $330,000. His face twitched a few times. Miss Qin, can we have a talk? Zhao Ruyan tried his best to use a gentle tone. $330,000 going once. The auctioneer also saw Zhao Ruyan in the audience. He knew that the two families might have to compromise, so he spoke slowly. Talk about what? Qin Yueying asked without looking back. There's no need for us to fight over it. Miss Qin, if you're willing to let us have this ring, we're willing to give you a generous gift afterward. Zhao Ruyan said carefully. Oh, but I quite like this ring. Look at how unique it is, don't you think? Qin Yueying joked. She raised her hand and said, $360,000. Sensing the questioning gaze of the Grand Clan elder, Zhao Ruyan quickly added, Miss Qin, as long as you're willing to part with the treasure, we're willing to give you $88,000 in a generous gift. You're so sincere. Qin Yueying turned around and said playfully. That's right, that's right. As long as you agree, I'll give it to you with both hands once we leave the auction house. Zhao Ruyan quickly said. Then I really have to think about it, Qin Yueying tilted her head and pondered. At this moment, the clan elder from the Zhao family raised his hand and bid, $400,000. Zhao Ruyan's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation and apprehension. He stared straight at Qin Yueying but quickly looked away in the next second, afraid of offending her. I've thought about it, and I still think that ring is cuter. Qin Yueying stuck out her tongue, then turned around and raised her hand to bid. $440,000. This. Zhao Ruyan was stunned. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. His attitude was sincere enough, and the gift was sufficient. He didn't put on any airs at all, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with his tone. You, go back and tell your clan elders that I have taken a fancy to this ring. If you have the ability, come and fight for it. Qin Yueying turned around again and made a face at Zhao Ruyan. Zhao Ruyan finally understood that the woman in front of him was toying with him. Veins popped out on his forehead, but when he thought about the other party's background, Zhao Ruyan could only grit his teeth and leave. Zhou Mingrui, who was watching the entire scene from above, found it interesting. That girl called Qin Yueying is quite interesting. Zhou Mingrui laughed. If she was your enemy, would you still find it interesting? Yan Weihu said indifferently. Why have you been so sarcastic since just now? Zhou Mingrui is a little upset. He didn't offend her, so why was she giving him that stinky face? Really? I think it's normal. When Yan Weihu saw Zhou Mingrui's expression, she immediately burst out laughing. One moment, you're pulling a long face. The next moment, you're smiling. I give up. Zhou Mingrui couldn't understand this woman anymore. She's like the weather in summer, changing at will. At this moment, below. I'm sorry, clan elders, I failed. She doesn't have any intention of negotiating. When he returned to his seat, Zhao Ruyan did not quibble. Instead, he admitted his defeat and described the situation in one sentence. I know. You did well this time. The Grand Clan Elder had no intention of blaming Zhao Ruyan. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with his performance, which made Zhao Ruyan heave a sigh of relief. $441,000. The Clan Elder raised his hand again. $450,000. Qin Yueying didn't even wait for the auctioneer to speak and raised her hand to bid. This time, the Zhao family was silent. $150,000 was already the maximum amount of cash they had on hand. $450,000 going once. The auctioneer looked at the expressions of the Zhao family and knew that they needed his help, so he loudly said. Grand Clan Elder, why don't we just forget about it? I really think that it's too unreasonable for a ring to decide the fate of the clan. Zhao Ruyan's heart trembled when he heard $450,000. This was one of the family's pillar businesses, almost all of its cash flow. The Grand Clan Elder did not look at Zhao Ruyan. After a moment of silence, he said, 500,000. Wow! All the onlookers were shocked by the amount of money. $500,000. Everyone present was either rich or powerful, but not to mention 500,000, the number of people who could take out 100,000 to buy things could be counted with one hand. A ring for 550,000, the Qin family wouldn't let her do this. I think there's something fishy about this. Zhao Ruyan growled. Shut up and watch quietly. The clan elder beside Zhao Ruyan shouted. Zhao Ruyan felt like he was about to faint from anger. He really did not know why his clan would spend so much money on this stupid ring. Qin Yueying didn't bid immediately. Although she was the beloved daughter of the Qin family, she couldn't just hand over $200,000. If it wasn't for her status as the Qin family's young miss, the Starry Sky auction house would probably have investigated her assets. Those who were watching the show knew that the climax was coming. Now, it was a test of who was stronger in both strength and mentality. 500,000 going once. The auctioneer reminded Qin Yueying after seeing her staying silent. 500,000 going twice. 500,000, going thrice. $520,000. Qin Yueying suddenly spoke, and her words silenced the entire auction hall, followed by a burst of noise and whispers. 520,000 was already the amount that many families would only have after selling all their businesses. But now, someone was using it to buy a ring? Chapter 29. 520,000. Some of the people present didn't even have that much in their entire net worth. The members of the Zhao family fell silent when they heard the number. They were also shocked by the number. Zhao Ruyan couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the clan elder's arm and said, Clan elder, 520,000 is not a small amount. I really don't think there's a need to pay such a huge price for that ring. The clan elder was silent for a few seconds before saying, it's all thanks to those maxims that our clan has been able to get to where we are today. If we still have the ability to fight, then we must fight on. The third brother is right. The Grand Clan Elder nodded, then raised his hand again. 530,000. The auctioneer on the stage was already trembling slightly. It was not that he had not seen more than 500,000, but he had never seen an item that could be sold for more than 500,000. Moreover, the commission for more than $500,000 was close to $20,000, which was more than what he would get for a few months of hard work. Below the stage, the Zhao family's Grand Clan Elder said indifferently, Xiaoan, you're still young. Let me tell you something today. Man proposes, but God disposes. If this ring really wasn't meant for us, it wouldn't have ended up like this and wouldn't have fallen into our hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yueying made another bid, 630,000. At this time, one of the clan elders suddenly took out a vibrating phone from his arms. After picking up the call and listening carefully for a while, his expression became slightly excited. After he hung up, he whispered a few words into the Grand Clan Elder's ear, and the Grand Clan Elder smiled. Then, he raised his hand and said, 700,000. Everyone was shocked by his words. Even Qin Yueying didn't bid immediately, and the crowd fell into silence. My friend told me that 700,000 should be enough. She felt that with the Zhao family's strength, 700,000 was already the limit. If they continued, there was a high probability that the Zhao family would give up. At this moment, Yan Weiu, who was in the stands, looked at the text message on her phone and said to Zhou Mingrui, who was beside her. Zhou Mingrui looked at the expressions of the Zhao family members below the stage. With his strong physical fitness, he could vaguely hear some things despite the argument. Clan leader, inventory, sell off, complete, win this. Putting these words together, Zhou Mingrui could roughly deduce the current situation of the Zhao family. After some thought, Zhou Mingrui suddenly said, "Tell your friend to continue raising the price. The Zhao family will definitely continue to follow. This time, tell her to raise the price to 750,000. Yan Weiu was stunned and said, "Where do you get your confidence from? You should know that if you miscalculate, we'll have to take 10% of the responsibility, which means around 100,000. Where are you going to get money?" Zhou Mingrui raised his brows and said, "I'm 100% sure that the Zhao family will follow. It won't be a failed bid. Besides, what's the rush? After deducting the cost and commission, as well as the ring's original value, we'll only lose a few 100,000 at most. I still have the 100,000 that the Zhao family's chick gave us for free yesterday. Calm down, calm down. Since we want to take a gamble, we shall take a big gamble. By the way, tell the manager that we can accept using items to make up for the price difference. Give them your phone number and tell him to contact me." After Yan Weiu blinked, she suddenly understood the twists and turns of this. Zhou Mingrui hadn't forgotten about the medicine that she had wanted to bid for. He wanted to help her get it back in the form of trading in. This made Yan Weiu feel a sense of warmth in her heart. "All right, I've sent the message." It only took Yan Weiu a few seconds to edit the message and send it out. Then, Qin Yueying raised her hand and said, 750,000. The crowd was in an uproar again, and the Zhao family members' faces turned gloomy. But not long after, the Zhao family clan elder continued to bid, 800,000. Then, Zhou Mingrui saw an auction staff member go to the Zhao family's side. He said a few words to them before leaving. Soon, Yan Weiu's phone vibrated. Zhou Mingrui took the phone and pressed the answer button before placing it to his ear. "You're the owner of the ring, right?" An old but energetic voice came from the phone. "That's right." Zhou Mingrui replied. "Let's cut the crap. 800,000. We didn't prepare that much cash this time," the clan elder tried to maintain his tone. "But it doesn't mean we can't offer something of equal value. I just want to ask what you're interested in. The Zhao family has enough stock to guarantee that you're interested." "All right, then let's cut to the chase. How much cash do you have?" Zhou Mingrui said. "About 600,000 in cash, and the rest can be paid by physical items." The clan elder said. "I'm interested in a lot of precious items. As long as it's good, you can just bid for it." Zhou Mingrui said with a smirk. "All right, Mr. Zhou. I'll try my best to sell those things at the market price, then send a list of information to your phone number. I hope you don't mind." The clan elder said. "No problem, just do as you see fit. I believe that the Zhao family's reputation is not fake." Zhou Mingrui flattered the other party. "Oh, by the way, I saw someone from your Zhao family bid for a special box at the auction today. I'm quite interested in it. You can top up with that for the price of $20,000. Zhou Mingrui suddenly said. "Haha, little friend, you must be joking. Since I could bid for it, I'll make the decision and give it to you." The clan elder of the Zhao family was very magnanimous. "Haha, then it will be impolite of me to refuse." Zhou Mingrui did not stand on ceremony and immediately agreed. Then, after a few boring greetings, both parties hung up the phone. Soon, his phone vibrated, and the next message came. When he opened it, Zhou Mingrui saw the list sent by the Zhao family. There's quite a lot of good stuff. Looking at the long list of items, Zhou Mingrui nearly drooled. Yan Weiu came over to take a look and was also shocked by what was on it. "Come, pick something too, in case you say I didn't take care of you." Zhou Mingrui returned the phone to Yan Weiu. "You're done picking so quickly?" Yan Weiu asked curiously. "I picked." Zhou Mingrui rolled his eyes at Yan Weiu. "Of course, you have to choose these things. I don't know what these things are for." Yan Weiu immediately understood. After saying sorry, she began to read the list. At this time, at the Zhao family's location, the list that had been sent over is worth at least 300,000. In other words, the total funds we can use for this auction are estimated to be around 1 million. Since this is the case, we have to obtain it as soon as possible without hesitation. The Grand Clan Elder said very calmly. The other clan elder immediately nodded, then opened his mouth to bid, 840,000. The people in the hall were already numb from the shock and didn't know what to say. Qin Yueying's interest was piqued. Zhou Mingrui and Yan Wuyu had also calculated the limits of the Zhao family's tolerance and sent her a message. Thus, she continued to raise her hand and said, 841,000. Enough, haven't you caused enough trouble? At this moment, a calm male voice sounded. Qin Yueying's body trembled. She stood up and was about to leave, but a big hand pressed on her shoulder. Chapter 30. Brother. Seeing the person who came, Qin Yueying suddenly lost her previous domineering aura and directly turned into a gentle kitten. You still know how to call me brother. How can you mess around like this? Qin Shijun furrowed his brows and said angrily. Brother. I know what I'm doing. This is all part of the plan. Qin Yueying grabbed Qin Shijun's arm and said coquettishly. A plan? You're just causing trouble. Qin Shijun did not break free from Qin Yueying's hand. Instead, he used his finger to tap her head. 841,000 going once. The auctioneer began the slow countdown. The interval between each bid was at least several times longer than before. After all, with such a high bid, the bidder needed more time to consider. This was just a small auction technique. Brother, listen to me, it's like this. Qin Yueying knew this, so she didn't rush to bid. Instead, she began to explain to her brother what had happened. 841,000 going twice. By now, Qin Shijun had also found out what had happened. However, he still frowned and said, even though it seems like you won't suffer any losses, but it will affect the Qin family's reputation. 850,000. Qin Yueying snorted after bidding, it's just a second-rate clan. Why should we be afraid of them? Qin Shijun shook his head. You're not willing to learn from your second brother. The Zhao family is probably testing us. Test what? Qin Yueying frowned. Qin Shijun narrowed his eyes. He's trying to test if we can allow a new first-rate clan to join us. Do you think a second-rate clan would dare to pay such a huge price to provoke us? Perhaps that ring is very important to the Zhao family, but do you think the Zhao family can withstand our Qin family's wrath? Qin Yueying scratched her head and said, you guys are thinking too much. I don't care about these things. Alright, I'll take care of this. Help me contact your friend now. Qin Shijun said in a gentle tone. Brother. Qin Yueying wanted to act coquettishly again. Qin Shijun glared at her, and Qin Yueying could only dial the number. In the stands, Yan Wuyu looked at Zhou Mingrui after picking up the phone. It's Qin Shijun. He asked me to put him through to the person in charge of this plan. Zhou Mingrui pondered for 2 seconds before he picked up the phone. I don't care what my sister promised you. From now on, the cooperation between you two is terminated. If the other party bids higher, we will not continue to increase the bid. Qin Shijun's voice was heard from the phone. Ha ha ha, okay. We are very grateful for Miss Qin and the Qin family's help this time. We will send someone to send a gift to Miss Qin to express our gratitude later. Zhou Mingrui expressed his gratitude. No need. Don't use my sister's kindness to do such things in the future. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Shijun hung up the phone. Although 800,000 was a lot, as one of the top families in Shangjing province, he didn't care about this amount. However, what Qin Shijun couldn't accept the most was that those people actually dared to use his younger sister to achieve their goals. This was what made him the angriest. It seems that he is very disgusted with you for using his sister. You have to be careful in the future. Yan Wuyu teased. So what? I don't need to look at his face in the future. Zhou Mingrui was naturally unhappy with Qin Shijun's attitude. However, he had no choice. The other party was much stronger now and had more resources under its control. Seeing that Zhou Mingrui was finally showing his drive, Yan Wuyu felt that this trip was not in vain. The favor that she owed was worth it. 900,000. This time, the Zhao family was ruthless. They directly increased the bid to 900,000, with an expression that said they were definitely going to buy it. Qin Yueying had already been taken away by Qin Shijun, so no one else could continue to bid. 900,000 going once. 900,000 going thrice. When the gavel hit, the clan elders of the Zhao family heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally taken down the ring. Although the price they had to pay was a little high, as long as they could get this ring, everything would be worth it. When he got the card with 600,000 and the storage ring with $300,000 worth of goods, Yan Weihou couldn't believe it. She had planned so hard before, but they were only worth hundreds of thousands at most. In the end, she didn't even get those medicine. On the other hand, Zhou Mingrui had received a huge sum of $900,000 the moment he made a move. He had even managed to get her medicine back. This made Yan Weihou fall into deep self-doubt. Standing beside Yan Weihou and seeing her expression, Zhou Mingrui could guess what she was thinking. After some thought, Zhou Mingrui consoled her, this matter also depends on luck and other things. For example, that young lady of the Qin family had a key role in this plan. If it wasn't for her, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I know you're just trying to comfort me, but it sounds good. Thank you. Yan Weihou covered her mouth and chuckled. No, this is impossible. Just as the two of them walked out of the Starry Sky auction house, an angry voice resounded in the surroundings. There must be a problem. This is impossible. I want to see your manager. The angry voice continued. They're so impatient. Zhou Mingrui could naturally tell who the voice belonged to and could guess what had happened. Mr. Zhao, don't forget, you know the risks of ring gambling before the auction starts. Also, don't forget the agreement you signed with the auction house. The manager of the auction house said very politely. Other than the 3 items that are worth 20,000, the rest of the items in this ring are rubbish. We spent 450,000 to buy this. Zhao Ruyan shouted in anger. The other clan elders of the Zhao family were also staring at the manager with dark expressions. What, does the Zhao family think that the Starry Sky auction house is playing tricks? The auction manager's smile disappeared, and he said in an indifferent tone, our Starry Sky auction house has at least tens of millions of funds moving around every day. Why would we cause trouble for this bit of money? You guys, don't you think too highly of yourself? Hearing the manager's words, Zhao Ruyan was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, and his fists were clenched tightly. Even though he wasn't the one who made the decision, he still had to take some responsibility. But this time, the pot was not just ordinarily big. Even a part of it was enough to crush him to death. So now, he looked angry on the surface, but he was actually panicking on the inside. Chapter 31. Take a look for yourself. Do you believe that the original owner of the ring didn't take anything inside? He didn't dare to lay a hand on the boss of the auction house. The big bosses of the auction house weren't easy to deal with. Starry Sky Auction House was backed by the most powerful family in Qinghua City, the kind that the Zhao family couldn't afford to offend. I didn't need to explain it to you, but I'm a very polite person. The auction house manager snapped his fingers, and a staff member ran over with a laptop. Turning on the laptop, the manager skillfully operated the computer and quickly pulled up the surveillance footage of the outdoor selling area. When the Zhao family watched all the surveillance footage, they knew that they could only grit their teeth and swallow the matter. How is it? What else do you want to say? After the manager had his men put away the laptop, he looked at Zhao Ruyan and mocked, are you going to say that our people swapped the rings when they were in our hands? You! Zhao Ruyan was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and pointed at the manager, ready to say something ruthless. Let's go, don't make a fool of yourself here. At this moment, the Zhao family's Grand Clan Elder said as he tapped his walking stick. Hearing the Grand Clan Elder's words, all the members of the Zhao family suppressed their anger and left with the ring. A bunch of upstarts, and they have the nerve to come to our auction house to make a scene. The manager snorted coldly and turned around to return to the auction hall. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Yan Weihou, whose depression had dissipated, went home with Zhou Mingrui. In the villa, Yan Weihou was counting the gains. The gains this time is not bad. The money is enough for us to improve our strength to the maximum before the start of the tournament. There are also many things on the list that will be very helpful to our cultivation. Zhou Mingrui revealed a speechless expression when he heard that. What did you say? They're all things that assist in cultivation. Yan Weihou turned her head and asked, isn't it? Zhou Mingrui helplessly raised his hand to cover his face and said, aren't there any other types? Yan Weihou said with a serious face, what do you mean by other things? Shouldn't our first goal be improving our strength and preparing for the tournament? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui said helplessly, but we need to balance work and rest. I worked so hard to get this. Why can't I enjoy it? Yan Huiyu was speechless. She had thought that this guy was a little self-motivated, but who knew that he would show his true colors as soon as he got home. All right, I've given you access to all the entertainment facilities. You're indeed the hero this time, but we have to set our sights on the future. Yan Huiyu said earnestly. What she didn't realize was that her persuasion this time was completely different from the previous one. That's more like it. Zhou Mingrui picked his ears. Here, this is the medicine. Take it now. Yan Huiyu said as she took out the medicine from the box and handed it to Zhou Mingrui. You can drink it. I don't need it. Zhou Mingrui pushed Yan Huiyu's hand away. He had the talent of contract coherence, so it was better to give it to Yan Huiyu than to drink it himself. That way, the effect would be maximized, and he could get several times the benefit. Thank you. I won't stand on ceremony then. Yan Huiyu did not know that, so she thought that Zhou Mingrui deliberately let her win. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. It's not a big deal. You just need to work hard and become stronger. I'm waiting for you to become stronger so that I can have some free time. Zhou Mingrui gulped down the entire glass of soda and burped in satisfaction. Zhou Mingrui. Yan Huiyu's tone suddenly turned serious. She looked at Zhou Mingrui and said, you can't go on like this. Do you still remember what you said not long ago? You want to let Qin Shijun, who looked down on you, know how powerful you are. Yeah, but that's a matter for the future. I can't go and beat him up now, right? Zhou Mingrui pouted. His younger brother Qin Podi will also participate in this tournament, and he's one of the seeded contestants for the tournament. Yan Huiyu suddenly said. What? Zhou Mingrui immediately straightened his body. Qin Podi was admitted to Heavenly Saint Academy with full marks in theoretical knowledge. His summoned spirit's talent has reached the top of B rank, and I heard that he's only a step away from A rank talent. And I heard that he has recently raised his summoned spirit to almost level 30, and he himself has also raised his summoner grade to silver grade. He is the fastest among all the freshmen. Yan Huiyu's face was very serious. So powerful. Zhou Mingrui was shocked. He had just reached level 20, and it was due to the several-fold increase booster from the contract coherence. Yan Huiyu had been training hard every day, but she had only just gotten the bronze grade certification. In this year's freshman tournament, he's the only one that I feel is extremely difficult to deal with. I don't have much confidence in defeating him. There was no smile on Yan Huiyu's face, and her eyes were full of worry. If he's so powerful, why didn't you mention him before? Zhou Mingrui asked as he took a sip of his drink. Yan Huiyu cleared her throat and said, first of all, he wasn't interested in participating in the freshman tournament in his previous life. Instead, he put all his effort into cultivating in preparation for the entrance exam, and he entered one of the 4 top schools. After that, he stood out during the Great Calamity and became one of the strongest forces among the human race. But it was a pity. Zhou Mingrui was puzzled, what's pity? Yan Huiyu sighed and said, it was because he was too confident in his own strength. He was ambushed and killed by an intelligent mutant among the monsters. Tisk. Zhou Mingrui scoffed. So he's just a simple-minded fellow. I thought he was very powerful. Before he died, he killed 37 monsters of the same grade as him. Then, he risked his life to kill 2 monsters that were 1 grade higher than him. In the end, he died with heavy injuries and even severely injured a Lord grade monster. Yan Huiyu continued. Hiss, this is a ruthless person. Zhou Mingrui started to admire him. Then, he asked in confusion, then why did he suddenly participate in this life? Yan Huiyu shook her head and said, I don't know either. But I'm sure he can defeat us as easily as drinking water. So if you don't hurry up and cultivate now, I'm afraid that we'll be trampled to death like ants when we face him. Zhou Mingrui frowned before he slammed the table and stood up. What's this? I don't believe that he can be so arrogant. Then what do you mean by this? Yan Huiyu asked. Zhou Mingrui slammed the table once again and said in an energetic voice, what do I mean? Of course, I'm going to cultivate as soon as possible, then teach Qin Podi a lesson at the tournament. I'm going to let the Qin family know that one must learn to keep a low profile. Then do you think I exchanged for the right things? Yan Huiyu asked again. Yes, you did the right thing. I have to thank you for not exchanging for those things of enjoyment. Zhou Mingrui laughed. Then, we'll start cultivating together tomorrow morning. Yan Weihu struck while the iron was hot. No problem. Zhou Mingrui's heroic spirit reached the clouds as he thought to himself, the meaning of cultivating together is that you cultivate while I watch you. Chapter 32. Zhou Mingrui. In the room, Yan Weihu felt a fit of inexplicable anger erupting from her heart as she looked at Zhou Mingrui, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. It was like a volcano erupting. What? It's still early. Let me sleep a little longer. Zhou Mingrui rubbed his drowsy eyes, rolled over, and continued to sleep. Yan Weihu's clenched fist was trembling. Finally, she couldn't help but kick Zhou Mingrui, whose butt was facing her. Plop! Zhou Mingrui's body immediately rolled off the bed, and he fell. Yan Weihu, what are you doing? Suddenly, Zhou Mingrui, whose head was in close contact with the ground, shouted. Don't you see what time it is now? Who was the one who promised me last night that he would cultivate and improve with me today? Yan Weihu was not afraid at all and even took 2 steps forward. Zhou Mingrui was instantly at a loss for words. Yesterday, he was goaded into it by this girl, but this time, as a man, he couldn't go back on his words, so he could only helplessly say, I know, I'll go. With a thought, a cloak draped over Zhou Mingrui's body. I'm very curious. You're clearly an undead spirit. Why do you need to sleep like a normal person? Yan Weihu asked curiously while walking. Normally, even if other people's summoned spirits were humanoid, they would not be like Zhou Mingrui, who was completely like a normal human being. Zhou Mingrui pursed his lips. He couldn't possibly tell Yan Weihu that this was his habit as a human before he transmigrated. His mind turned, and he could only reply casually, it's true that I'm an undead spirit, but I'm actually a necromancer. I need to meditate to train my mental strength, do you understand? Yan Weihu opened her mouth slightly and said after a few seconds, do I look like a 3-year-old child that's easy to fool? After all, in the previous battle with Zhao Ankai, Zhou Mingrui's performance looked like a summoner in melee combat. Now, he was saying that he was a mage and that mages only engaged in close combat these days? Seeing the look of disbelief on Yan Weihu's face, Zhou Mingrui shrugged and said, it's up to you to believe it or not. Also, let me tell you, my cultivation is different from yours, so don't bother me later. Yan Weihu gave Zhou Mingrui a suspicious look and said, as long as you don't tell me that your training is meditating for the whole day, I'll be able to accept it. Zhou Mingrui was instantly at a loss for words. Sigh, I'm truly speechless. Yan Weihu covered her face and sighed. Why don't you believe me? You'll know when I'm done cultivating that skill. Zhou Mingrui couldn't be bothered to explain, so he could only play dumb. However, he wasn't lying. The strange thing in the ring last time would be able to completely merge with him very soon. Item name, Netherworld Fire Seed. Effect, after use, it can allow living people to come into contact with the most mysterious sea of undead, from which they can comprehend and cultivate the true meaning of death. This was what was stored in the disc. Simply put, it could allow an ordinary person to become a necromancer after passing the test. As for Zhou Mingrui, he was an undead spirit. The Netherworld Fire Seed was of great significance to him. After Yan Weihu went back last night, Zhou Mingrui took out this thing and began to study it. As soon as he opened the disc, the Netherworld Fire Seed inside it seemed to have a life of its own. It pounced on Zhou Mingrui and fused into his body. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui felt as though he had arrived at the Netherworld. He saw the endless sea of ghosts and souls. All of this made Zhou Mingrui, who was already an undead, feel an extremely compatible aura. Then, under the guidance of the Netherworld Fire Seed, they went to an extremely wide river and saw the countless undead spirits floating in the muddy river. At that moment, he felt a pair of glasses landing on him through the layers of space. Zhou Mingrui, who was awoken by shock, saw that the Netherworld Fire Seed had completely fused with his soul. A dark box also began to appear on his attribute bar, indicating that he was in the process of self-upgrading. Forget it. I'm not going to talk about you. I've said my piece. Next, we have to start using those things to develop our bodies and talents. After Yan Weihu finished speaking, she took several things. What is this? Zhou Mingrui looked at the plate in front of him and asked in puzzlement. This is a 100-year-old wood spirit root. After eating it, it can warm your spirit and body. It can develop your spirit and warm up your damaged body. Zhou Mingrui looked at the tree root on the plate. He picked it up and put it back down with a strange expression. What's wrong with you? This is good stuff, so why aren't you eating? Yan Wu urged. When have you ever seen an undead spirit need to eat this kind of thing to become stronger? Zhou Mingrui said with a look of despair. Oh, I'm sorry. Only then did Yan Wu realize that Zhou Mingrui was neither a human nor a beast. He was an undead spirit. Then, Yan Wu took out 3 incense sticks that looked like they were used for worship. The burning incense sticks began to emit white smoke, which lingered in front of Zhou Mingrui. What are you doing? Zhou Mingrui, who was a Chinese in his previous life, could not help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw this scene. This is a deep-sea aged incense. When you light it during cultivation, it can effectively clear the mind and speed up the condensation of spiritual cultivation. It's a good item that's worth a lot. Yan Wu explained. I'm an undead spirit. Zhou Mingrui sighed helplessly and said, have you ever seen an undead spirit that can breathe? I'm truly sorry. Yan Wu immediately apologized. However, when she started to search among those precious resources again, she was completely stumped. Because these things that aided cultivation were either for eating, drinking, or inhaling. But none of them could be used by the undead spirits. Forget it. I'll see for myself. Zhou Mingrui helplessly walked forward and began to pick from the list. However, no matter how he looked at it, Zhou Mingrui could not find anything that could enhance undead spirits. I'm sorry. I really didn't pay attention when I was picking. I forgot that you're an undead spirit. Yan Wu's cheeks turned red. This time, it was really her negligence that led to this result. Cultivate by yourself, and don't disturb me. Zhou Mingrui walked to the other side with a dark expression. He was already at a loss for words. He walked to a spot not far from the cultivation ground and sat down cross-legged. Zhou Mingrui closed his eyes and began to check on the situation in his body. At this moment, the netherworld fire seed was floating in his space of consciousness, and the constantly swaying flame core seemed to be telling him something. Zhou Mingrui watched this scene quietly, anticipating what would happen next. Chapter 33. Zhou Mingrui, can you tell me what kind of items you can use? I'll know when I see them next time. I've always seen you as a human. Speaking of which, didn't you drink and eat snacks before? Yan Wu came over and said with an apologetic expression. She had always treated Zhou Mingrui as a human. She had completely ignored the fact that he was an undead spirit. Also, when this guy was staying at home, he had fish, meat, snacks, and soda all day long, which was totally different from the undead. Upon hearing that, Zhou Mingrui opened his eyes and said, I'm now a half-energy body. I can only taste those things. They have no effect on me. Weren't you very strong in your past life? How come you don't even have common sense? Yan Wu blinked and said embarrassedly, in my previous life, I met too few summoned spirits and monsters with energy bodies, so I didn't understand their habits in detail. Sorry about that. Zhou Mingrui didn't wish to pursue the matter any further, so he said, if you want to buy something useful for me in the future, just remember that I'm an undead type. Yan Wu thought for a while and said again, then I'll go to the auction house more often and buy you something you can use. Zhou Mingrui raised his brows and said, you should focus on your cultivation first. Don't you have the manager's phone number? If he has anything, get him to call and inform you. That'll do. Yan Wu was speechless. Alright, go and cultivate. The things in the ring last time are useful for me, so don't worry about it. Although Zhou Mingrui said that, he was hoping that Yan Wu could quickly cultivate. That would be the best help to him. Are you really not angry anymore? Yan Wu squatted down and hugged her legs, tilting her head to look at his face. Why would I be angry? Really? Zhou Mingrui's head is aching from being annoyed by this woman. Then what's with your tone? Didn't I already apologize to you? Yan Wu pouted slightly, showing the attitude of a little woman. I'm not angry, and my tone is normal. Zhou Mingrui said helplessly. You're obviously still angry. How about I coax you? I've never coaxed anyone before. Yan Wu said with a smile. She loved to see Zhou Mingrui in such a state of distress. For some reason, she felt a sense of relief when she saw him like that. Great aunt, I'm really not angry. I don't need you to coax me. You should quickly go and cultivate. Zhou Mingrui quickly reached out and nudged Yan Wu, urging her to hurry up and cultivate. He was almost speechless at this woman. Under normal circumstances, if he was teased by a beautiful woman in his past life, he, Zhou Mingrui, would at least try to take advantage of her. However, this body was currently just a body made of bones and energy, so it did not have the brain and hormone secretion of normal people. To put it simply, even if someone were to become naked, Zhou Mingrui would not have any physiological reaction. Perhaps when he advanced to a more powerful form in the future, he would be able to recover these functions, but for now, he definitely had no emotions or reactions. This really became the classic line, a skeleton with makeup, and the material form is the same as emptiness. Tisk, how boring. As expected, you're just a skeleton. Yan Wu snorted and stood up, ready to leave. However, before she left, she suddenly turned around and said, Zhou Mingrui. There's no end to this, is there? Zhou Mingrui felt his head buzzing, although he didn't know if it was true. Hehe, I just want to ask, do undead spirits have a gender? Yan Wu asked curiously. This made Zhou Mingrui angry, but at the same time, he found it funny. He crossed his arms and said, if I answer you, are you going to ask if undead spirits can fall in love with each other and even have undead babies? Yan Wu stuck out her tongue and said, of course, if you're willing to tell me, I'd be happy to listen. It was said that women were born to gossip. This time, Zhou Mingrui had witnessed it. Scram! Zhou Mingrui did not stand on ceremony this time. He directly gave Yan Wu a single word. Hehe. Yan Wu didn't get angry. Instead, she walked away with a smile. What's up with this girl? She's completely changed after the auction. She used to be like a flower on a mountain, but now she's like the fat girl next door in my past life. Zhou Mingrui subconsciously scratched his chin. Forget it. Whether this girl changes or not has nothing to do with me. I'd better deal with my own matters first. After emptying his mind, Zhou Mingrui began to consider his own matters. In the space of consciousness, the swaying flame flower had turned into a white ball, which looked perfectly smooth. Although there was nothing special about it, Zhou Mingrui could sense that his consciousness was changing at every moment. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Mingrui, who was immersed in his consciousness, suddenly felt something strange in his space. Shifting his gaze, Zhou Mingrui saw that the white ball had already begun to crack. And the number of cracks was still increasing, and the area was also expanding. In the end, without a sound, the entire ball suddenly exploded into countless small pieces, rapidly spreading throughout the entire space of consciousness. Immediately, Zhou Mingrui sensed something that he had never felt before appearing in the air around him. After adjusting his perception to its maximum, Zhou Mingrui saw those things. They were special particles that were smaller than dust. They were scattered in the air and could be said to be everywhere. These are magic particles. Zhou Mingrui raised his eyebrows. He had already gained a general understanding of the principles of magic in advance. He started to communicate with the particles according to the experience he had learned. After trying out several methods, Zhou Mingrui finally found a way to establish a link with these magic particles. With a thought, the particles immediately began to rapidly surge toward Zhou Mingrui as though they were attracted by a magnetic force. Buzz! Immediately, Zhou Mingrui felt brand new energy that was completely different from the original energy in his body entering his brain. The space of consciousness, which was originally empty with only a pile of materials, suddenly appeared with countless starlight spots floating in the void. The system has detected a successful awakening of magic perception. Starting to merge with the space of consciousness. The moment the system's voice faded, Zhou Mingrui felt an intense reaction in his space of consciousness. Then, circles of ripples appeared in the space around him. A black dot appeared in the center of each ripple, and items fell to the ground one after another. These were all items stored in the space of consciousness, and at this time, they were all squeezed out by the space of consciousness. Chapter 34. After everything was pushed out, the entire space of consciousness immediately turned chaotic. However, Zhou Mingrui could clearly sense the existence of the space of consciousness. When the space of consciousness was in chaos, a strange yet familiar aura began to spread. Zhou Mingrui was very familiar with this aura. Previously, when he activated the disc that contained the Netherworld Fire Seed, he had sensed the aura that came from the Netherworld's Forgotten River. Buzz! An invisible wave of consciousness spread out in all directions like the Big Bang during the birth of the universe. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui regained control of the space of consciousness. If the previous space was like a 100 square meter house, the current space of consciousness was as large as a football field. And at the top of the space of consciousness, a white ball of light hung in the air, its body burning with weak white flames. Zhou Mingrui knew that the ball of light was the condensation of his consciousness. When the space of consciousness was completely formed, he could sense the magic particles in the surrounding space more clearly. His previous senses were like a short-sighted person, but now, it was like wearing glasses. His vision became clearer, the number of senses increased, and the range was wider. After the magic particles were connected through consciousness, they began to condense in Zhou Mingrui's space of consciousness, forming faint white energy. This should be magic. It's a pity that I haven't learned any magic skills yet. Otherwise, I could have an additional trump card. He thought. Zhou Mingrui could feel the increasing amount of magical energy in his space of consciousness. It was a pity that he did not know any magical skills, so he had no way of testing out the power of his spells. Hence, Zhou Mingrui no longer gathered his magical energy. Instead, he began to think of ways to quickly increase his level. It was easy to wait for Yan Wu to provide him with experience, but the speed was not that fast. If he wanted to catch up with Qin Poti, he could not wait like this. One had to know that it was impossible for that person to just sit there and wait for others to catch up to him. That kind of person must be extremely self-disciplined and would not fall behind. Right now, I can only rely on these things to improve myself. Then, I'll use the remaining time to see if I can go to the wilderness to improve myself. Zhou Mingrui thought. Looking at the scattered items around him, Zhou Mingrui kept them back into his space of consciousness with a thought. At the same time, he began to sort out the items and arranged the order in which they were to be used. After all, some things couldn't be used immediately after using other items. There was a cool-down time before they could use the next item. All in all, if an undead spirit wanted to improve their strength, one of the ways was to kill monsters and absorb their souls to fuse with their own souls. The other way was through the rare treasures in the form of energy or the soul crystals created by mages that could replenish mental energy. Those magic crystals were useless to him because different people's magic had different attributes. Even if they were all undead spirit-type magic, it would not be able to fuse. Only treasures that could replenish or condense one's mental strength would be useful to Zhou Mingrui. With a thought, a glass-like ball appeared in his palm. The ball contained a black liquid that shimmered with starlight. Zhou Mingrui crushed the ball, and the black liquid immediately flowed out. However, the moment it came into contact with the air, it immediately turned into mist and rose into the air. With the surge of energy, a suction force immediately appeared in his nose. The black, shimmering mist was immediately sucked in and began to rapidly enter Zhou Mingrui's body through his nose. As soon as the black mist entered his body, it quickly fused with the energy and immediately took effect. Zhou Mingrui felt a comfortable feeling in his consciousness. It was a comfortable feeling that was similar to the one that affected the soul. It had nothing to do with the physical body. When 2 hours passed, the feeling completely faded away. As for Zhou Mingrui, he could clearly sense that his space of consciousness was undergoing a change. In particular, the white fireball suspended in the middle of the air had also expanded slightly. Looking at his attributes, he saw that his level had also increased from level 20 to level 21. Being able to sense the improvement in his strength gave Zhou Mingrui sufficient motivation. Hence, he began summoning the next item. Just like that, time passed by quickly while the two of them were focused on cultivation. The day before the freshman tournament. We can go home now, Zhou Mingrui. Yan Wu looked at the time. It was time to go back, so she came forward to call Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui, who was in his personal cultivation room, opened his eyes when he heard the commotion. The aura emanating from his body was so intense that it caused his long robe to flutter. However, he immediately restrained himself and calmed down. Zhou Mingrui stood up and opened the door of the cultivation room. He saw Yan Wu waiting by the door. Let's go back. Seeing him coming out, Yan Wu directly walked to the front. Did you go to a monster gathering area in the wild a while ago? Zhou Mingrui suddenly asked. How did you know? Yan Wu stopped and asked in confusion. When she went there, she had deliberately kept it a secret from Zhou Mingrui. However, she did not expect that Zhou Mingrui could roughly judge her cultivation method based on the experience he had obtained. Of course, I have my own ways. I just didn't expect you to dare to run to the monster gathering area alone. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhou Mingrui asked. Afraid of death? Yan Huiyu was stunned, and then she suddenly laughed. You're actually asking me this question? I'm a reincarnated person. How can I be afraid of death after dying once? Alright, but don't push yourself too hard. Otherwise, who knows if you'll be able to be reborn again after you die? Zhou Mingrui persuaded. What, you're suddenly concerned about me? Yan Huiyu walked back to Zhou Mingrui's side and asked with a smile. Zhou Mingrui shook his head and said, Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to say that if you die, I'll have to return to the illusionary spirit world. It's too boring there. Tisk, you don't mean what you say. You clearly care about me, but you have to use such a lame excuse to cover it up. Yan Huiyu snorted and said. At that time, I was at an important stage of my cultivation. Otherwise, I would have gone out to find you. After all, they will be fighting together, so there's no need to create a gap. I know. Didn't we agree on 3 conditions before? I can't force you to do it, so I simply went by myself. Yan Huiyu patted Zhou Mingrui's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I won't blame you for this. After all, it was my own choice. Zhou Mingrui frowned and immediately said, Next time, if you want to go on an adventure, let me know first. Who knows if I'm willing to go or not? Chapter 35. Tisk, tisk. Yan Huiyu suddenly clicked her tongue. I didn't expect this. You were so proud before. Why did your personality suddenly change, and you start to care about me? Could it be that you've been subdued by my beauty? Zhou Mingrui became speechless. He coughed lightly and said, If we talk nicely, we can still be friends. All right. I know. Yan Huiyu smiled again. I finally understand your character. Let's go home and talk. The sun is going to set soon, and the temperature is going to drop. Soon, the 2 of them arrived home. The freshman tournament is about to begin in less than a day. First, let's take a look at our current condition. After taking a shower, Yan Huiyu put on casual clothes and began to check the results of her cultivation with Zhou Mingrui. I'll talk about myself first. I just completed the Silver Grade Summoner's Assessment the day before yesterday, and I've already awakened my skills. With that, Yan Huiyu directly showed the skills information. Skill name, Coherence Enhancement. Skill effect, use a special dance to communicate with the energy in the body and the summoned spirit. After the spiritual frequency is synchronized, the attack power, defense power, and movement speed of both parties can be increased by a percentage at the same time. Skill upgrade, the attributes of coherence enhancement will increase with the energy strength of the summoner. The skill will be upgraded to the next stage after the summoner's grade increases. Skill restriction, the distance between the summoner and the summoned spirit cannot exceed 1000 meters. Otherwise, the synchronization effect will weaken as the distance increases. After reading the description of the skill's effects, Zhou Mingrui sighed, If I'm not wrong, you didn't awaken this skill in your previous life, right? Yan Huiyu nodded and said, In my last life, my awakening was inclined to self-attack. The kind which my summoned spirit would strengthen me. This coherence enhancement is the type where both sides have the same boost, cooperating while fighting. Zhou Mingrui shook his head and said, Stop hiding it. To put it simply, you were a berserker in your past life. That rhinoceros was just a tool to support you. But in this life, you're my enhancing tool. I'll be the main attacker while you'll support me from the side. Yan Huiyu immediately looked at Zhou Mingrui with a slightly dissatisfied look and said, I admit that you were very strong in your last close combat attack, but don't forget that I'm a veteran. You might not be able to beat me in close combat if you only rely on your skills. What a stubborn person. Zhou Mingrui couldn't be bothered to continue arguing. Instead, he displayed the attributes of his current skills. Life type, Undead War Spirit. Life level, LV30. Life talent, Devour, upgrade, Lotus Flower, Book of Dead Souls. Contract status, Equality Contract. Contract partner, Yan Huiyu. The life type had changed from Undead Spirit to Undead War Spirit, which was obvious. Zhou Mingrui immediately showed Yan Huiyu the new talent, Book of Dead Souls. Book of Dead Souls, passive talent type skill. All undead type skills casting time is halved, and the skill effects are doubled. Attributes are currently fixed by multiple percentages. Zhou Mingrui chose to hide the other 3 options in his own attribute points. After all, it would be a little too scary if he showed them. He could only say that every attribute of his had already broken through 100 points, completely surpassing those of the same level. Then, it was the skill bar. Skeleton equipment, using your skeleton to quickly create weapons and armor that suit you. The attributes of the weapons and armor will increase with the level of the user. Summoning of the dead, using the skeleton of any dead creature as the basic medium, summoning the undead to fight as the main body. The strength of the undead is based on the strength of the creature when it was alive and the integrity of the bone armor. The strength of the spellcaster is the base of the increase. Yan Wu's mouth gaped open when she saw the 2 skills. She knew that if a summoner's talent was strong, the skill's attributes would also be very powerful. However, she did not expect Zhou Mingrui's talent and skills to be so powerful. However, Yan Wu quickly noticed something. She looked at Zhou Mingrui in confusion and asked, I remember that you're a melee type of summoned spirit. How come the skill you awakened is different? Zhou Mingrui had no other choice. This skill had only appeared after he had awakened his magic perception. Forget it. From the looks of it, you probably don't know either. Anyway, the skill looks strong enough. I just don't know how effective it will be. Suddenly, Yan Wu's face lit up. Oh right, you only need the skeleton for this summoning. Let's go outside and try. With that said, Yan Wu did not care if Zhou Mingrui agreed or not. She pulled him downstairs to her own courtyard. Since you want to see it so much, I'll show you the effect. Zhou Mingrui helplessly closed his eyes and began to use the magical energy in his body. As the skill was activated, it began to produce undead magic fluctuations. Soon, the nearby trash can suddenly trembled. Then, the lid of the trash can was knocked to the side. A black shadow darted out of the trash can and quickly ran toward Zhou Mingrui and Yan Wu. When it stood still, Yan Wu saw that the black shadow was an undead chicken made of bones. Looking at the undead chicken, which still retained its previous habit of pecking, walking around Zhou Mingrui, Yan Wu suddenly burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Undead chicken, right? Your skill is too interesting. I'll get you some rabbit and puppy skeletons some other day. Yan Wu said with a smile. I'm just showing you a demonstration. If you can get me some dragon bones, I'll be able to summon a living bone dragon for you. Zhou Mingrui frowned as he looked at Yan Wu, who was laughing hard. Okay. I'll try my best to get you some dragon bones or other powerful monsters' skeletons tomorrow. Yan Wu said, holding back her laughter. After all, the freshman tournament was just around the corner, and this wasn't something that could be joked about. It was better to prepare as soon as possible. By the way, show me your skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what it looks like. Zhou Mingrui suddenly said. Forget it. I've already practiced the skill. There won't be any problems when I use it directly. Yan Wu suddenly stammered, and her cheeks were a little red. Zhou Mingrui was instantly infuriated. He said with dissatisfaction, when you want me to perform for you, I did it. I didn't reject you, and I've also endured it when you laughed at me. Why did you deny me when it's your turn? Seeing Zhou Mingrui's anger, Yan Wu knew she was in the wrong, so she said, okay, I'll show you if you want to see, but you're not allowed to laugh or say anything else. Just look at it obediently, understand? Oh, it seemed like there would be something. Zhou Mingrui immediately nodded in anticipation. Chapter 36. Don't worry. I promise to look at it with appreciation and won't have any distracting thoughts. Zhou Mingrui raised his hand and promised. Only a ghost would believe you. Yan Wu rolled her eyes, and she didn't forget to complain in her heart. However, she had forgotten that Zhou Mingrui was, in a certain sense, a ghost. Standing in the middle of the yard, Yan Wu closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Then she activated the skill, Coherence Enhancement. The moment the skill was activated, Yan Wu's body began to move unconsciously. A faint fluorescent light began to appear on Yan Wu's body, drifting out with the movement of her body, like little starlight dancing in the wind. This was also Zhou Mingrui's first time taking such a close look at Yan Wu's figure. Despite working out all year round, she still maintained her slender waist and perfectly toned muscles. Even the loose-fitting casual clothes couldn't cover her beautiful figure. If Zhou Mingrui were to evaluate Yan Wu's figure, he would say that it was so perfect that it was as if God had personally shaped it. Every detail of her body was neither too big nor too small. She had the golden ratio. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Under her arched eyebrows were a pair of beautiful eyes that shone like the stars. Her cheeks were slightly red beside her tall nose. It was unknown if it was because Zhou Mingrui was looking at her or if it was triggered by her skill. Her cherry lips that were slightly opened appeared tender, smooth, and moist even without the lipstick. Her facial features matched each other, and she was so beautiful under the starlight that it was intoxicating. Her snow-white skin was exposed to the air as she danced. Zhou Mingrui's eyes were fixed on her. If he was still breathing, he would definitely be panting. Zhou Mingrui, who had only had one ordinary girlfriend in his past life, had seen countless beauties on the internet that had been created through beauty filters. He had also seen many beautiful and alluring figures under the selfless contribution of certain Japanese teachers. Sometimes, he even thought that he would never have any reaction again if he saw someone of the opposite sex in this life, and even if the other party was naked. Moreover, he was no longer in his human form, but a skeleton. But at that moment, Zhou Mingrui's heart wavered for the first time. Some people say that being moved is love at first sight. But others say that being moved is the feeling of your heart suddenly being affected at a certain moment. External enhancement skill detected. Do you accept the enhancement? At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Zhou Mingrui did not hesitate to agree. Special energy suddenly entered his body, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a warm current that spread throughout his body. You've received the buff Phoenix's Dance Ignites the Soul, which increases all your attributes by 30%. It has been detected that the host has obtained an enhancement buff for the first time. The talent, Lotus Flower, has triggered the evolution condition. Evolution complete. Ember Soul Lotus, the effect of a skill will be increased by 50% every time an external enhancement skill is received, and the attribute points obtained after each level up will be multiplied by 5. At that moment, a faint glow appeared on Zhou Mingrui's body. It represented that the coherence enhancement skill had been activated. However, with the advancement of the Ember Soul Lotus's talent, the dots of light on Zhou Mingrui's body immediately brightened up, like stars in the sky. The dancing Yan Huiho came to Zhou Mingrui's side, held his hand, and began to dance with him. Zhou Mingrui didn't know how to dance, but under Yan Huiho's lead, the two of them began to move their bodies in unison under the moonlight. It was clearly their first time, but the two of them seemed to have been good friends for many years, and they cooperated very well. The two of them didn't notice that the faint fluorescent light around them had turned into bright starlights, like the bright galaxies in the universe. Their spiritual consciousnesses were also being nourished by the starlight that was constantly entering their bodies, and they were being condensed at a constant speed. The next morning. I only slept for 4 hours last night, but I feel so energetic now. It's really strange. Yan Huiho thought it was a little unbelievable. She had unknowingly fallen into a trance when she danced with Zhou Mingrui last night. By the time she reacted, it was already late at night. She had been worried that she would be in a worse state after waking up, but in the end, she realized that it was completely different from what she had imagined. Then sleep a little longer. There's still more than an hour of spare time anyway. Zhou Mingrui smacked his lips and wanted to continue sleeping. Alright, hurry up and get up. I want to tell you in advance about the situation of this competition. Yan Huiho stepped forward and patted Zhou Mingrui's body. Just say it. I'm listening. Zhou Mingrui mumbled without even turning around. You. Yan Huiho was so angry that she wanted to kick Zhou Mingrui, but she forced herself to hold back and said, then listen carefully. When I'm done, I'm going to test you if you are listening carefully. Alright, just say it. Zhou Mingrui didn't know that his little bottom had almost been kicked as he lazily replied. After organizing her words, Yan Huiho coughed twice and said, this year's freshman tournament is actually a stage for us to display our skills. The talents, battle actions, battle wisdom, battle accomplishments, and other aspects that we have displayed in this tournament will be recorded by the school and used as a foundation to help us be assigned to suitable classes. Don't look down on this tournament. Although it's just a comparison between freshmen, it's precisely at this starting stage that the school will start to treat them differently. And it's not just the academy. Your performance in the freshman tournament will also be displayed on the academy's platform. It'll be an important reference material for the higher level research institutes. Some students who perform well in the freshman tournament will receive an admission letter from some research institutes in advance. They can directly study in that research institute after graduation without having to take an examination. Wasn't this the college entrance examination and university in his previous world? Those research institutes, are they divided into different levels? Zhou Mingrui subconsciously asked. Yan Weihu nodded, slightly surprised. That's right. The research institutes are divided into 3 levels. The first is the ordinary public research institute, which is established by each city. As long as your grades meet the minimum requirement, you can enter. Most of the teachers and students there are just dawdling. Then there's the private research institute, which is usually funded by large capital groups. The teachers are much stronger than those in the public institute, but many of them get in through connections and money. Finally, there are the 4 most famous research institutes in the country. There are 1 or even more top powerhouses behind each research institute. Under the influence of these top powerhouses, countless talented students will constantly flow into this place. Wasn't this just the difference between the 3 kinds of institutes? Could it be that they're identical? Are there any special ones? Zhou Mingrui probed. In the other world, there were still some low-key universities in the country that could beat the so-called top universities in some aspects. You know that too. Yan Weihu was really surprised this time. There's another independent research institute aside from these, and that's the Holy Spirit Empire's Research Institute. Chapter 37. The Holy Spirit Empire's Research Institute is a special research institute that the Empire has gathered all of its resources to create. Everything inside is managed in a closed manner, and even the students who come out of it will not say anything about the research institute. Damn! As expected. Zhou Mingrui turned around as a curse streaked across his heart. How could he still encounter such a thing after crossing through 2 worlds? Was this a necessary development trajectory for human beings? Don't tell me that even you, the future top human powerhouse, don't know. Zhou Mingrui pressed curiously. Before I was reborn, I didn't know the details of this research institute for a long time. It was only after the Great Calamity that I realized the true power of this research institute. When the Great Calamity occurred, all the research institutes sent out their students and experts to fight with the army. But when the battle really started, the gap between the students of the research institutes was revealed. It was only then that I discovered the true power of the Holy Spirit Empire's Research Institute. Yan Weihu continued with an amazed look. The students from the other research institute are either fighting alone or working together. Even when they fought together, they couldn't display their strength. But the students from the Holy Spirit Empire's Research Institute never fight alone. If there's one student who's outstanding in combat, the rest of the weaker students will support him with all their might, making him the sharpest spear. The discipline of those students is unparalleled. They could even cooperate with the army at any time and display their strongest combat power. You might not have the concept, so I'll tell you with the most intuitive data. Before I was reborn, almost 40% of the human powerhouses were from the Holy Spirit Empire's Research Institute. 3 of the 10 powerhouses at my level were from the Holy Spirit Empire's Research Institute, and it was the strongest one. When Yan Weihu finished, Zhou Mingrui couldn't help but say in wonder, why do I feel that when you talk about this strongest guy, your voice becomes a little emotional? Yan Weihu smiled faintly. I've challenged all of the top 10 most powerful human beings. Even if I lose, it's a pity. But this person, I can't see any hope of defeating him. Zhou Mingrui pursed his lips and said, it's still useless in the end. Yan Weihu shook her head gently. Don't underestimate him. He was able to kill one of the 5 Lord-grade monsters and escape safely after seriously injuring another. So? Zhou Mingrui raised his brows and asked, your goal is to enter this research institute? That's right, Yan Weihu said without hesitation. If I want to be the strongest, I have to enter this research institute. The path to becoming the strongest is there. Zhou Mingrui could understand. Just like in the world before he transmigrated, those who graduated from universities in ordinary times had the chance to become elites, leaders, and so on. However, once it became the era of war, the students from those special universities would be able to stand out in this kind of era. All right, I will do my best to help you. Zhou Mingrui sat up straight and spoke in a firm tone. Really? Yan Weihu also looked at Zhou Mingrui with her eyes. I'm just lying to you. Zhou Mingrui suddenly spoke before he burst into laughter. Yan Weihu was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Then, she stiffly turned her head to look at Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui. This time, Yan Weihu couldn't hold it in any longer. She jumped up from her chair and, with lightning speed, kicked Zhou Mingrui. Bang! Zhou Mingrui, who was unable to react in time, was sent flying. After tumbling a few times in mid-air, his head slammed into the wall of the room. Let me tell you. If you dare to play with me like this again, do you believe that I will send you back to the illusionary spirit world? Yan Huiyu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, and her face flushed. To think that she had just thought that Zhou Mingrui had become a reliable partner that she could trust and entrust her life. However, she understood now. This guy was still so frivolous and unreliable. Damn, I was just joking. Do you have to be so ruthless? Zhou Mingrui rubbed his head and grumbled with a helpless expression. He wasn't used to the atmosphere just now, so he made a joke subconsciously. Who knew that Yan Huiyu would have such a big reaction? Who taught you to joke around with others like this? May I ask if that person is still alive? Yan Huiyu said, gnashing her teeth. I don't know. Zhou Mingrui looked at Yan Huiyu's eyes, which looked as if she was about to devour him. Zhou Mingrui couldn't help but gulp. Humph, hurry up and get ready. If you're late, you'll have to bear the consequences. With that, Yan Huiyu turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Zhou Mingrui. Tisk. After Zhou Mingrui clicked his tongue, he stood up and circulated his energy. His clothes immediately changed rapidly. The two of them quickly arrived at the parking lot outside Heavenly Saint Academy by riding a car. It wasn't that cars couldn't enter the academy, but that the area outside the academy was already packed with people. There were close to thousands of new students, and if their parents, relatives, and friends came together, it would be a huge crowd of people. Zhou Mingrui was used to such scenes. He had seen plenty of such grand occasions before his transmigration, such as National Day ceremonies or the morning of college entrance examinations. As a reincarnated person, Yan Huiyu was naturally not afraid of such a scene. The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Naturally, Heavenly Saint Academy had made preparations in advance. They had set up a roadblock on the road leading to the academy, making it convenient for students to enter. As they walked on the road, under the gaze of countless eyes, many students felt inexplicably nervous. However, Yan Huiyu and Zhou Mingrui appeared to be very calm, as if they did not care about the situation at all. Soon, under the guidance of the school staff, the two of them arrived at the large sports field arranged by the academy. After about half an hour, there were only 10 minutes left before the opening time at 8 o'clock, but the students on the field were basically in position. No one would stir up trouble at this time, and no one would act rashly. When it was 8 o'clock, the entire academy fell silent. At this moment, the several thousand new students were so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. After experiencing the previous trial, the students' mental state had also become more stable. The people outside were also silent. They were afraid of affecting their children, so they kept quiet. Soon, the previous headmaster walked onto the stage again. Everyone, I haven't seen you for a month. Do you still miss me? As soon as the headmaster went on stage, his words immediately caused the students to burst into laughter. Alright, I know you guys didn't miss me. I'm just here to help you guys ease your tension. Chapter 38. After clearing his throat, the headmaster continued to speak into the microphone. Alright, let's get to the main topic. I'll still be the host of this year's freshman competition. The tournament this time is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is hunting. As the name suggests, the academy will send you to a place that has been prepared in advance. The monsters inside will be your hunting targets this time. They have a mark on them that we have set up in advance, and they will be the spoils of war for this assessment. The spoils of war are divided into 4 types, representing 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and 10 points that only the core area has. Later, everyone can go and get a temporary storage ring. The items you've obtained will be stored in the ring, and there will be a magic tool inside that can calculate the number of items you've obtained. It will automatically send us information. After the competition ends, the academy will determine your ranking based on your points. As for how you obtained the spoils of war, the academy won't care. As long as you don't violate the rule of killing a classmate, then everything is acceptable. Don't underestimate this stage. It's different from the last Secret Realm trial. The previous monsters there were docile and carefully selected by us. But this time, you'll be facing the real vicious monsters. Before you go, each of you must sign a death or disability disclaimer agreement with the academy, proving that the academy will not be responsible for any injuries or deaths caused during the competition. Of course, if anyone wants to quit now, I'll welcome you. 2 minutes later, the headmaster realized that no one wanted to say anything, so he raised the microphone again and said, "You're all great. None of you are afraid and want to retreat. I'm very satisfied with this. None of you are cowards. But I'll give you a word of advice. Sometimes it's not good to be too brave. All right, go sign the agreement and get in the car." Immediately, a staff member began to lead the students to the signing office, and then they quickly and orderly signed the contract. It's a rather old-fashioned but effective psychological cue. The braver these rookies were when they signed the agreement, the more scared they would be when they realize it. Zhou Mingrui said with a smile as he walked beside Yan Wu. "As long as it works." Yan Wu turned to glance at Zhou Mingrui and replied, "But I think you should take care of yourself first. You're still angry about what happened just now? There's no need." Zhou Mingrui could only comfort her. "Who's angry over that matter? I only want to trouble you to cooperate with me. This year's freshman tournament is extremely important, and we can't be careless." Yan Wu glanced at Zhou Mingrui with a side eye. Zhou Mingrui quickly patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, these guys are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs in my eyes. I can easily need them for you to see. Don't be too arrogant. You should know that there's always someone better. I don't know if some people who shouldn't have entered this competition will enter." Yan Wu reminded him. "Haha, that will be great. I still don't know how strong I am, so I'll give it a try." Zhou Mingrui said indifferently. The two of them bickered as they signed the disclaimer. Then, all the students signed the contract and quickly boarded the express car to their destination under the guidance of the staff. When the students got off the bus, they all exclaimed in surprise. A wall that was 10 meters tall and at least half a meter thick stood in front of everyone. There were 2 guards with summoned beasts every 1 meter. The 3-meter-tall gate was guarded by a stone beast as large as a mountain. When it saw people coming, it opened its eyes and then closed them again. "It's so tall. I feel like I can't breathe. This is an elemental earth guardian spirit. I've read about it in a book. The worst one has a C rank growth talent. This guardian spirit is at least level 60 and above, and from the looks of it, its attribute growth is definitely not low. It should be one of the academy's leaders who came here to personally oversee it." When the headmaster got down from the helicopter, all the students immediately shut their mouths. He raised his hands and clapped. The side doors of 2 large trucks that were parked nearby immediately opened, and balls flew out from them. "This is the venue's surveillance camera. Don't worry. As long as it's related to privacy, it will automatically turn off the live broadcast function, so you don't have to worry. After all, even though the Academy has signed an agreement with you, we will still try our best to ensure your safety. If you are in danger, you can ask for help at the first moment. Of course, if you want to forfeit, you just have to shout loudly at the surveillance ball. It will only take a minute for the staff to come and take you away. Of course, your results and spoils of war will be reset to 0 and given to the one closest to you. Alright, all of you go in through this door. The countdown will begin when the last person enters. I won't say anything more. Good luck." After he finished speaking, the huge stone beast behind the headmaster suddenly stood up. Its thick pillar-like arms directly opened the 2 doors, revealing the assessment venue behind it. A few of the students in the front row did not hesitate and immediately sped up towards the door. The students who entered first would usually be able to occupy an advantageous position first and increase their chances of winning the battle. At the very least, they could avoid being ambushed by other students. Moreover, who knew how many monsters there were inside? If there weren't many, whoever made the first move would have the upper hand. The rest of the students who reacted a little slower also reacted and hurriedly followed. After most of the students had entered the stone gate, Yan Wu and Zhou Mingrui began to move forward. "From the moment you got out of the car and saw this stone gate, you didn't look well. Did something happen?" Zhou Mingrui asked, puzzled. Yan Wu glanced at the surveillance ball above her. Zhou Mingrui understood the look in her eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly had an idea. The white ball in the space of consciousness trembled slightly, and a surge of spiritual power suddenly began to spread out from Zhou Mingrui's body. Soon, it came into contact with Yan Wu. "Don't be surprised. I'm conversing with you using my consciousness. You only need to respond to me in your mind." Suddenly, Zhou Mingrui's voice rang in Yan Wu's mind. "When did you learn how to use your spiritual power?" Yan Wu's expression was slightly surprised, but she didn't seem to be shocked. "Just recently." "Alright, can you tell me what's going on now?" Zhou Mingrui continued asking. This wasn't the location of the freshman tournament before my rebirth. Yan Wu's expression was still not very good. Then you don't have to look upset because of this. There must be some other reason, right? Zhou Mingrui continued asking. That's right. I only confirmed after coming in. This place will be the start of the future great calamity. Yan Wu said. Chapter 39. The eruption point of the great calamity. Zhou Mingrui was shocked as well. To be precise, it's one of the eruption points. When the great calamity happens, these eruption points are like ant nests that have been stepped on, and countless monsters will spew out from them. Yan Wu explained. Will there be any problems with the freshman tournament being held here? Zhou Mingrui inquired. Although he believed in his own strength and talent, a great calamity was no joke. Once the monster ran out, he might be swallowed instantly. It's not that bad. Someone has studied it. These nodes are in a state of insufficient energy and will not be activated in advance before the time is up. Even if thousands of our people were to input all their energy into it, it would be impossible to start it. Yan Wu answered with certainty. Then what are you still worried about? Zhou Mingrui asked, puzzled. I have a bad feeling about this, but I can't tell why. Yan Wu can't explain it clearly. Alright, since you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. It's better to think about how to deal with the tournament. Zhou Mingrui suggested. You're right. Since we don't have a clue, let's solve the problem at hand first. We must get first place in this tournament. The reward is crucial to our next plan. Yan Wu said clearly. Of course, but what's your plan for this tournament? With your personality, you must have a plan already. Zhou Mingrui raised his brows. Finally, you've said something decent. Yan Wu smiled. Following that, she did not wait for Zhou Mingrui to speak. She immediately said, if we want to succeed, we must act separately. Just as Zhou Mingrui was about to speak, he was interrupted. He was a little surprised when he heard this. Are you sure we should split up in this situation? That's right. If we want to get a head start, we have to do this. Otherwise, with the strength of those few, it will be even more difficult for us. You and I can use the contract to determine our location, so we don't have to worry about getting lost. I've also prepared a signal device this time. As long as you press the button, your side will light up. I'm allowed to bring this device because it doesn't have any other function. If you want to gain more benefits, you have to take greater risks, so this is my decision. Zhou Mingrui was stunned for a few seconds before he said, this doesn't seem like your style. Yan Wu, however, smiled and said, what, do you think that you already know me after just a few days? Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Mingrui laughed and said, all right, since you've confirmed it, we'll split up. However, we can't be too far away from each other. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for us to provide timely assistance if something happens to one of us. I'll say this first, don't cry and beg me to help you when the time comes. Yan Wu chuckled and said, I'm just afraid you'll be the one to call for my help. After confirming their target, the two of them looked at each other and then split up in two different directions. This scene was noticed by the people who were watching the tournament, and many people were surprised. The summoner and summoned spirit dared to split up in the tournament. Even the headmaster, who had hosted many tournaments and was experienced and knowledgeable, could not understand this behavior. If a summoner and a summoned spirit were to split up, it didn't mean that the summoner would lose their combat power. However, wouldn't a summoned spirit without a summoner be like an army without a general? Although the girl's summoned spirit was humanoid and should have a certain level of intelligence, without the support of a summoner, her combat power would be greatly reduced. The people present didn't expect that Yan Wu's summoned spirit was actually a transmigrator, not the summoned spirit they had imagined. After splitting up, Zhou Mingrui chose to head to the right. He looked up and saw a dense forest. No matter how strong the sunlight was, it could not penetrate the pitch-black forest. Zhou Mingrui, who had just stepped into the forest, felt something amiss. The density of the energy particles in the air had changed greatly, not just the temperature, and the types of magic particles in the air also decreased a lot. Zhou Mingrui lowered his head and looked at the ground. He realized that the ground was covered in layers of ghastly white bones. It was impossible to tell how thick they were. Just a light touch from his feet would produce a series of cracking sounds. However, in the face of a scene that would send chills down the spine of an average person, Zhou Mingrui raised his hands, puffed out his chest, and took a deep breath with his useless nose. I didn't expect to have a surprise. Yan Huiyu walked to the front left, where there was no dense forest, but a grass slope with fewer undulation. As if sensing something, Yan Huiyu took out pieces of long metal sticks of the same size from the storage ring on her finger. With a click, she finished assembling a metal spear and held it in her hand. At this moment, a hole suddenly appeared on the lawn in front of her, and a strong humanoid creature jumped out of it. They are indeed goblins, but fortunately, they are all weaker versions. Yan Huiyu let out a long breath, and then her face suddenly became serious. Her eyes narrowed, and a sharp aura immediately leaked out. The countless battle experiences before her rebirth instantly flashed before her eyes. All the muscles in her body began to tremble unconsciously. This was not out of fear but excitement. Because at this time, Yan Huiyu's face had a unique combat smile. Yan Huiyu stomped on the ground, leaving a footprint. She rushed out like a sharp arrow toward the goblins. Although they were only 1.5 meters tall, the goblins were like bodybuilders, with bulging muscles and bulging veins. The goblins were startled by the human who suddenly rushed toward them, but the next moment, they waved their bone clubs and charged at Yan Huiyu while howling. As soon as both sides came into contact, Yan Huiyu moved her feet and suddenly moved in a Z-shaped formation, making 4 or 5 goblins miss their attacks. At this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared. Yan Huiyu had already thrust her spear forward. Ow! The 2 goblins wailed in pain as blood spurted out from the back of their necks. They fell to the ground, their bodies convulsing. Yan Huiyu didn't stop. She twisted her feet again, and the spear in her hand shot out like a snake, stabbing the back of the neck of 2 goblins again. The goblin's fatal weakness was precisely this point. As long as she could pierce the central point of the cervical nerves, she could instantly destroy the combat power of these goblins. Under the siege of dozens of goblins, Yan Huiyu's figure kept flashing. She was like a leaf fluttering in the wind. Not a single goblin could touch her. Chapter 40. 3 minutes later. The lawn was full of goblins laying down, and Yan Huiyu was walking among them with a spear in her hand, stabbing them in the eyes one by one. The spoils of war were the nails of the goblins' right pinkies. After they died, their skin would become loose and could be easily cut off. As expected of Yan Huiyu, who was once listed as a seated student. It's a pity that she actually summoned that kind of spirit. The headmaster could not help but sigh in his heart when he saw this. Give me this student's information immediately. All of it, immediately. The instructors of the research institute said this to their assistants almost at the same time, and soon Yan Huiyu's information was handed to them. How could it be like this? Almost at the same time, they read the information about Yan Huiyu's summoned beast. After reading it, all of them looked extremely disappointed. Just as Yan Huiyu finished cutting the last piece of loot and putting it into her ring, there was an explosion in the sky, and then a huge light screen floated in the sky. The ranking. I didn't expect the academy to come up with this. Yan Huiyu couldn't help but complain when she saw the kill list at the top of the light screen. Before she was reborn, the academy did not do so many fancy things. At this time, the name at the top of the list surprised Yan Huiyu because the name was quite familiar. Number 1, Zhou Enkai 32 points. It's actually that fellow. However, it's impossible for her to do this with her strength. She must have used some means. Although Yan Huiyu had her suspicion, she suddenly understood something when she thought of Zhou Enkai's character. At this time, hundreds of meters away from Yan Huiyu, Zhou Enkai was sitting on the highest stone in a rugged place, looking down at the scene below with her legs crossed. Below were 10 male students trying their best to kill the goblins. The other 2 female students were collecting the spoils of war from the goblins' pinky fingers. Many people were speechless when they saw this scene on the live broadcast. The headmaster could not help but cover his face. But what could they do? The Zhao family had plenty of money, and there were no rules against using such a method in the tournament. At most, people would just complain. So what if those research institutes didn't like her? With the Zhao family's power and background, she didn't have to worry that no research institute would want her. And so, under the guidance of the headmaster, the staff immediately moved the camera to another location. At the same time, they also secretly blacklisted Zhou Enkai in the random display. Yan Huiyu. Zhou Enkai raised her head and saw the ranking list. Naturally, she also saw Yan Huiyu, who was in the top 100. Ever since the incident at the auction house, the Zhao family had suffered a huge blow, and their resource chain had been completely broken. All the assets and luxury goods belonging to the clan were stripped and sold, and many of the clan's side branches were removed. Logically speaking, the clan should have fallen apart at this point. However, just as the clan leader was so angry that he threw out all the things in the ring, he found an envelope. The thing on the envelope happened to be left behind by the Zhou family's ancestors. When he opened it, it was actually a batch of family property that the Zhou family's ancestors had sealed in the bank a long time ago because of some major event. At the same time, after the clan sold their assets, they found out that many of their assets had been corroded by the wastrels in the family. They usually just hid it. It was only after they had taken back the luxury goods that were originally on the clan's inventory that they realized many items had been secretly taken away by the clan's internal members. There was only an empty account book in the warehouse. As for the side branches that were scattered, the clan calculated their financials, and only then did they know how much of the clan's resources these scoundrels had usually taken, and they were useless. They were typical traitors. After opening the assets sealed in the bank, they found out that they were worth many times more than the original total value of the Zhou family. Among them were even the original shares of some big groups in the province. The Zhou family had completely turned over a new leaf. At the same time, their assets, strength, and influence had increased by more than one level. As long as you're in my sight, I'll deal with you for a day. I couldn't suppress you in the past, but now I'd like to see what you can do in front of me. Yifeng, who was beside, was quietly guarding his summoner. At this moment, his body was much stronger and tougher than when he was fighting Zhou Mingrui. Although he didn't say a word, he still couldn't forget the scene of Zhou Mingrui pressing him to the ground and grinding him down. It was like a nightmare that constantly haunted him, stimulating him at all times. At the same time, encourage him to train continuously. Thinking of this, Yifeng had a sudden burst of hostility. He spread his wings and rushed into the sky. Then, he turned around and rushed towards the goblins who were fighting on the ground. He swung his mace forward very hard, smashing the head of a goblin. Blood and brain matter instantly splattered all over Yifeng's face. However, he was still smiling and even stuck out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, not caring in the slightest. Interesting, this is my qualified servant. When Zhao Ankai saw her summoned spirit's reaction, she smiled in satisfaction. And at that moment, Zhou Mingrui was doing something that puzzled the surveillance cameras. He was collecting the bones on the ground. The scariest thing was that Zhou Mingrui was still picking and choosing the bones. From time to time, he would approach the bones and knock or smell them. What made people tremble was that this guy actually stuck out his tongue and licked the bones. This immediately scared the staff so much that they turned the camera around, not daring to look at Zhou Mingrui. Coincidentally, at this moment, a goblin dressed in white bone armor suddenly appeared behind Zhou Mingrui. It swung a bone club ruthlessly at the back of Zhou Mingrui's head. However, Zhou Mingrui, who did not seem to react, suddenly turned around and sent a bone club flying back. Bang! The weapons of both sides collided in midair, immediately erupting with a deafening sound. In front of the nearly 2.8-meter tall goblin centurion, Zhou Mingrui, who was less than 1.9 meters tall, was like a child facing an adult. However, the outcome was that the goblin centurion's weapon was shattered by Zhou Mingrui's bone club. Following that, the bone club smashed into the centurion's chest, shattering a piece of the bone armor. The powerful force even sent the goblin centurion flying and even broke a large tree in the middle. By the time he landed on the ground, the goblin centurion was already gasping for air but not exhaling. I haven't even looked for it yet, why are points being sent to my door? Chapter 41. If the surveillance cameras had continued to follow Zhou Mingrui, they would have discovered that he was already strong enough to kill a goblin centurion instantly. The goblin centurion breathed his last breath, and his body instantly lit up with a faint black light. Within the black light, the centurion's body began to rot and decay rapidly. Soon, only a complete skeleton was left. The black light left the skeleton and flew straight at Zhou Mingrui. The moment it came into contact with his body, it fused into him. Zhou Mingrui could not help but exclaim in admiration as he felt the sensation of experience and energy. As expected. The fresher the skeleton, the better. It's closer to the monster's peak strength when it was alive. As Zhou Mingrui touched the skeleton, he felt a sensation coming from it. It was the undead spirit's understanding of the skeleton. It was like a chef immediately knew the ingredients and cooking method of the dish after tasting it. He removed the goblin centurion's pinky nail. He saw that it was marked with 2 points. After storing the skeleton in his ring, Zhou Mingrui continued to pick the bones from the ground. After all, not all skeletons could be used to summon the undead. Some of them were too broken or ancient, which would consume more magic power. At the same time, the undead summoned would not be as strong as when they were alive. Zhou Mingrui suddenly frowned. He picked up a bone and sized it up. Is this the skeleton of a human? Then, he swept his gaze over the scene where he had found the bones. After a while, he discovered that there were dozens of human bones. Their aura wasn't strong when they were alive. They should be bones of ordinary humans. These goblins probably have eaten some humans. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui's originally calm and leisurely expression had already turned cold. An invisible sense of oppression began to emanate from him. Although Zhou Mingrui was no longer human, he was still a human before he transmigrated. Knowing these goblins were eating humans, his heart had already begun to burn with a wave of intense anger. Bang! Bang! Zhou Mingrui heard some heavy footsteps. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui was already surrounded by more than 10 goblins. After placing the skeleton back on the ground, Zhou Mingrui slowly stood up. He had already removed the robe he was wearing. He didn't hide the hostility in his eyes. He looked at the goblin centurions as if they were corpses. As the goblin centurions sensed the competence of their prey, they roared in unison and charged at Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui did not move swiftly like Yan Wu. He took one step at a time, charging toward the goblin centurions like a heavy tank. Once they got closer, Zhou Mingrui swung his waist and smashed his bone club at a goblin centurion with a whistling air current. The centurion immediately felt the suffocating pressure exuding from Zhou Mingrui. He immediately raised his spiked club in front of his chest to block Zhou Mingrui's attack. However, the spiked club in his hand was made of a tree. It immediately split into two when Zhou Mingrui's bone club hit it. The centurion felt a huge force on his palm and sharp pain in his hand. The next moment, he suddenly found it difficult to breathe. From the corner of his eye, he could see that Zhou Mingrui's bone club had already smashed into his chest. The strong muscles and bones that he had been so proud of were now as fragile as glass. That was the end for him. His consciousness had completely fallen into the endless darkness. Zhou Mingrui did not look at the centurion who was sent flying by his bone club because he knew that the centurion was dead from the strike. In fact, he conjured a bone sword or bone saber to kill the goblin centurion faster than a bone club. However, Zhou Mingrui wanted to vent the gloominess in his heart. Since these goblins dared to eat humans, they should die painfully. Bang! Zhou Mingrui did not hesitate. The bone club in his hand carried a stream of air that reeked of blood as he smashed it into the forehead of another centurion. The centurion's head exploded like watermelon, and blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui had already moved forward and appeared in front of another centurion. He struck the other centurion's legs with the bone club. Whether it was the centurion's skin, muscles, or bones, they were all smashed into meat paste. A shrill wail immediately rang out, scaring the surrounding centurions. In less than a few seconds, 3 centurions had already been killed by Zhou Mingrui. It infuriated the centurions. The other 4 centurions immediately took a step forward and launched an attack on Zhou Mingrui at the same time. Zhou Mingrui's eyes widened as he swung his bone club in a circle. One of the goblins did not manage to dodge in time and was struck by the bone club. The centurion's arm was instantly broken in half. In the face of such a terrifying creature, the goblins, who were more afraid of death than any other monster, immediately thought of retreating. The other 3 centurions were scared to their wits. They immediately turned around and ran, not caring about their comrade with his arm broken. The other centurions on the outer perimeter also ran away immediately without hesitation. However, there was no way Zhou Mingrui would let them off. His other hand glowed as he shot out 7 to 8 bone chains at the centurions who were the furthest away. The bone chain wrapped itself around the centurion's neck as though it was equipped with a guide. With Zhou Mingrui's forceful tug, the centurion was immediately sent flying backward. He even knocked into the few centurions behind him. Ignoring the centurion who had fallen to the ground, Zhou Mingrui released the bone chain and created another bone spear. He aimed at the few centurions who were still running away and threw the spear at them. Before the centurions heard the sound, they were already pierced through by the bone spears. The centurions didn't even have the strength to resist before their heads were pierced by the bone spears. Some of them were even sent flying several meters away by the power of the spears. After a few minutes, Zhou Mingrui finally revealed a smile when he saw the miserable deaths of the goblins. None of them had an intact corpse. The hostility in his heart had completely dissipated. After Zhou Mingrui finished collecting his spoils of war, he turned around and continued collecting the skeletons on the ground. He had buried the human skeletons in another place. At this moment, he seemed to understand Yan Wu's previous feelings. You've worked hard, you can go now. Yan Wu had just killed the 18th goblin. When he was about to collect his spoils, a sharp voice came. Yan Wu frowned. He looked up and found a thin man walking toward her with 3 students. Chapter 42. Yan Wu knew this guy. His name was Li Yun, a 3rd-generation descendant of the Li family. He was a typical spoiled child and was not well liked by his family. However, this guy had an extremely outstanding talent in the business. Li Yun could use the pocket money given by his family, which was less than tens of thousands, to establish a company worth tens of millions. Oh, aren't you the Yan family's girl? I was wondering who it was. Li Yun walked up and said with a smile when he saw Yan Wu. You can leave now. I won't find trouble with you. Li Yun chuckled. Even though he was not afraid of the Yan family, he did not want to cause trouble for no reason. Get lost. Yan Wu said lightly. Li Yun turned around with a puzzled look on her face. Did he hear it wrong? I told you to get lost. After Yan Wu finished speaking, she ignored Li Yun and began to collect the spoils. Hearing this, Li Yun narrowed his eyes. His 3 lackeys beside him also reacted and surrounded Yan Wu after cursing angrily. Some students are starting to make a move now. All of them go against that kid at the same time. But if it's that kid from the Li family, everything will be easy. But even if Yan Wu doesn't use her summoned spirit, her combat power is very strong. I think she could resist. No matter how strong she is, she's still alone. She doesn't have a summoned spirit by her side, so she'll definitely get beaten up. But that little girl's combat power was too strong. I feel like there's still hope. Haha, then I'll make a bet with you. I say this girl will lose. How about 30,000? Outside the arena, the students, who were watching the battle, started whispering to each other and making bets. The instructor from the research institute did not say anything. I bet she will win. At this moment, one of the instructors wearing a white uniform with red patterns spoke. Haha, I bet she will lose. Said another instructor who was wearing a black suit with golden patterns. How about 1,000,000 and a C-grade magic relic? The instructor with red patterns said with a smile. No problem. The instructor in a black suit with gold patterns immediately agreed. The other instructors did not participate but quietly watched the scene on the big screen. You arrogant bastard! Li Yun's facial muscles twitched as he gritted his teeth. You dared to provoke me. Don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, the 3 lackeys immediately commanded their summoned spirits to attack Yan Wu together. The gargoyle flew into the sky while the pangolin drilled into the ground. The tree spirit swung its body and shot more than a dozen thick branches at Yan Wu. Yan Wu, who had already stopped collecting the loots, suddenly tightened her grip on the spear. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she suddenly turned the spear and thrust it into the ground. The ground suddenly rose, and the pangolin as big as a giant crocodile broke out of the ground. The hard shell on its back blocked Yan Wu's spear. Yan Wu didn't care. She didn't think this shot would work. With the help of the pangolin's strength, Yan Wu jumped into the air and dodged the tree spirit's attack. I've caught you! At this moment, the gargoyle, who had been waiting in the air for a long time, laughed and reached for Yan Wu's back. I've caught you! Yan Wu said the same thing. Yan Wu stomped on the tree branches that were shooting toward her and jumped up with great force. With the inertia, the spear tip had already turned and stabbed at the gargoyle. From the very beginning, Yan Wu's target had been the gargoyle, because it had the most advantageous attacking position in the air. Yan Wu's spear pierced through the gargoyle's shoulder, and she kicked the gargoyle's chest heavily with her right leg. The gargoyle was sent flying by the kick, and Yan Wu used the impact to escape from where she stood, once again avoiding the branches shot by the tree spirit. After landing on the ground, Yan Wu didn't stop but rushed toward the tree spirit. Yan Wu twisted her body and swung her spear like a whip. The pangolin that had already rushed toward her was instantly swept away by the spear, leaving a deep gully on the ground before it fell to the ground. Looking at the tree spirit again, Yan Wu smiled. The tree spirit was so frightened that it burst out with all its strength, and dozens of sharp branches immediately swarmed out. Yan Wu took a step forward and rushed toward the tree spirit. When the branches were less than 10 centimeters away, Yan Weihua shifted her body and slid to avoid the attack. The following battle was very simple. Even if the tree spirit's defense was not weak, it could not last more than 3 rounds in Yan Weihua's attacks. The 3 lackeys realized something was wrong and were ready to attack together with the other 2 summoned spirits. However, even though they had used their most powerful skills, Yan Weihua still defeated them easily. Yan Weihua had rich combat experience. She knew how to deal with these guys after knowing their summoned spirits. Hand over all your rewards, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't continue the competition. Yan Weihua didn't look at the 3 lackeys that had fallen onto the ground. Instead, she looked at Li Yun, who had an angry expression. Li Yun didn't make a move, nor did she dare to. Because she knew that if she did, she and her summoned spirit wouldn't be able to last more than 3 rounds under Yan Weihua's hands. That was why she didn't join in the siege on the way. Li Yun had witnessed how Yan Weihua defeated her 3 lackeys and the tree spirit. She knew she was not a match for Yan Weihua. Li Yun wanted to say something, but looking at Yan Weihua's cold eyes, she couldn't say anything for a while. Just you wait. Li Yun snorted and handed over her loots. After collecting the loots, Yan Weihua watched Li Yun leave with her 3 men. She shook her head slightly and continued to collect the loots. Haha, I won. The instructor in a white uniform with red patterns was so happy that he started laughing. I'll give it to you when we get back. This girl has exceeded my expectations. Even though the instructor in a black uniform with gold patterns lost the bet, he wasn't angry. Instead, he had a look of admiration. The instructors and students were all amazed. It was unbelievable that Yan Weihua could fight against 3 people alone. Just as everyone was commenting on Yan Weihua, a beam of light suddenly shot up from the southeast corner of the arena, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 43. 5 minutes ago. A 3-man team fumbled their way to the southeast corner of the arena, where the terrain was relatively high and undulating. After the 3-man team killed a group of goblins, they went deep into the mountains. Soon, they found a black stone tablet with red patterns on it. It stood between the 2 hills. The 3-man team walked over curiously, and one of them reached out and touched the stone tablet. The moment the palm touched the stone tablet, a huge suction force immediately trapped the owner of the palm. Then, an even more terrifying suction force appeared. The other 2 and their 3 summoned spirits quickly reached out to grab their partner's shoulder and arm. However, they regretted it when they grabbed him because the terrifying suction force had also trapped them. In the end, all of them, including the summoning spirit, were trapped beside the stone tablet. The surveillance ball in the sky immediately noticed this scene, but just as it was about to send out a distress signal, it was knocked down by the sudden shock wave from the stone tablet. The 3 students could only feel the energy in their bodies rapidly disappearing, and their summoned spirits were struggling in pain. In less than 3 seconds, the energy of the 3 students and the summoned spirit had been sucked dry. But what made them even more frightened was that the suction force didn't stop. 10 seconds later, the next surveillance ball rushed over, but what it saw was 6 shriveled corpses. Just as the surveillance ball sounded the alarm, the stone tablet once again burst out with a strong light, and a pillar of light instantly soared into the sky. This is impossible. Yan Weihua looked panicked when she saw the light beam. The strong willpower she had trained from the Great Calamity allowed her to make the most accurate choice. First, she took out the alarm from her ring and pressed the button to sound the alarm. Then, following the mental connection, she rushed to Zhou Mingrui's location at the fastest speed possible. As the pillar of light soared into the sky, the competition ground immediately began to shake violently. Soon after, pillars of light erupted from 3 other directions at the same time. When the 4 pillars of light lit up, a strange circular pattern lit up in the center of the competition ground with a thick blood-red light. The headmaster was in charge of guarding the arena. He was the first to take action. The stone beast guarding the entrance had already stood up and was facing the entrance of the arena. The door was already sealed, and light red energy enveloped the entire door. It was obvious that the door had been locked. At this time, the 10-meter-high wall had already been raised to nearly 20 meters. At the same time, strange blood-red lines appeared on the pale yellow wall. What are you hesitating? Slammed it! The headmaster roared, and the rock beast received the order. It raised its big foot and charged out. It slammed hard against the door of the competition ground. Boom! After a loud explosion, the rock monster retreated, but the wall and gate did not move. What's going on? The headmaster was shocked and suspicious. He quickly took out his phone and began to contact other people. After the intense shaking, many of the terrains immediately changed. The blood-red light pattern in the center had already distorted space, and an oval-shaped door immediately appeared. A faint red mist poured out from behind the door and quickly spread in all directions. In a few minutes, it had already spread over a kilometer. Most of the students in the arena were frightened by the scene. Some even panicked and hurriedly looked for a safe place to hide. When the strange phenomenon happened, Zhou Mingrui also sensed the alarm in his pocket going off. He put down everything he was doing and ran toward Yan Wu. The two sides quickly met up. "What's the situation?" Zhou Mingrui immediately asked. "There's an outbreak." Yan Wu replied with a solemn face. "An outbreak? That's impossible. It's not time for the great calamity yet. How can it happen?" Zhou Mingrui said in surprise. "I know the timing doesn't match, but it happened. This damn red mist has the effect of blocking electronic and magic signals. We can't contact the outside world now, and the outside world can't contact us. We don't know the situation in other places at all." Yan Wu's face was extremely grave. Yan Wu was not worried about the outbreak point, but she was afraid that the great calamity happened earlier. If it were the case, it would be a disaster. Since we can't know what's going on in the outside world, we should first solve the problem at hand. Zhou Mingrui immediately suggested. "You're right. I'm too worried about the outside world. We should indeed solve the problem here first. What we need to do now is to gather all the students in this competition ground. Otherwise, we won't be able to put up much of a resistance against the new monsters." Yan Wu said seriously. "Yay, although I don't like them, I still have to save them if I can." Zhou Mingrui agreed. "That's why I need you to tell me what I need to know about this outbreak point. Otherwise, I'm still at a loss." Yan Wu nodded. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said, "The outbreak point can also be called a special secret realm. We rank it according to energy and monster strength. It's divided into 6 levels: danger, challenge, fatal, horror, hell, epic, and mythical. This goblin secret realm was originally on the lower side of the danger level, but after the outbreak, it was directly raised to the fatal level. After the outbreak of the monsters in the secret realm, their strength will be improved, and then more powerful monsters will come out from the core of the secret realm." Zhou Mingrui immediately pressed, "How's the strength of the monster? Do we have any chance of winning with our strength?" Yan Wu thought for a moment and said, "I didn't solve the outbreak point at the beginning. Besides, the level of this secret realm wasn't high for me at that time. So I didn't pay attention to more detailed information. I only know how those people sealed the secret realm in the end. I've forgotten the rest." In the end, they relied on destroying the teleportation array in the center of the secret realm. After cutting off the energy supply of this secret realm, they would clean up the monsters that came out and make the secret realm useless. Yan Wu roughly explained the situation at that time. The whole situation was in trouble. Chapter 44. The situation had become tricky, but Yan Wu's expression was still relaxed, without the slightest change. Before she was reborn, she had experienced more dangerous and terrifying situations than this many times. Such a little problem couldn't stump her. "This is our chance," Yan Wu suddenly said. "What chance?" Zhou Mingrui didn't quite understand. Yan Wu analyzed, "Those surveillance balls are useless now. As long as we can gather those students, we can solve the trouble. Even if we lose the second round, we'll at least be able to choose one of the 4 great research institutes." After this reminder, Zhou Mingrui immediately understood. "However," he said, "we don't need it at all and don't need to worry. I'll help you get first place this time. Let's go. If I'm not wrong, we need to be quick and reach the core area as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the situation will only get worse if we drag this on." After coming to a consensus, the two of them set off immediately and tried their best to rope in students into the team. At this moment, the entire mystic realm was undergoing a huge change. Many students didn't flee in a panic. Instead, they grouped up in a very disciplined manner. However, there were always some people who were too fragile and couldn't bear this sudden change. They began to run around. At this moment, the center of the secret realm had changed. It was no longer the dense forest from before. Instead, it was filled with black figures in cloaks. There was still a steady stream of figures walking out of the teleportation gate in the center of the secret plane. In the next second, a gigantic hand suddenly reached out from the portal and grabbed the edge of the portal. On its pale green skin, thick veins were protruding. Although it was incomplete, its sharp nails flickered with a faint glint. The gigantic hand suddenly grabbed with force. Then, cracks suddenly appeared on the teleportation portal, which had been extremely stable. It was like cracking an egg and it began to peel off piece by piece. Soon, the portal was forcefully expanded several times by the palm. The spatial cracks brightened and extinguished continuously, emitting special fluctuations. But even so, the figure could not walk out of the transportation portal. Damn it, you bunch of trashes! Set off immediately and collect enough energy for me, or I'll tear you apart. A furious roar came from behind the portal, and the figures who were standing in place immediately scattered. Aren't we going to meet up with the other students? What's the point of gathering? Now is the time to cheat. Otherwise, we will never get a good ranking with our strength. But we don't know the situation yet. It's dangerous. Are you going or not? If you're not going, then get lost now. We don't need cowards. I'll go. If I don't get a place this time, my girlfriend will break up with me. Humph, things are different now. If you don't work hard, you deserve to be dumped. The 4 students didn't gather with the main group. Instead, they headed toward a darker area. Be careful, there's a monster. The leader of the 4 suddenly shouted. The python spirit that was wrapped around his body had already given him a warning in advance. It brought him back a few meters. Although the other 3 were slower by half a beat, they immediately used their methods to spread out in all directions. Boom! The next second after the 4 of them retreated, 4 bolts of lightning struck where they had been standing. The powerful force directly blasted 4 holes in the ground. However, before the 4 could rejoice that they had dodged the attack, they felt the air suddenly heat up. A huge fireball, like a meteorite from outer space, blasted toward the 4 of them with massive power. Attack! The leader roared loudly. The eyes of the python on his body lit up, and a poisonous water arrow immediately shot out from its mouth. The summoned spirits of the other 3 people also attacked at the same time, trying to resist this attack. Boom! A huge explosion soared into the sky, and the terrifying power immediately swept out in all directions. The shockwave covered an area of dozens of meters. When the flames dissipated, the 4 of them were already lying on the ground. The summoned spirits were either dead or injured, and they had no combat power at all. Then, a few figures walked out of the red mist. When the weak light shone down, it revealed the goblins were less than 1.6 meters tall and had all kinds of pendants. They walked to the 4 students and raised their wrinkled arms at them. Then, their mouths moved as they chanted a mysterious spell. Ah! Halfway through the incantation, the 4 people lying on the ground suddenly began to cry out in pain. They felt an intense pain that seemed to be tearing their souls apart. However, no matter how much they struggled, their bodies did not listen to their instructions at all. They had completely lost control. In the next moment, pale soul phantoms were stripped from their bodies one by one. Even though they were soul phantoms, they still tried to struggle. However, as the ribbon-like white light left their bodies, they were absorbed into the palms of these goblin wizards. The white light eventually condensed into white beads. The goblin wizards then kept the white beads in the pockets. As for the rest of the corpses, the goblin wizards burned them to ashes. Soon, the training ground filled with cries of pain. At the same time, Yan Wu and Zhou Mingrui had already gathered more than 100 people. Hence, she stopped in her tracks. We have enough people. Yan Wu said. How many people are there? Are you sure it's enough? Zhou Mingrui asked. Yan Wu glanced at the students and said, they're just students, not soldiers. They won't have a tacit understanding with each other, and if there are too many of them, they might even interfere with the performance of others. I only need them to provide me with powerful firepower when I advance. It was only then that Zhou Mingrui realized Yan Wu's strong self-confidence and leadership charm. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Yan Wu jumped onto a stone and shouted to the crowd. The next moment, hundreds of eyes turned to her. I'm sure everyone's feeling very nervous about this sudden situation. I've read about this situation in an ancient book, and I already have a rough idea of what it is. First of all, I'm not gathering everyone here to escape. If any of you are afraid of death, you can leave now because what I'm about to do is very dangerous. Don't worry, backing out now doesn't mean anything. You're just being responsible for your precious lives. But I won't, because I know why I'm becoming stronger. Chapter 45. It's to protect the people I care about and prevent them from being hurt. I don't want to blame myself for not doing anything after something bad happened. Now, our classmates are all facing unknown danger. You can choose to stand by and do nothing, or you can help, just like how I helped you and gathered you all together. Of course, the other students don't owe you anything. No one has the right to force you to do it. But what if you are in danger one day and they also think the same way? I can't guarantee that we can make it. I don't know what kind of terrifying monsters are waiting for us at the destination. But I can guarantee that I will definitely be the arrowhead that walks at the forefront. So, this is the last time I'm asking you. Whoever wants to quit, step out now. No one will blame you. At Yan Hui's words, the students' expressions changed slightly, as if they were thinking deeply. Nonsense. At this moment, a familiar female voice interrupted Yan Hui when she was about to continue. Yan Hui looked over with a frown. It was Zhao Ankai, her old rival. Zhao Ankai came with dozens of students behind her. She walked toward Yan Hui's side and sneered, "You said that you would be at the forefront, but who knows if you would be the first to leave everyone behind when you encounter danger. Why do I feel like you are using their lives to open a path for you?" Yan Hui did not get angry. Instead, she looked at Zhao Ankai and replied calmly, "Then, what do you think we should do now?" Zhao Ankai looked around and said confidently, "We shouldn't put everyone's lives at risk right now to go to the core area, which is very dangerous. I think the first thing we need to do now is to lead everyone to the wall and try to find a way to send everyone out instead of moving towards more dangerous areas. All of you have your parents and family, and they should be worried about you right now. So what you should do now is to leave this place and meet them outside, not go to dangerous places again." Yan Hui thought it was quite interesting. She didn't expect Zhao Ankai to be so eloquent. Many students were already hesitating after listening to Zhao Ankai's words. Even if we can't get out of the wall, many of the summoned spirits among us can dig tunnels. We can totally dig a tunnel out from the ground. This way, everyone can safely leave this damn place. Many students nodded in agreement with Zhao Ankai. Yan Hui could understand. After all, Zhao Ankai's statement was to ensure their own safety first, which was the easiest statement to change people's stance and thoughts. Following that, Zhao Ankai walked over to Zhou Mingrui. "I know you are a summoning spirit with high intelligence, so I did not mind you offended me last time. But I have to ask, why are you still following a summoner that only does harm to people? Why don't you just terminate the contract? I can help you choose a good summoner. I have a method that allows the summoning spirit to sign another contract with another summoner after terminating the original contract. As long as you are willing to come to my side, I'll personally give you 3 million in cash after the contract is terminated." Upon hearing this, Yan Hui said disdainfully, "Do you think you can drive a wedge between my summoned spirit?" However, just as she finished her sentence, she heard Zhou Mingrui say, "I think you're right. She's not an excellent summoner. I think we can reach good cooperation." Just as Yan Hui was about to speak, Zhou Mingrui's voice rang in his mind, "This is my arrangement. This way, we can get rid of the fence-sitters in your team. When they really realize the danger, they will completely abandon their thoughts and listen to your command. Also, I want to confirm something. I can use them to help me complete it. Take the rest of the people to the center now. I'll come to you as soon as I'm done here." After hearing Zhou Mingrui's explanation, Yan Hui immediately understood. However, she still put on an angry expression and said, "Since you think Zhao Ankai is better than me, then our fate ends here. I hope you can live well with her in the future." When Yan Hui said these words, she even pretended to suppress her anger. Seeing this, Zhao Ankai laughed out loud like a villain. "I didn't expect you to have this day, Yan Hui. Even your summoning spirit doesn't want you anymore. If I were you, I'd just dig a hole and bury myself. Come on, trust me. Let's go now. We don't need to listen to this woman's commands." Zhao Ankai gave Yan Hui a disdainful smile, then turned around and left with her men toward the wall. Out of the 100 or so people at the scene, nearly 80 of them immediately left with Zhao Ankai. Zhou Mingrui naturally followed her. Yan Hui glanced at the less than 30 people left, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. "I believe you understand what I said earlier. Zhao Ankai is right, your family and friends are still waiting outside, so I didn't stop them from leaving. But don't forget there are still many of our classmates in the arena, and their family and friends are waiting for them outside too. If we just walk away irresponsibly like this, what will happen to the rest of the students? If you really go out, will you really be able to sleep peacefully without feeling any guilt? I can't face the eyes of their family and friends without feeling guilty at all. So, I'm going to the core area now to solve the problem there and save all the students in the arena. Now, follow my lead. With that, Yan Weihu turned around and walked toward the core of the mystic realm. After a moment's hesitation, the remaining 30 people also quickly followed behind Yan Weihu. Those who follow me today are warriors. We will fight like heroes and die as heroes. When Yan Weihu suddenly read out these words, the students who followed her immediately felt their blood boiling. Adrenaline began to secrete in their bodies immediately, and the trace of worry and fear in their hearts completely disappeared. Chapter 46. Along the way, Zhou Mingrui constantly observed the surrounding environment and quickly memorized the terrain. Soon, Zhou Mingrui followed Zhao Enkai and the others to the wall. After studying the wall and seeing that their combined attacks were futile, Zhao Enkai immediately began to command her team. First, Zhao Enkai used her flying summoned beast and tried to fly past the wall with her followers. However, after they flew up and hit the invisible barrier in the sky, Zhao Enkai immediately dismissed the idea. Dig. Since we can't fly out of the sky, we'll dig a tunnel underground. Zhao Enkai frowned as she looked at the wall. Next, the group immediately began to select and gather dozens of summoning spirits with digging abilities. Under the command, they began to dig wildly into the soil under the wall. Zhou Mingrui did not participate or stop them. He simply stood in his spot and quietly observed their actions. Zhou Mingrui knew very well that if it were so easy to escape, the academy would have sent people in to rescue them long ago. How could the people outside the wall wait so long without taking any action? Why aren't you saying anything or doing anything? Zhou Mingrui's reaction immediately attracted Zhao Enkai's attention. Your effort is futile and you are wasting your energy. Zhou Mingrui shook his head slightly. Why do you say that? Zhao Enkai immediately asked. Have you thought why no one has come to save us yet? Don't tell me that all the teachers and directors in the academy are inferior to you. Zhou Mingrui's made a reasonable analysis. You're right. Is it possible that they haven't thought of the digging method yet? Zhao Enkai thought for a moment and said. We can't rule out this possibility, but I think with the strength and intelligence of the powerhouses at the academy, I don't think they will give up or can't think of this method. Zhou Mingrui immediately retorted. At this point, Zhao Enkai fell silent. She knew that Zhou Mingrui was right. But they had come this far. No matter what would happen, she could not back up now. Otherwise, how would she be able to face others in the school? A few moments later, people emerged from the holes the summoned spirits had dug. When they appeared, they looked at Zhao Enkai, and their expressions said everything. Even if they dug a tunnel, they still could not escape from this place. There was no way to escape from this place. Zhao Enkai started to feel anxious when she saw everyone's eyes on her. However, she was at her wit's end now. If she had the ability, she wanted to smash the wall in front of her with a punch. Zhao Enkai, what do we do now? This sentence immediately set off the mood of everyone. The expressions on their faces changed one by one, and worries began to spread in the field. Enough, what's the point of saying all this now? What we should do is find a new way to get out of here, not keep on nagging and making no progress here. Zhou Mingrui's voice broke the awkward situation that Zhao Enkai was in. You betrayed your summoner, and you still have the face to criticize us. A student walked out and asked angrily. Upon hearing that, Zhou Mingrui immediately charged at the student. The latter reacted. The summoning spirit that resembled an octopus from the ocean hurriedly stepped forward to protect him. At the same time, 4 of its tentacles quickly reached out in an attempt to restrain Zhou Mingrui. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingrui did not even move. Instead, he stomped the ground with the tip of his foot and immediately burst out with an even faster speed. At the same time, the super-fast speed gave Zhou Mingrui a powerful force. He knocked off the 4 tentacles to the side and arrived in front of the octopus summoning spirit. The octopus summoning spirit was already rooted to the spot in a daze. When Zhou Mingrui arrived in front of it, the terrifying aura he released had already stunned it. Let me give you a word of advice. If you don't have the strength, just listen quietly. There's no need to make a fuss and embarrass yourself here. If you want to continue, follow me. If you can't, you can get lost now. Zhou Mingrui did not continue his attack. Instead, he stopped and turned to head in another direction after speaking. Zhao Enkai was the first to follow. At this point, she had no other choice but to place her hopes on Zhou Mingrui. The remaining people looked at each other in dismay. However, after seeing Zhou Mingrui's strength, many students changed their thoughts. Most of them followed Zhou Mingrui. Soon, under Zhou Mingrui's lead, the group arrived at a dense forest. If someone could fly high up in the sky to take a look, they would discover that the team led by Zhou Mingrui was advancing in the opposite direction of Yanwu. And this place was the place where he had been collecting the bones. I heard her say that the bones here hide some secret. Since we have no other way, let's try to find something here. Zhou Mingrui said. What else could there be in this pile of bones? Zhou Enkai, who was following behind, asked. It's something that can save your life at a critical moment. Zhou Mingrui's tone was no longer as friendly as before. Instead, it had turned cold with a hint of impatience. However, Zhao Enkai didn't seem to mind. On the contrary, the worried look on her face seemed to have lightened a little. The Zhao Enkai of today was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. On the contrary, she had begun to rely on Zhou Mingrui in the depths of her heart. Now, let's start cleaning up these bones. If there are any intact skeletons, remember to take them out and place them on the other side. This is very likely the key to your escape. Zhou Mingrui said to the people who had already followed him and were standing there waiting for instructions. Those people were stunned again. At this time, they had to clean up these bones? If you don't want to do it, you can get lost now. I'm not Yanwu or Zhao Enkai, and I won't spoil you. Zhou Mingrui's voice suddenly rose in pitch. At the same time, it carried a hint of ferocity. Even though this group of students had gone through the Mystic Realm trial, they were still frightened by the sudden outburst of Zhou Mingrui's ferocious aura. Following that, the students began to suppress their disgust and horror as they began to help Zhou Mingrui sort out the white bones that had been laid out in the dense forest. With the help of more than 100 people, they managed to clear the skeletons pretty fast. Soon, some complete skeletons of good quality were separated. In particular, there was a skeleton that was almost 1/3 complete. When Zhou Mingrui raised his hand to touch it, he sensed an extremely unique aura from it. Chapter 47. This aura confirmed Zhou Mingrui's suspicion that the skeleton must have been an extremely powerful monster when it was alive. At the very least, he had yet to find any bone that could match its aura in this ocean of bones that covered over 1,000 square meters. There should be 137 pieces of these bones. If I put them together, I should be able to summon 1/3 of the undead with my strength. After Zhou Mingrui carefully sensed the bone as thick as an arm, he spoke to the people who were searching for other bones. There are so many bones here. How are we going to find them? A student looked at the pile of bones on the ground and said with a troubled expression. Do you want to leave this place alive? Zhou Mingrui didn't say much. Instead, he directly asked a question. Seeing Zhou Mingrui staring at him with a pair of eyes flickered with a faint fire, the student could not help but gulp. I want to. If you want to, then search. Do more and talk less. Do you have any other objections? Zhou Mingrui raised his head and looked at the other students. The others shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have any objections. Then, they began to clear the bone goo at a faster speed. Zhou Mingrui nodded his head at this scene. Zhao Enkai, who was beside him, asked, You're really confident that you can get us out of here? Upon hearing that, Zhou Mingrui turned to look at her in surprise and asked, Weren't you very confident before? Why are you asking me this now? I made an error in judgment because I didn't have enough information. Zhao Enkai turned her head slightly, not daring to meet Zhou Mingrui's eyes. To be honest, I don't have much confidence before I know the details. That's why I'm now preparing everything I can to deal with the unknown. Zhou Mingrui said with a calm expression. Hearing this, Zhao Enkai's expression changed for the first time. Her voice trembled as she said, I don't want to die yet. I'm not having enough fun. Zhou Mingrui's eyes twitched when he heard that. This woman was afraid of death because of this. It left him speechless. As time passed, more and more mysterious bones were discovered, and the shape of the skeleton became more and more complete. This is a horse. Zhou Mingrui was a little dumbfounded when he realized that the skeleton looked like a horse. He had thought it would be some kind of special monster, but it turned out to be a horse. However, even if it was a horse, the aura emitted by its skeleton was not weak. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui suddenly lifted his head and kicked Zhao Ankai's butt. At the same time, his body used the force of the kick to quickly retreat. The moment he retreated, a silver bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky and struck where he and Zhao Ankai were standing. However, while he could react in time, the rest of the students did not have such a strong reaction. Dozens of students were struck by the green lightning and immediately wailed. Their skin immediately showed signs of festering. Moreover, foul-smelling green pus was flowing out of the wound. It was a special type of curse sorcery. Hurry up and leave. He did not have the time to care about the students' grief. Zhou Mingrui had already cast his gaze deep into the dense forest to his left. Don't worry, none of you will be able to escape. As the dark green light flickered, figures with tattered capes walked out. They were the goblin wizards who had come from the center. When the goblin wizards appeared, they immediately turned their gazes towards Zhou Mingrui. They could clearly sense the undead aura that Zhou Mingrui could not hide. As goblin wizards who were extremely sensitive to energy, they could sense the extremely active magical particles around Zhou Mingrui. I smell the scent of death. It seems that this guy is an undead spirit. If Zhou Mingrui was an undead aura represented death and darkness, while the goblin wizard represented withering and despair. I could smell the stench from far away. The black cloak on Zhou Mingrui's body slowly disappeared, revealing the skeletal battle armor he had already put on. His body began to emit a faint white glow. Seeing the confrontation between the two sides, some students who couldn't hold it in immediately stood up and ran in the opposite direction. 3 goblin wizards walked out of the goblin group and raised their hands. A green light flashed and started to gather on their palms. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingrui knew he could not allow them to succeed. Otherwise, if too many students were killed or injured, it would be difficult for him to explain to the academy when he left. With a certain distance between them, Zhou Mingrui immediately condensed a bone spear in his hand. He raised his hand and threw it at the group of wizards. At the same time, he began to mumble an incantation in a low voice. The bone spear carried Zhou Mingrui's immense strength as it flew towards the goblin wizards with a sharp whistling sound. But at this moment, a goblin wizard suddenly walked out and blocked the path of the bone spear. Looking at the bone spear flying toward him rapidly, the goblin wizard did not panic at all. He raised his arm, and a green light burst out from his palm. In the next moment, the bone spear struck a green energy barrier half a meter away from the goblin wizard. The two sides collided, and a muffled sound was heard. However, even though the magic energy shield was deformed by the bone spear's powerful impact, the bone spear still couldn't break through the magic energy shield. With a clang, the bone spear fell to the ground and turned into a faint white light before disappearing into the air. Meanwhile, the energy in the goblin wizard's hand had already taken form. Green lightning bolts were immediately triggered and shot toward Zhou Mingrui at a lightning speed. The other wizards also used their spells at the same time. Moreover, ugly gnomes crawled out of the ground, forcing the students to escape. Zhou Mingrui did not care about this. After all, he was not a nanny at the moment. If those students could not even solve this problem themselves, they might as well return home early. But at the same time, the goblin wizards also noticed that white glows that looked like will-o'-the-wisps had suddenly appeared in the surrounding forest. In the next second, the bones on the ground that the students had just tidied up suddenly began to tremble. Immediately after, these bone armors began to glow. It's an undead summoning spell. This guy is a necromancer. One of the goblin wizards immediately informed his companion. They had initially assumed that Zhou Mingrui was a melee-type undead. They never expected him to be a necromancer. In the blink of an eye, dozens of undead puppets surrounded the goblin wizards. Chapter 48. Just this. The goblin wizard sneered when it saw that they were only a group of low-level undead puppets. Zhou Mingrui did not answer. Instead, with the thought, the undead puppets immediately launched their attacks. The goblin wizards raised their hands and shot out bolts of green lightning in the blink of an eye. Although they were not as powerful as the previous ones, their casting speed was fast. Before the undead puppets could reach the goblin wizards, the green lightning snakes had already struck them. The moment the puppets were hit by the lightning snakes, their bodies stiffened, and their movements began to slow down. Finally, after the second lightning snake hit them, they turned back into bones and scattered on the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the dozens of skeleton puppets were shattered and returned to the pile of bones on the ground. What other moves do you have? The goblin wizard was enraged as it began to speak to Zhou Mingrui in a teasing tone. However, the goblin wizard did not notice that Zhou Mingrui, who had just finished the incantation, was already looking at him with pity. What? At this time, the goblin wizard's expression changed. He had noticed the change in the magic particles in the air. With their sharp senses, they quickly turned their attention to a pile of bones not far away. Something's wrong. The goblin wizard immediately gathered their energy as fast as they could when they sensed it. Green electric snakes shot toward the skeleton. However, before the lightning snakes could touch the skeletons, they were blocked by an invisible barrier of light. They could not get close to the skeletons. It's too late. The wizard could already tell that Zhou Mingrui's necromancy could no longer be stopped. Hence, he immediately turned to his companion and said, "Use the Black Death Catastrophe." The other goblin wizards were shocked, but they quickly understood. All the goblin wizards raised their curved magic staffs and started humming. Rays of green light appeared out of thin air, like comets that constantly rotated around the goblin wizards, emitting an extremely uneasy aura. "Stop daydreaming. Those with long-range attacks, attack with me." No matter how stupid Zhao Enkai was, she could tell that both parties were prepared to use their ultimate moves to finish the battle. Therefore, the best way to help Zhou Mingrui was to distract those ugly monsters as much as possible. The puppets summoned by the goblin wizards had been defeated by their joint forces, which gave the students confidence again. As a result, the students who had long-range attacks started to display their abilities. All sorts of physical, energy and magic attacks were launched at the goblin wizards. However, they were all blocked by a layer of dark green energy shield. There was no way to break the energy shield at all. Still, the continuous and concentrated attacks had impacted the goblin wizards. Zhou Mingrui could feel his power was rapidly depleting. However, the aura from the skeleton in front of him grew stronger and stronger. It had even reached a level that surprised Zhou Mingrui. The skeleton's body even began to turn illusionary from energy. From the overall appearance of the illusionary figure, it should be a beast-like creature on all fours. At this time, the goblin wizard's attack had already taken shape. Even if the students tried their best to delay it, they were still unable to resist the combined attacks of the 8 goblin wizards. A large amount of green energy immediately began to spread. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingrui quickly shouted, "Hurry up and leave. Don't touch the green energy, or you'll die." The students were shocked by his shout. Then, they turned around and ran without hesitation. Even if Zhou Mingrui didn't say anything, they saw that the plants that came into contact with the green energy instantly withered and turned to dust. It was enough to tell how terrifying the green energy was. However, how could the goblin wizards watch them leave? 2 of the wizards immediately controlled the green energy and began to approach the escaping students. The green energy was extremely fast, covering a large distance in the blink of an eye. However, it didn't actively touch the students, but surrounded them and forced them back. After all, they were going to take their souls back and offer them to their king. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingrui's worries were put to rest. At that moment, his necromancy was about to end. He had also expended about 90% of the magic power in his body. The skeleton could no longer be called a skeleton. An energy flickering with a faint light had completely wrapped around the original bone armor. Hoo! A searing blast of air immediately swept through the surroundings as a robust horse appeared in front of Zhou Mingrui. The cheetah-like muscles on its body seemed to have been chiseled with knives and axes, and the muscle lines looked gorgeous. The energy hair on its back fluttered in the wind as if it was burning with white flames. In the originally empty eye sockets, 2 white flames suddenly appeared out of thin air as the horse's body was completely formed. The moment the flames appeared, a terrifying energy aura immediately surged out. The green energy electric snakes that were heading towards Zhou Mingrui stopped in midair as though something was pulling them back. Its 4 hooves were also burning with white flames, crackling in the air. Although there were so many flames, it didn't feel any heat around it. The temperature had even dropped. "Hello, Master!" At that moment, an ethereal female voice with a reverberating effect suddenly appeared in Zhou Mingrui's mind. "It's you." Zhou Mingrui looked at the flame horse in front of him and subconsciously activated his spiritual eye. Name: Spectral Hell Warhorse. Level: 40. Rank: Quasi-Gold. Skills: Flame Charge, War Stomp, Hell Howl, Phantom Eye, Ghost Phantom. Level 40, Quasi-Gold. The data displayed in the 2 columns made Zhou Mingrui's eyes light up. He knew the horse was once a powerful creature when it was alive. After all, the strength of the undead summoned by a king was largely dependent on the strength of the caster. But to be able to reach the level 40 standard of a gold grade, it also proved that the spectral hell warhorse must have been very strong when it was alive. At this moment, the black death light scattered around the area had been condensed into a single beam by the goblin wizards. It shot directly towards Zhou Mingrui and the spectral hell warhorse. Chapter 49. Before Zhou Mingrui could even make a move against the death beam, he heard the spectral hell warhorse raise its head and roar. Immediately after, the horse's hooves stomped on the ground, and its entire body instantly turned into a white flame as it charged forward, facing the direction of the death beam. In the eyes of the students, all they saw was a white flame light colliding with the horrifying green light. Immediately after, a strong burst of light caused the students to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, the green light had disappeared. The goblin wizards, who were shooting the light beams, had already scattered and fled for their lives. In Zhou Mingrui's eyes, spectral hell warhorse was like a heavy tank. After it crashed into and devoured the green beam of death, it charged at the goblin wizards with an even faster speed. All the goblin wizards immediately started chanting in unison after seeing their death beam was destroyed by the other party. All the goblin wizards emitted an intense green light. Under the blessing of the incantation, all the green light began to quickly gather on the leading goblin wizard. As a large amount of energy gathered, the leading goblin wizard seemed to have turned into a big green light bulb, and his skin began to bulge. In a matter of seconds, the goblin wizard's eyes burst with intense green flames. Haxus's wrath. The flames on the goblin wizard's body suddenly increased. The soaring green flames quickly formed a gigantic eye, its pupil directly facing the charging spectral hell warhorse. An intimidating aura suddenly erupted. Even Zhou Mingrui could sense that the owner of the pair of eyes was an extremely terrifying being. However, spectral hell warhorse wasn't afraid at all. After letting out a roar, it charged forward even faster. Skill, Flame Charge. The flames on the spectral hell warhorse's body suddenly burst into flames. The white flames completely enveloped the warhorse, and the warhorse charged forward like a comet. Every time it charged forward, it would leave a white flaming footprint on the ground, like the tail of a comet hanging behind it. Wang! A light beam shot from the center of its eye towards the charging spectral hell warhorse. However, spectral hell warhorse suddenly dodged the attack. The light beam hit the ground, and the green light immediately corroded the large piece of land, forming a green pit several meters deep. Seeing that it didn't hit its target, the eye of Haxus didn't hesitate. After the green light shone brightly, light beams were shot at spectral hell warhorse like laser guns. It was as if green rain was falling from the sky, and beams of light fell densely, sealing off all the positions of spectral hell warhorse. No matter how spectral hell warhorse dodged, it would not escape the attack's range with its current speed. Skill, Ghost Phantom. The moment the skill was activated, spectral hell warhorse instantly turned into a blurry white shadow. Under the dense green energy in the sky, it continuously dodged and advanced at lightning speed. Not a single one of the green energy raindrops managed to hit spectral hell warhorse. Upon seeing this, the eye of Haxus immediately stopped its saturated shooting of energy beams. Instead, it began to release a series of invisible distorted waves. The space in front of spectral hell warhorse was affected by this wave, forming layers of space, and there was extremely strong resistance. Skill, War Stomp. Spectral hell warhorse suddenly stopped just as it was about to crash into the space layers. It used its legs to stomp on the ground. An intense energy fluctuation burst forth, and a white energy fluctuation began to spread out from the ghost warhorse, forming a ring of fire. Under the impact of the ring of fire, the folded space immediately twisted and completely shattered, remerging into space. Without any obstacles, spectral hell warhorse let out a long neigh and increased its speed again, charging toward the goblin wizards. This time, the goblin wizards were completely flustered. They quickly withdrew their spells and began to flee in all directions. However, with spectral hell warhorse's super speed, it was impossible to escape. After being caught, it was directly knocked away. As they landed, white flames ignited on their bodies. No matter how they rolled or tried other methods, they couldn't extinguish the flames. Moreover, the pain from the fire did not come from the skin, but the soul. After seeing spectral hell warhorse's superior dodging speed and ability against all kinds of attacks, and the scene of it killing the goblin wizards, Zhou Mingrui was very satisfied with this flaming warhorse. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui's consciousness suddenly sounded an alarm. Something had happened to Yan Wu, and his mental state had changed. Come back. Zhou Mingrui immediately sent a mental message to spectral hell warhorse. The latter immediately stopped in its tracks when it received the message. It turned around and charged straight at Zhou Mingrui. When Spectral Hell Warhorse reached him, Zhou Mingrui immediately flipped and jumped onto the horse's back. The flames did not harm Zhou Mingrui at all. On the contrary, this flame even made him feel a special change in his body. Of course, it was improving in a good way. And just 10 minutes ago, Yan Wu's men continued to push forward, but they were also stopped by the goblin wizards. She did not have the strength of Zhou Mingrui or Spectral Hell Warhorse. She could only rely on her rich combat experience and physical fitness that was stronger than ordinary people to engage in guerrilla warfare. With the help of the students and their summoned spirits, Yan Wu made use of their skills to formulate a detailed strategy and finally defeated the 5 goblin wizards with difficulty. Just as they were about to move forward, Yan Wu found that they had been surrounded by green energy mist. This is the energy characteristic of the monsters from before. Have we been surrounded? Yan Wu stopped and looked around, only to find they had been surrounded. As goblin warriors more than 7 meters tall and covered in muscles walked out of the green fog, she was sure of this. Yan Wu's expression turned grave when she saw the giant beasts that exuded a fierce aura. Chapter 50. Yan Wu had a bad feeling when she saw the goblin wizards. Before her reborn, she had glanced at the information about this secret realm a few times, and she still remembered the monsters marked on it. The first to be attacked was the king of the fallen goblin, a level 40 quasi-gold boss. The ones she had encountered before were fallen goblin wizards, which were only level 30, quasi-silver monsters. The ones in front of him were fallen goblin guards. They were level 35 and were the most powerful monsters in the silver grade. If she were still in her previous life, she wouldn't have cared much about this information. She could even defeat a quasi-gold effortlessly. However, she was only level 30 now and had just become a silver summoner. Fighting those goblin wizards head-on was already her limit. If there were only 1 or 2 goblin guards, with Yan Wu's experience and strength, she could easily deal with them and even find an opportunity to kill them. But now, they were surrounded by 10 goblin guards. Yan Wu was well aware of the strength of the students. They were no match for the goblin guards. Whether in terms of level or overall strength, these students would be defeated instantly if they fought with the goblin guards. Taking a deep breath, Yan Wu quickly said to the student beside her, "Help me hold them back later, but remember not to get within 15 meters of them, understand?" A student asked with a worried expression, "Are those monsters very strong? If I can't defeat them, run in that direction. That should be your last hope." Yan Wu said, pointing in a direction to the left. Yan Wu knew Zhou Mingrui was currently located there through her mental perception. She had already pressed the emergency signal once again. She hoped that Zhou Mingrui would resolve their problem as soon as possible and that reinforcements would quickly arrive. Otherwise, she would lose her life today. However, the strange thing was that the goblin guards didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, they stood in their positions without moving. But their bloodshot eyes were fixed on Yan Wu and the students. Something's wrong. Yan Wu's eyes flickered. The goblin guards had an overwhelming advantage, but they didn't make a move. There were only a few possibilities. One of the possibilities was that goblin guards had certain restrictions, such as not being able to attack first or only attacking when an intruder stepped into their range. It's good that they didn't attack us. Yan Wu heaved a sigh of relief, but another thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She immediately tensed up again. Another possibility instantly appeared in her mind. These goblin guards might have received a protection order that prevented them from leaving. And the only one who could command the goblin guards was the goblin king that was described in the information. Yan Wu immediately stepped forward. When she was about 10 meters away from the goblin guards, the pupils of a goblin guard suddenly widened, and its muscles began to tighten. Naturally, Yan Wu noticed this detail. She immediately stopped and looked at the goblin guard again. It still didn't move. Seeing this, Yan Wu took another step forward, and the goblin guard immediately began to move. The weapon in its hand began to shake. However, Yan Wu stopped again. The goblin guard could only squint his eyes and did not make any further moves. As expected, they are bound by a certain rule. As long as I don't step into that area, I will be safe. Although Yan Wu confirmed her thoughts, she was even more worried. From the looks of it, the Goblin King should have already awakened and was recovering its own power. I can't let it grow. Otherwise, if it becomes gold grade, we can't defeat it easily. Thinking of this, Yan Wu knew that she couldn't hide any more. She had to hurry and defeat these guys, and then completely get rid of the Goblin King. Otherwise, if the Goblin King were to recover to peak gold grade, no one here would be able to survive in this secret plane. Cover me. I'm going to attack. After Yan Weihou confirmed it, she knew she did not have much time. If they were even a little late, they would regret it. Hearing Yan Weihou's words, the surrounding students immediately began to prepare without hesitation. The next moment after Yan Weihou's charge, the students behind her began to use all kinds of attacks. They all aimed at the goblin guards in the front. When the goblin guards saw Yan Weihou rushing toward them, the guard at the front suddenly moved. Its muscles immediately bulged, and it grabbed a 3-meter-long grey axe in its hand and swung it at the incoming attacks. The axe, with its magnificent power, blocked most of the attacks with a sweep. Then it fixed its eyes on Yan Weihou, who was rushing toward it. Yan Weihou took a deep breath and activated the contract coherence without hesitation. Her body was bathed in a faint golden light, and her attributes began to increase rapidly. Although Yan Weihou had a lot of combat experience, there was still a big gap in strength between her and the goblin guards. Therefore, she needed to use all the means she could. Seeing Yan Weihou speed up again, the leader of the goblin guards raised the grey axe in its hand. An array of light suddenly appeared in its hand. Name, Goblin Guard. Level, 35. Rank, Silver. Skills, Rough Body, Berserk. The abilities of these goblin guards immediately emerged in Yan Weihou's mind, and she remembered all the information she had read. Although the goblin guards only had 2 skills, and one of them was a passive skill, the effect was very useful. Rough Body. The rough skin that was trained since young can reduce physical attacks by 30%, energy attacks by 20%, elemental resistance by 10%, and resistance to mental control by 10%. Berserk, sacrifice your rationality in exchange for an all-around increase in your physical fitness. When activated, your explosiveness, endurance, and defense will increase by 70%. At the same time, the rough body's buff will increase by 30%. Duration of 3 minutes. After activation, all attributes will be reduced by 60%, and rough body's effect will be reduced by 50%. The data made Yan Weihou quickly draw up a preliminary plan to deal with the Goblin Guardians. However, when she was 2 meters away from the Goblin Guards, the Goblin Guard suddenly hacked down with its battle axe at a speed that was completely beyond Yan Weihou's expectation. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.